So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to the second day of the Master Thesis Defense at the Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies. For the online audience, let me tell you that we are broadcasting this in the roof studio of Tõnismägi 14 in Tallinn. You are welcome to follow the second day of the defense online through our YouTube stream. And we have here the Defense Committee and the first presenter. We will start with the research thesis. And the first presenter is Laugren Ilves, and her supervisors are Kristi Grishakov and me. So, Laugren, please take over and start whenever you're ready.
Yes. Thank you, Kimmo. Dear committee and the listeners in YouTube, I hope it's working. Hello, my name is Laugren Ilves, and I will present to you my master's thesis, which is on the topic of restrictions and deficiencies in the implementation of digital participatory tools in spatial planning in Estonia. So my research questions were, what are the restrictions and deficiencies in the Estonian planning system and practice for using digital tools in participatory processes? How are participatory planning support tools and current processes perceived by the planners? And which digital tools could be implemented into the current system in order to benefit the participatory processes? So today I will talk about first about my theoretical framework, which consists of participation, what is participatory spatial planning, then some digital participatory tools, and the Estonian planning system. Then I will briefly introduce the methodology I used for empirical research, and then I will continue on with the results and conclusions. So let's get on with it. First, what is participation? Participation is essentially a redistribution of power. It is important that the stakeholder groups are engaged in order to create a better outcome of a project, to gather knowledge from the public and from the stakeholders, and help them influence the outcome of the project. So when one side is that it's a redistribution of power, then the other side is that it is actually gaining essential expert knowledge. Collaborative planning we grew from the critique for the modernist urban plans, which were like visionary plans, which didn't really take into account the current situation. So the planner was a visionary and was like a big architect, but the role changed when the critique came to the planner to be more like a mediator between the stakeholders and to plan. And it is important aspect of collaborative planning that there is a communication between stakeholders. So in 1969, the Arnstein created the ladder of participation, and it shows the steps of participation. He considered the manipulation and therapy to be not part of participation, and the participation started from informing, and then it grew out of that. And the more higher you get, the more power citizens gain. So the power basically increases in the further steps, but the basis is informing. And informing is a one-way communication. It is from the power holder to the citizens. So there is no interaction, it's just like passive giving information. but it is a pillar of participation, because for the participants to be able to collaborate and have discussions, they need knowledge. So consultation, the next step, is a limited two-way communication, and it is not ensured that the feedback is taken into consideration. The problem with consultation is that it is very limited, because participants can only answer what they were asked from. Then involvement is a two-way communication where the communication goes back and forth, and it encourages discussion, and it gives more power to people and ensures that stakeholder concerns are actually understood and thus also taken into consideration. And then collaboration is a very active two-way communication where there is an exchange of information, and the opinions are formulated together, and the decision-making is shared. And this becomes empowerment when collaborators have the power to actually have effect on the decision-making process. So what is different in regular participation and digital participation? Digital participation enables us to reach a wider group of people, reach a larger stakeholder variety. It is free from the limits of time and space, and people can take part after hours or whenever it's possible for them. Also, digital participation enables the process to be more transparent, because the information can be shared more easily. And it also enables us to use visualization tools that help in understanding and thus help communication. So with digital informing, we can take the one-way communication informing with regular tools, and it becomes more like a two-way communication where information also comes from the citizen and stakeholders, and not only the power holders. Then consultation digitally could be used to reach a lot wider group of people. For example, participatory GIS could be used. Map-based questionnaires are proven to have more positive feedback from the citizens than usually later in the planning phases. And it also helps the planner to visualize the results and do the analysis. Then collaboration can be done in different ways digitally. For example, visualization is a very important part, because as said before, it helps with the understanding. Then there are different ways, for example, scenario analysis, which helps the participants to understand the consequences of the actions and decisions made in the plan. Also, gamification helps to develop the critical thinking of the participants because they are immersively making their own decisions and they see the results. Virtual reality and augmented reality are very good ways to visualize, but also to use during the process. So Estonian planning process is hierarchical, which means that the lower plans have to follow the rules of the higher plans. The planning processes differ a little bit, but the main participatory processes are the initiation, the public display, and public discussion. And for further analysis, I simplified this process a little bit on the basis of the detailed plan. So When we look at it closer, then initiation is when the planning is made public, and it is done through an announcement, which is usually very low in detail, and it's very formal language, so it's usually just a written couple of sentences, so it is very hard for regular people to understand. Then the invitations to participate go out to the collaborators who are invited to present proposals. This is not a public participation process. This only goes to the selected few who need to accept and propose changes. Then in the case of detailed planning, the plan is first accepted, and only then the public is invited to give their opinions. So actually the whole spatial planning process is already ending, and the plan is already ready when the public can actually give their opinions and start giving feedback. And then the public discussion isn't what it could be, maybe a collaborative process. It isn't, because it is mostly made only for presentation of the written opinions, and in many cases public discussion isn't even mandatory if there were no written opinions, or if all the written opinions were given a reasoned answer. So what are the shortcomings that come from this practice? Some I already mentioned, that the participation is very notification-based. There is a distinction between the collaborators and those who have only a right to be included, but they may not be included if the local government decides so. Then the decisions are made, and then the participation model is only a written form and consultation. So when we think back, what is participation? It is the redistribution of power. Then the power doesn't reach the actual public. So now I will go on to the methodology and my interview results. I conducted interviews, 16 interviewees took part of it. There were both public sector planners and private sector planners. Then there was a workshop with Tallinn city planners and a digital tool demo workshop for the upcoming city planning hub. And the results of the interviews were the attitudes toward participation. What do the planners think of the importance of different stakeholders? How do they perceive the current participatory practices and the usage of digital tools? So what I found out is that public sector planners and private sector planners actually have very different view towards participation and towards the importance of different stakeholders and different values. For example, public sector planners are more open towards participation and collaboration, but private sector planners feel that the more you involve people in the process, the slower it goes. So they do not seek active engagement and only engage with people they are entitled to engage with. And public sector planners who are responsible for the legislative participatory processes believe that or feel that there is a need that developers, since in Estonia a lot of land is in private hands, then the developers and landowners have prior communication with stakeholders. Then the next problem I mapped was the communication methods. The planners weren't very happy with the current model of consultation in a written form, because it takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and basically they just answer the letters with the recent arguments, and then that's it. They do not have to take into consideration actually the proposals. And another issue around communication is that participants do not communicate together. The communication is only between the participant and the planner, but the stakeholders don't get together and work. And one more issue about communication was said that there is usually an issue of the people not understanding the 2D plans and not understanding the text that is written about planning. So the planner's view on digital tools, they found that using virtual reality or augmented reality is very positive because it can enable, as I said before, the communication and understanding between the planner and the stakeholders. Also, better feedback possibilities were mentioned with GIS, participatory planning GIS, that they got positive feedback and they reached more participants. Then the next problem that came out of the workshop was that there is a difference in the usage of how much public sector planners and how much private sector planners have experience in using digital tools. And it came clear that public sector planners have less experience with digital tools, and private sector planners have a lot more, which is quite understandable because private sector planners use 3D visualizations and 3D software. We also in one of the workshops, the participants were able to test some of the tools, and while they understood understood a little bit how to integrate this tool into their work, they said that it was very unlikely that they would start using this tool. So they weren't really open to it. But on the other hand, they did understand how to use it for public participation purposes, but still it is 66% are quite unlikely that they will start using this. And it's more so with private planners who say that they would use these tools in their everyday work, but for example, not for the public participation purposes. So there is a big input gap between when the planners need the input from the stakeholders, which is in the beginning of the process, and when it actually becomes, when the public actually becomes aware of the proposal of the planning and the option of being able to give feedback. So there is like a big input gap. And then a couple of words about implementing digital tools. The first need is actually to start using new communication methods and communication methods that could help with the communication and discussion between the stakeholders, and so that the communication model would go from just stakeholder and planner to everybody discussing together and seeing the other people's ideas. Then the visual representation should be taken, like virtual reality or augmented reality should be used in the planning process to again help to communicate better, but also for collaboration. And even though the digital tools allow us to be more flexible and communicate better, if it's done at the moment in the public display and public discussion when all the decisions have already been made, then there is it's not dependent of the tool if if the ideas are taken into account, but it's only because the decisions have already been made, so none of it actually influences the outcome anymore. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the planning system currently does not support collaborative planning activities. It is very notification-based, and then the implementing of collaborative planning tools lays on the motivation of planners, because the collaboration usually is done outside of the legal process. And but then there is the fact that planners have different views on participation, and they situate themselves differently. And they might not be ready to implement digital tools either. So yes, one last sentence, that digital tools do offer great solutions, but in communication and understanding, but if the planning process and the legal system is strict and built this way, then it is very hard to actually influence the outcome with the digital tools. So to make this a bit more understandable or a bit fun as well, I was thinking of doing a VR demo. So maybe I will first show. I can give somebody the computer. It is connected. You can, yeah, you can play. Yes, you can play around here. There are the controls. And I will. What is the area? It is Tallinn. It is the center of Tallinn.
Okay. What is the stage of the plan? Is it a detailed plan or master plan, or what's the stage of the planning you are showing us?
I am just showing you. It is not a planning proposal.
Cities 3D model.
Delete everything. Why don't delete this? Delete Tallinn. Erase.
But we can already start with the discussion while we are doing the demo as well.
So we will have a review by Andres Levalt, and it will be read by Uller Ambos.
Tere hommikust! Teemavalik on põhjendatud. Eesmärk uurida kaasamise probleemi Eesti ruumilisest planeerimisest digitaalsete osalusvahendite rakendamise kaudu toetab ja täiendab teema ajakohasust. Uurimusküsimused lähtuvad eesmärgist välja selgitada eelkõige piirangud ja puudujäägid, mitte niivõrd väljakutsed nende ületamiseks. Samas sihist on kantud ka intervjuud. See tagab sisu kooskõla pealkirja ja eesmärgiga, kuid piirab omakorda lahendusettepanekute pakkumist. Töö ülesehitus on loogiline ja liigendus sellele vastav. Teoreetiline lähenemine vastab uurimusprobleemile. Esile tõstmist väärib tugev ja selge käsitlus. Hästi on selgitatud teabe liikumise ja koostöö seosed. Teemakohaseid võimalusi avab erinevate kaasamise meediumite ülevaade ja näited Soome praktikast. Allikate valik on asjakohane ja valdavalt ammendav. Rahandusministeeriumi tellitud ning Eesti planeerijate ühingu ja teiste erialaliitude koostatud uuring detailplaneeringute koostamise terviklik teoreetiline praktiline ülevaade. EPÜ, EAL, EMAL 2020 kõrval oleks vajanud viitamist seda täiendav Eesti detailplaneeringute probleemide ja parandusvõimaluste analüüs lisadega siivita Artes Terra 2020. Autor on jõudnud kaasamise osas viimati nimetatud analüüsile lähedastele järeldustele. Kahjuks ei selgu, kas need on saadud allikat kasutades või sellest sõltumatult. Uurimismeetodid on valitud teema, eesmärgi ja uurimusküsimustega sobivad. Meetodid on asjakohased, intervjuude andmine on usaldusväärsed ja piisavalt seotud uurimisprobleemidele vastuse leidmiseks. Tulemused ei anna küll andmetega piisavalt kaetud alust üldistavate ettepanekute tegemiseks, piirangute ja puudujääkidega toimetulekuks või nende kõrvaldamiseks, kuid seda eesmärki ei ole ka töös püstitatud ja põhjendatud lahenduste leidmiseks on vajalikud jätku-uuringud. Töö tulemus vastab teemale, eesmärgile ja uurimusküsimustele. Oskus andmeid analüüsida on silmapaistev. Seosed teoreetiliste lähtekohtadega oleksid võinud olla tugevamad. Järeldustes on liigselt probleemide kordamist, oleks oodanud enamat ettepanekuid. Mida, kuidas ja kellele panuse kaudu paremaks teha? Millised digitaalseid osalusvahendeid on praeguses olukorras tõhus kasutada kaasamise parandamiseks? Need olid küsimused siis. Miks kaasamine piisavalt ei tööta? Kas õigussüsteem peaks seadma muu hulgas digitaalsete osalusvahendite kasutamisele suuremad nõuded? Jõupingutused nii koostööks kui kaasamiseks peavad tulema planeerijalt, millised planeeringud koostamise korraldajalt, kelle kohustus on tagada planeeringu kvaliteete koostamine ja tasakaalustatud ruumilahendus. Kuidas seejuures arvestada kohalike omavalitsuste erinevat suutlikkust ja tõsta planeeringuhangete madalat kvaliteeti? Kuidas digitaalsete osalusvahendite kasutamine parandab sisulise osalemise kaudu usaldust kui kõige olulisemat eesmärki ning vähendada formaalset kaasamist, mis tekitab pettumust ja umbusaldust? Kas planeerimissüsteem saab olla parem kui ühiskonna koostöökultuur ja koostöövõime ning kas digitaalsed osalusvahendid suudavad seda parandada? Tekst on ladus, hästi liigendatud ja hea lugeda. Illustratsioonid ja skeemid selged ja graafiliselt kõrge kvaliteediga. Viited korrektsed. Potentsiaali olnuks veelgi enamaks. Ilmselt seades aegpiirid. Autor on julgelt ette võtnud suure väljakutse, mille lahendamine ei mahu ühe magistritöö raamesse. Probleemide käsitlemine avab üha uusi seoseid. Sellega on põhjendatud ka antud lõppude teema piiritlemine probleemide kaardistamisega. Probleemid on asjakohaselt ja sisuliselt välja toodud ning nende analüüsiga asjakohaselt toimetatud. Kaasamispiloodi ja töötubade analüüs näitab ilmekalt erinevate planeerijate ja ametnike suhtumise ja võimekuse sisulisi erinevusi digitaalsete vahendite kasutamisel. Analüüsitud on erinevusi planeerimiskonsultantide ja avaliku teenistuse planeerijate valmisoleku vahel, samuti lahknevust suhtumises ja arusaamises koostööst. Töö loob hea aluse teema laiemaks aruteluks, mille käigus selguvad reaalsed võimalused osalusplaneerimise parandamiseks. Eestis ja osapoolte valmisolek selle digitaalsete vahenditega kaasa aidata. Retsensent peab vastavat uurimustööd väga vajalikuks ja soovitab selle jätkamist. Nõrkused. Töö fookus on lai ja ei arvesta piisavalt planeeringuliikide erinevusi. Planeeringute algatamise ja menetlusetappide kirjeldamise juures korduvalt esile toodud puudus, et kaasatakse alles peale planeeringu vastuvõtmist, ei ole planeeringuliikide ülene ja kehtib ainult detailplaneeringu protsessist lähtudes. Kaasamine liigilt kõrgematele planeeringute puhul erineb sellest ja algab seisukohtade kogumise ja kaasamise lähteseisukohtade koostamisesse. Nõutud on ka vahetulemuste avalikud arutelud. Ammendavalt ei ole käsitletud hüpoteesi, et digitaalse osalusplaneerimise tase ja planeerimise hea tava sõltub planeerimist reguleerivate õigusaktide nõuete rangusest. Seadusnõuete rakendamine peab olema ühetaoliselt ja läbipaistvalt tagatud nii Tallinnas kui Setomaa vallas. Samuti jääb õhku väide, et kaasamine ja koostöö saab praegu toimuda valdavalt süsteemist väljaspool. Esile oleks võinud tuua seoseid Euroopa ruumiloome ekspertirühma lõppraporti ja ruumiloome ekspertrühma lõpparuande ning neile viidata. Analüüsis on avalikkuse ootused ja planeeringulistele tegijatega võrreldes nõrgalt esindatud. Järeldustes ei ole ettepanekud probleemide lahendamiseks väljakutsete kirjeldusteks piisavalt eraldatud ja esile toodud, kuigi need on seal olemas. Küsimused. Millised on koostöö ja kaasamise olulised erinevused planeeringuliikide kaupa? Millised on vajalikud tegevused digitaalse osalusplaneerimise rakendamiseks Eestis ja nende järjekord? Kas ja millised Eestis käimas olevad planeerimise digitaliseerimise pakutavad vahendeid saab kasutada kaasamisprotsesside parandamiseks ja kuidas? Andres Levalt.
saan need küsimused enda kätte.
Jah, ma mõtlesin sama.
Aitäh.
Jah, et sul on hetk nüüd adresseerida neid.
I will continue in English. As I would very much like to thank Andres Levard for his words. I agree with some of his comments, for example, that my work didn't bring out too much solutions, that I only brought out problems. But I would say that it is because I felt like I didn't have enough knowledge or practical knowledge, since I have never been through a planning process. It needs further research to actually say what the solutions are. So I think it needs, the research needs to continue, but it needs to continue now with the practical approach, so that there is a planning process and for example, the communication methods like social media and how it works, and the collaboration methods, and using the VR and sharing information differently. It should be monitored how it will work. So yes, I agree with him, and I agree that it should continue. But specifically, he asked what is the difference of participation in different planning types, stages. I actually had a slide of it as well. The difference is, yes, as we can see, that in the National Spatial Plan, the public display and public discussion are before the approval. And also in county-wide spatial plan and comprehensive plan, there are multiple stages of public display and public discussion, but they still always come after the invitation to present proposals to the selected few collaborators, which means that even though it is before the approval, most of the decisions are still already being made. But I would say that the difference is also that in case of a detailed plan, it is usually done by private sector planners, and in case of comprehensive plan and upwards, it is done by public sector planners and consultants who, as we saw in the research, also were more open to participation. And this is actually why I think this difference comes from that public sector planners have more experience with good planning practices and good participation processes, and private sector planners only have the opposition in the public display. So another question was, what would be the actions to start implementing participatory planning in Estonia? First, I would like to say that I think that the Ministry of Finance should be like a flagship and should focus, instead of only focusing on the planning process system, to also focus on participation systems. And it was also mentioned, for example, in one of the interviews, that if the communication method is ready, then they would be gladly use it in their planning process, and they will start using it. But one other thing about this is that probably the planners lack enough information about participation and participatory processes, which I think comes from the fact that in Estonia there is no central place that teaches planning, and it's very fractured. So it's studied in architecture, it's studied in geography, so it's very fractured. And one other thing I would say that the first thing that should be done is to start informing and start making people aware that their opinions matter, and that it is very difficult to do, but to make the planning process more transparent and share more information about it and share more interesting information about it, not just a couple of sentences in a newspaper. And his third question was what kind of already digitalized solutions can be used in the planning processes and how. I would like to say that for example, the Tallinn city model, the digital twin has a lot of potential, but currently it's only for sharing information. It could be very easily transformed into a collaborative tool with a plugin for VR, for example, or something that could let people to create on top of this city model. And I would also like to bring out an example of if maybe anybody knows the elada app. They have in their municipality they have app which informs you about everything that is going on in the area. And I actually know a lot more about elada than I know about Tallinn, because I downloaded it just because of interest. And they also share planning-related questions there, and they allow citizens to give feedback. So this is something that would have a great benefit everywhere, because if it's not just about planning, if it has other functions as well, it will use better as an information tool. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it's a very, very important theme to rise up here. But I think if we are visualizing just the detail planning stage, it's already too late to make this participation, because the major issues are already taken care in master plan or in even national plan. So this detail plan is already then where are very certain interests of these people, developers, and this is problem of not in my backyard, and this in detail plan is too late to solve this problem with this computerized or digitalized whatever it is. So I think it's the level should be much higher. Participation, which is lacking today in Estonia, is in master plan or national spatial plan participation, not in detail plan stage. We are just breaking into the open door in that stage, because if you make this visualization in master plan, would be more beneficial of these tools. Of course, this tools is also very various thing what to solve. Not visualization is not a problem in Estonia, but the problem is maybe what kind of interests should be taking care of, because in big project in Estonia, like a windmill field, is stopped. Is it lack of participation? No, it's just the conflict of different opinions. But does this digital tool help to break this confrontation? This is maybe the main question. Thank you.
I would argue that it could help if It could help in showing different outcomes of what if we build it this big, or what if we build it in another size, and what is the scope of it? What does it bring to us if we do it, and what does it bring to us if we don't do it? So it could be, for example, the role-playing and doing the scenario analysis could be helpful here to maybe bring the different opinions together and make them understand maybe the bigger picture.
Not in detailed planning stage.
Yes, not in detailed planning stage, yes.
Yeah, if we go further from here, basically what you're saying is that, let's take this same example of this mill. You're saying that people could express themselves about the spatial, let's say, with the size of the buildings or where they are located and so on. But actually this was an environmental conflict, not the size of the building conflict. And the same thing I can see here in the digital twin of a city, because we are playing with building blocks. So we are solving only one issue, but actually we are not taking into account the infrastructure. Yesterday we talked about roads, for example, and so on, and about the pipelines, electricity, and so on. So this is not in a picture at the moment. Therefore, it is very hard to go planning on the detailed plan level. But I agree, that on a larger scale, this could be something that could, engage more people to think about the living environment. Because as we know, there's an anecdote in Estonia that everybody wants to live by the sea, in the forest, and in the center of the city. And there's a conflict already built in. So, yeah, I think that this is a nice work. With a focus maybe shifted a little bit in a wrong direction, but only slightly. And I agree with the reviewer in this point that the solutions are missing, that you have tackled all the problems, but it would be nice to see some of your ideas on how to solve this problem as well. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the critique about the digital twin. I also think that there are a lot of layers missing there that actually make the space, for example, the greenery, and yes, the roads and the streets. So these are the developments that need to be taken further.
I also think it's a really good start for amazing research that is necessary. And start, I don't mean it in a bad way. I think that one can't do more in this stage of half a semester, or like one semester in uni. I think that I really hope that you will continue with this. And then this digitalization, I've looked at this sort of the hopes and the plans of this in scale of building scale. So the point when the building permit became sort of digital, and then the Minister of Finance is saying that we are going in a direction that in one point the architect has to hand in BIM model rather than all the paperwork that we call the digitalization of the permit. I'm also a bit sort of critical on like how much the planners and the municipalities should tell us what kind of tools, methods, and ways we use in order to construct, in order to get the permit to construct, etc. Of course, I just want to be sure that with new tools, we are not cutting away other generations and other generations of planners, architects, and also the people, because the participants are in all the age scenarios, meaning that I'm wondering if you also studied different or other kind of participatory methods, let's say, more manual that is being now used in all the like Western communities, like how they're planning Berlin or Berlin certain areas, and this is really like getting together, having building blocks in your hand, and then sort of going around with it, or playing around with them, and then sort of freezing one stage, and then letting in architects again to make it a project, or the people who are licensed to do that to actually get the final work. So I'm wondering if there are hybrid forms of your participatory but digitalized collaborative planning, and I'm also wondering if there's a way of like discussing this as stages, having multiple stages, not like in terms of implication of your method. Because I think like staging, like what should be done first, what could be the following steps of implementation, that would be super interesting to know, and also the hybrid forms of including locals.
I would first like to address the question of leaving some generations out. It is, I would say, already an issue. Even here, some of our professors do not use 3D modeling, and they kind of laugh when we do it, or like diminish it. But this is the new generation tool, so the gap is already there. And in terms of reaching, for example, elderly participants, actually, for example, the participatory GIS or soft GIS showed that since it can be modified to for elderly to be more easier to use, then they were actually happy to use it. And so there will definitely always be the gap, but it can be overcome, I think. And then you were asking about the hybrid forms. I would like to bring out the augmented reality that, for example, was used in Tallinn, the Avalinn AR, which is a very good example to actually go to the space and see there how the proposal will look. And it can be very easily done with example through a tablet, that you see the surrounding space, but you can modify and add elements and create a new space.
I need to ask you to speed up the process a bit, because we have, but please post the questions.
Okay, we have to be faster. Just a question concerning this following up to Sille, this digital participation processes, or kind of using digital tools in participatory processes and visualization. How do you see kind of, this is more a question where you cannot give a right answer probably, or not an answer of yes or no. What is, how do you see kind of this risk of manipulation using like virtual realities, so you can kind of create futures, present futures which are kind of,
It was actually one of the reasons why I started on this topic as well, that the new building blocks that are being presented to us always have this wonderful greenery around them, but then the development is ready and the greenery is nowhere. So it is always left out. It is just used for visualization and for selling the apartments or the buildings, but it is actually never finished, or usually not finished that far. So the problem is definitely there, and with the visualization and 3D visualization, and that's why I actually prefer augmented reality more than virtual reality, that you can be in the environment and not in the real environment at the same time as you are creating and not be only in the created environment, which could lead to some misunderstandings.
Okay, I liked your the work, and I liked the way that it showed the problems we have in our system, and it was so black and white, and I was like, why, how it can be like this, because this detail planning process, how is it made that everything is already set, done, and then the crowd can give their opinions. It's so stupid, and it also creates this wall between, actually, somehow. That's why it was so good to see it so clear, black and white. But I wanted to say that I have the feeling that during the detail planning process, it could be good to use the tool, because in Estonia, most of the detail plans are made by landscape architects, and they don't have this feeling with the 3D that much. They don't have the knowledge, how to see it somehow, and that could be really good for also the municipality to have the checkup tool as the augmented reality. So that's why I can see also the point for that during the detail planning. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for presentation. So I want to agree with Sille's point that I think the whole process should be like a hybrid process where there is a physical part and a virtual part, or maybe like based on like the project or the scale of it or whatever. One part might be emphasized, the other one should be smaller, and not just in sense of like I use like a AR where there's a physical world and overlay the digital level, but also like those like playing with the blocks and stuff. Actually, I think if it's done properly, as with the VR tools, it can be beneficial. So, but it has to be done properly. It's not like a gimmick. So my question would be actually that I started thinking about like when I looked at your was listening to your presentation, that should public just the regular people actually be involved in designing the thing, because there is like two options. One is to really like try a lot of different tools, and like probably you saw like you gave us the VR headset, and then people are like, I don't know what to do with this, because it takes time to learn, and people are really impatient usually. They want to like see. So there are two ways to kind of showcase the project and kind of ask for feedback. One is that to have like tool like this where the person starts designing like some blocks, but then the other option is to kind of provide just like 3 options that are already designed, and then ask for feedback and use some sort of tool that's more, how to say, not so repulsive in a way, because VR you have to put on your head, but you can use like a power wall or VR cave where people just come and everybody is fine to just look at it, and then you change the model and they can give you the feedback, or maybe some other tools, right? So that question is, obviously this part should be before all the design happens, so like already in the starting of design process this should happen, but the question is which thing would be, like, what do you think based on your experience is better, like to involve public in like messing around with blocks and like having them design stuff and then use it as an input, or kind of give them like some options to look at and then just give feedback, so to have professionals do the work and then have them options?
I think it really depends on the situation, but I would I would rely towards having people actually designing, because they are the experts of their home or their living environment. But it can be done in stages. For example, they can first just play around with it and get to know the tool and understand the tool, and then they can actually start designing with thought. And I think it, of course, maybe works the best under some guidance. So there should be somebody who is leading the process, but not so much that they will give them their ideas.
Thank you for the good discussion. I will now take over with some words from the supervisor, and as Kristi is not here, I will take the opportunity of commenting the process a bit. Firstly, I would like to put this project in a bit larger framework. In this Green Twins project that the committee knows very well, we are trying to, one of the objectives is that we are trying to have a tradition of research related to participatory processes in spatial planning, somehow rooted and developing also in Estonia, and this project is part of that endeavor. And I'm really glad that Laagna took this topic and really worked on this to make it the first serious step towards a research tradition that we could have here, supporting the development of planning practices. And from the very first day of this research, this has been considered by Laagna as a serious thing. We are not just producing something for the defense, we are working on serious national level questions, and the analysis has to be correct. And for a long time, the suspect in this study was the law. We were thinking that maybe there's some kind of fundamental problems in the Estonian Planning Act that kind of prevent this. But I'm very happy to see that now when it's more accurate, it's kind of the process-related issue that kind of comes up here, showing that we really need to listen, activate citizens and stakeholders before the things are decided and locked, and have this process timed in a better way. And I feel that this process has kind of delivered a right analysis of the problems that we are facing, although Laagna might not solve all the problems of the country here, but done a great contribution to this research. And I have to say that I also do hope that you would consider continuing with this topic with PhD studies at the Academy. Thank you. And now, final words to Laagna.
Yes, I will be very brief since we are running out of time. I would just like to thank you for listening and thank you for the discussion. Then I would very much like to thank Kristi for always supporting and understanding and being there with the process, and you, Kimmo, for introducing me to the Green Twins project and research, and supporting the fact that you can do research and don't have to do and also I would like to very much thank our Green Twins team, because I've had an incredible experience with working in the team, and this has very much widened my thought of the world, and maybe changed also a bit the course of my life.
Okay, and although we are running seriously late and behind the schedule, let's take a 5-minute break to set up the next project and stretch our legs, and we'll be back in 5 minutes to listen to the next presentation.
sa oled kirikuid uurinud. Vabandust. Selles üks leht pane.
Okay, I think it's now time to continue. We are a bit behind the schedule, which means quicker lunch for us. But we'll move on to the next presentation. And Martin Taubaris will present his master thesis, and I have been supervising Martin. So please go ahead.
Nii, siis tere hommikust kõigile, saalis viibijatele, kaasalejatele ja teiselt pool ekraane. Mina olen Martin Taubaris ja oma lõputöö teemaks on valinud Mai kultuurikeskuse siis adaptiivse taaskasutuse mitte religioosse kabeline. Miks selline teemavalik on seepärast, et mul on nagu isiklik huvi sellise sakraalarhitektuuri kui sellise vastu, aga teemasse nagu lähemalt süübides sain ma aru, et hoonetüübi kui sellise vastu vähemalt Eesti kontekstis reaalset vajadust ei ole. Seega esimesed vihjed selleks andis meile statistika, mis näitab, et üha enam inimesi keerab usule selja. Aastatega on rahvaloenduse vahelise aastatega on inimeste arv ei suuda teha.
Aga see statistika on mis aastast siis?
Olen valinud rahvaloenduste andmed 2000. ja 2011. aastast, mis siis näitavad, et mitte inimesed, kes enam ei usu ühtegi konkreetsesse usku, on suurenenud 150 000 inimese võrra. Ja on näha ka, et see on jätkuv trend meie ühiskonnas, mis põhjuseid, miks noorem generatsioon enam ei usu, võib olla mitmeid, alates usu seostamisest konservatiivse maailmavaatega või siis ateismi võib vaadelda ka sellise nõukogudeaegse pärandina, mis on kandunud edasi põlvest põlve. Samuti võib probleem olla kehvade usualaste teadmistega, sest usundiõpe ei kuulu meie koolides enamikas koolides õppekava. Ja üldistatult võib võtta kokku selle nähtuse kui trendi, mis on omane kogu lääne ühiskonnale. Mida rohkem ja mida jõukam ja haritum on ühiskond, seda vähem tuntakse huvi religiooni vastu. Eranditena võib muidugi tuua siin mõned riigid, näiteks Ameerika Ühendriigid ja riigid, kus on tugev katoliiklik traditsioon, näiteks Poola ja mõned teised Lääne-Euroopa riigid. Samuti leidsime oma töös, et ehkki paljud inimesed Eestis eitavad religioosset seotust, on väga suur hulk inimesi, kes siiski usuvad või tunnistavad mingit kõrgemat spirituaalset tasandit. Ja selle on väga hästi minu meelest sõnastanud religiooni sotsioloog Grace Davey, mis siis tähendab, et uskumist ilma kuulumata või siis believing without belonging. Ja, aga olenemata, et tõsiasjast, et jumalateenistust enam ei käida, peetakse kiriklikke rituaale endiselt au sees. Levinumaks kirikus läbiviidavaks rituaaliks on siirderiitused, ehk siis piltlikult öeldes tähendab seda, et need markeerivad indiviidi üleminekut ühest eluetapist teise. Ehk siis näiteks sünnid, surmad ja abiellumised. Neid märgilisi tähendusega sündmuseid tähistatakse endiselt kirikus, sest kirikul kui sellisel on võime võimendada nende pühalikkust, anda neile mõõde, tähendus ja meeldejääv kogemus. Samuti avastasime oma uurimuse käigus, et sellise nähtuse nagu Sunday Assembly, see liikumine on alguse saanud Londonist ja on siis mõeldud pakkuma alternatiive pühapäevastele jumalateenistustele, kus siis inimesed saavad kokku, musitseerivad, arutlevad päevakajaliste teemade üle ja see näitab veelgi, et inimestel on oluline kuulumine kogukonda, ehkki me elame sellises maailmas, kus kõik võivad olla omavahel väga tihedalt seotud ja läbi infomeedia vahendite, siis selline kuulumistunne või õlg õla kõrval tunne on ikkagi inimestel tähtis. Samuti tabasin ma, et alternatiive või hoolimata elanikkonna kiirest kahanemisest meil ehitatakse kirikuid, aga need ei paku sellist alternatiivi neile, kes on religioonist lahti olnud. Kirikuid ehitatakse üsna usinasti, aga peamiselt sellistesse väikestesse kogukondadesse, kus ei ole veel, või kogudustesse, kus ei ole oma kokkusaamiskohta, nagu Saku või siis Mustamäe. Ja üldjoontes on kirikute seis pigem sünge, eriti nendel, mis asuvad maapiirkondades, sest kogukonnad jäävad järjest väiksemaks ja kirikuid on väga keeruline seetõttu üleval pidada, ehkki on olemas ka programm, mis toetab kirikute restaureerimist, aga ma leian, et seda on natukene valesti mõistetud, justkui riik peaks toetama kirikute restaureerimist, mitte kogudus enam ise. See natuke minu teemapüstitusest antud eesmärk oli pakkuda arhitektuurne lahendus mittereligioossele kabelile, kasutades selleks olemasolevat nõukogudeaegset kultuurikeskust. Ühtlasi püüdsin ma leida vastuse küsimusele, kuidas luua selline pühalik tunne, mida kirikud on siiamaani pakkunud, kas see üldse on võimalik ja mis peaks olema tööriistakast sellise keskkonna loomiseks, kus inimesed saavad tulla kokku ja tähistada tähtsaid sündmuseid. Ja peamine metoodika, mis ma kasutasin, olid case studied, juhtumõõringud. Ja uuritud projektides olid põhilisteks vaadeldavateks aspektideks valgus, siis inimeste liikumised ja mis vaated neile avanevad, samuti materjalikasutus ja vertikaalsus, vertikaalne mõõde siis. Ja isiklikult ühtegi neist vaadeldud kabelid olid siis Church of Light Jaapanis, Ando projekt, siis Sumptori Bruder Klaus kabel Saksamaal ja Eero Saarini MIT instituudi juurde rajatud kabel. aga juba kogutud informatsiooni põhjal oli võimalik tajuda, et teatud kindlatest printsiipidest kinni pidades on võimalik luua ebamaine ruumikogemus, mis on võimeline kõnetama nii kristlasi kui ususfäärist väljapoole jäävat rahva hulka. Seega ruumiloomes kasutatavad lahendused ei pea ilmtingimata olema rangelt kristlikud, kaasaegne kirik on pigem tagasihoidlik, ehkki kohati võib täheldada teatavat monumentaalsust. Kuid rõhuasetus on minu meelest üllatusmomendi pakkumisel ja sellised ootamatud lahendused, mida pealtnäha lihtsalt kirikust võib-olla isegi ei ootaks. Natuke oma projektist. Asukohaks olen valinud kinnistu Pärnu linnas Mai elurajooni ja Rääküla rajooni piiril. Kinnistul asub olemasoleva kultuurikeskuse hoone. Tegemist on linnaruumiliselt väga olulise punktiga, sest seda ümbritsevad selle asumi põhilised magistraaltänavad, see on siis Mai tänav ja Papiniidu tänav. Ja kinnistu on väga hea transpordiühendusega, igalt poolt ligipääsetav nii jalakäijatele kui auto- ja ühistranspordiga liiklejatele. Kontaktvööndit iseloomustaksin avarusega, et seal asuvad peamiselt nõukogude ajal rajatud 5-korruselised kortermajad, samuti uuemad arendused mere pool ja tihe teedevõrgustik samuti. Lähedal asub mitu lasteaeda ja kooli. Ja hoone on ajalooliselt teeninud väga olulist rolli kohaliku kogukonna keskusena, enne kui lähedal või kaadrist väljapool asuvale alale rajati moodsad kaubanduskeskused siis. Kinnistul asub monumentaalne dolomiitkivist välisvoodriga kultuurikeskus, mille on projekteerinud arhitekt Tõnis Palm. Hoone näol on tegemist piirkonna ühiskondliku, oli piirkonna ühiskondlik teenindamise keskus ja seal asus Pärnu moodsaim või isegi Eesti moodsaim kinosaal omal ajal. Lisaks veel mitme saaliga peopäik, muusikastuudiod, raamatukogu. Aga aja jooksul on Mai keskus minetanud oma kultuurilise tähtsuse keskusena. Kino lõpetas töö 2014. aastal ja peale seda on aegamööda lahkunud hoonest ka muud rentnikud. Ehkki hoone oli oma aja mõttes pigem suurejooneline, on see tänaseks päevaks pigem moraalselt ja füüsiliselt vananenud ja kannatab kehva ehituskvaliteedi tõttu. Hoonel on hiljuti väljastatud lammutusluba ja asemele plaanitakse rajada mitme multifunktsionaalne büroo ja elamu arendus. Siin on ka näha, milline see enam-vähem hetkel välja näeb. Järgnevad skeemid põhjendavad lähemalt minu asukoha ja funktsioonivalikut. Näitavad, et peamised funktsioonid, mis ma hoones olen proovinud säilitada, on raamatukogu ja siis kabelifunktsioon, mittereligioosne kabel ja raamatukogu funktsiooni ma leian, et oleks esmatähtis säilitada, kuna peamised raamatukogud linnas asuvad keskuses. Samuti ei ole piirkonnas tugevat sellist kogukonna jaoks kokkusaamiskohta peale seda, kui hoone lammutatakse. Mahuliselt või hoone arhitektuurilist lahendusest alustasin ma olemasolevate mahtude mudeldamisega ja uurimisega. Hoonel on väga palju sissepääse, erinevaid, peamiselt siis ümbritsevast keskkonnast kõrgemal asuval väljakul. Leian, et nende säilitamine ei ole otstarbekas. Sellel viitavad hoone suured ülalpidamiskulud ja lahkuvad rentnikud. Plaaninud olen säilitada suuremad mahud, kus on asunud kino ja raamatukogu funktsioon. Ja minu meelest on võlu nende puhul nende puhas vorm. Neil mahtudel ei ole kuigi palju avasid. Valguse jaoks ainult siin lõunapoolsel fassaadil, kus asuvad sellised kontori- ja teenindusruumid. Oma uue lahendusega olen proovinud säilitada ühekorruselise mahu ja vormilt olen tahtnud arvestada välja kujunenud liikumissuundadega ja olen proovinud taas luua sellise vormi, kus on siis liigendatud hoone perimeeter ja olen andnud sellele orgaanilisema vormi, et pehmendada see nõukogude ajast pärit väga sellist ranget ja külma keskkonda. Ja vastavalt uutele funktsioonidele olen lisanud valgusavad hoone katustele ning hoone paremaks ligipääsetavaks olen toonud peasissepääsu tänavatasandile, mitte enam kõrgemal asuvale väljakule. Samuti olen proovinud suurendada, tuua alale rohkem rohelust. Et keskkond oleks inimsõbralikum ja mõjuks atraktiivsemalt. Selles olemasolev hoonestusmaht arvestab väljakujunenud liikumissuundadega ja olen võtnud üle nurgalise vormi. Hoone ees on parkla hoone külastamiseks, raamatukogu jaoks ja hoone taga teenindamiseks. Sissepääs on Papinu tänava poolt. Põhilised funktsioonid on siis, nagu mainitud, raamatukogu ja kabel ja nende keskel ühisala, mis on võimalik kasutada ajal, kui näiteks üks või teine funktsioon on suletud. Esimesel korrusel olen säilitanud maa-aluse korruse kontuure. Hoone jälgib maakorruse kontuure. Kui saabume hoonesse, jõuame lobisse, kust on võimalik pääseda kabelisse või raamatukokku. Samuti on funktsioonid, mis ei vaja valgust. Teisel korrusele jäävad samuti raamatukogu ja mis juba sellised funktsioonid, mis tahaksid saada päevavalgust. Samuti restoran ja kabeli teine korrus. Kolmandal korrusel olen loonud ühiskasutatava ala, mis oleks reserveeritav sündmusteks kabeli jaoks. Samuti on lugemissaal ja raamatukogu õhuruum. raamatukogul olen proovinud luua võimalikult valgusküllasena. Materjalikasutuse poolest olen proovinud säilitada looduslikku joont, mis sobiks olemasoleva dolomiitfassaadiga. Orgaanilise vormi jaoks olen valinud puitfassaadi, et oleks hoone fassaadi jätkuvus kogu hoone perimeetril ilma suuremat mahtu liigendamata. Siin on konstruktiivne vaade kabelist. Ehitustehniliselt ilmselt oleks mõttekas säilitada ainult seinad ja valada kõik uued konstruktsioonid hoone sisse. Siin ka natuke lähemalt kabeli funktsioonidest, mis olen proovinud luua. Kus siis keskel on ala sündmuste korraldamiseks ümberringi on võimalik ilma segamata sündmuseid jälgida. Teisel korrusel olen proovinud tekitada sellise olukorra, kus on nagu mõndes ajaloolistes kirikutes võib näha sellist, kus on võimalik minna nii-öelda kupli peale kõndima ja see oleks selline meditatiivne keskkond. Ja, tänan kuulamast.
Thank you, Martin. We will next hear the review by Ra Loose, and it will be read by Ülle Rambos.
Kui täna räägitakse eelkõige sekulariseeruvast sakraalarhitektuurist, siis käesolev töö esindab täpselt vastupidist suunda. Täiesti sekulaarset nõukogudeaegset kultuurikeskust, mida on kavandatud kabelina, mida autor määratleb kui mittereligioosena, kuid siiski pühaliku ruumina. Huvitav teemaarendus teoorias ja vajaka praktikas, kuna arusaamatuks jääb selle resultaat, mis on väga eskiislik. Aimatavad on vaid mõttelised kontuurid, visuaal on eriliselt napp. Saame teada, et hoones säilib ühiskondlik funktsioon, kandilise kinosaali asemel on kavandatud ringikujuline kabel ja suurendatakse raamatukogu osa. Kuid kahjuks ei ole põhjendatud, mis on olemasoleva hoone need arhitektuursed ja linnaruumilised väärtused, et seda tasuks sellisel moel ümber ehitada. Magistrant pole oma töös lähemalt avanud, mis oli see miski, mis teda olemasolevas hoones võlus ja köitis ja miks ta valis just sellise lahenduse. Küsimuseks jääb, kellele on hoone mõeldud, kas toimima näiteks kogukonnakeskuse, riikliku asutusena või hoopis äriettevõttena. Plaanilahenduselt ei selgu hoone täpsem programm, mis on olemasoleva hoone struktuur ja mida täpselt muudetakse. Puuduvad viited olemasolevatele konstruktsioonidele, palju lammutatakse, palju ehitatakse juurde. Kas olemasolevas hoones on mingeid huvitavaid detaile või ruumilahendusi, mida tasub säilitada? Kuna sellises ulatuses rekonstrueerimine on kordades kallim kui uue hoone ehitamine, peab olema kõigil mõju põhjus. Eraldi teema on lisaks autoriõiguste küsimus. See on tundlik, kuid arhitekti eetika seisukohalt väga oluline probleem, kuna kavandis hoone praeguse autori töö suures osas siiski säilib. Kas magistritöö raames on konsulteeritud hoone autori Tõnis Palmiga? Vähemalt teavitatud. Magistritöösse oleks kindlasti vaja olnud lisada tema kommentaar. Kokkuvõtteks. Kui teooria osa vastab magistritöö nõuetele, teemat on käsitletud piisavalt arusaadavalt, siis projekti osa pole retsensendi arvates piisavalt põhjaliku tasemel esitatud. Jooniste vormistus on küll kena ja minimalistlik, kuid projekt ise pigem kursusööde tasemel. Ettepanek hindeks 2 rahuldav. Raaluse. Kui soovid adresseerida, siis palun.
Selles mõttes, et tegemist on ausa kriitikaga. Võtan selle omaks mingis ulatuses. Pean tunnistama, et läbitöötuse tase mingis osas ei natuke võib-olla pinnapealseks. alustan näiteks sellest, et miks mind see hoone võlus või miks ma üldse proovin seda säilitada, on see, et ma leian, et sellel on mingisugune tähtsus kohalikule kogukonnale, inimesed. Sellele viitab kõneks asjaolu, et hoonele korraldati nii-öelda lahkumispidu, mis oli väga suur. Samuti on see harjumuspäraseks kokkusaamiskohaks olnud väga suurele hulgale inimestele, kes on seal piirkonnas kasvanud. Tegemist on Pärnu ühe suurema elamupiirkonnaga ja mind võlus väga selle hoone originaalne vorm, mis on minu meelest kogu ümbritsevast keskkonnast väga selgelt esile tõusev ning kultuurilise väärtusega. Olgugi, et selle tehniline seisukord võib-olla ei ole kõige parem hetkel. Hoone arhitekti endaga ma tõesti ei ole ühendust võtnud. Oleks olnud huvitav kuulda ka tema arvamust selle loodud lahenduse kohta.
Okay, I can ask. So thank you for your presentation. Just a fast comment. I guess the confusing part about this project, the way you presented it, was that the images don't really, some of them match, some of them not, some of them have windows, some of them not. So that's just would have been nice that all of them have, at least this bird's eye view had windows, then I would understand from which direction. That's one thing. Or you could have said this diagram or whatever. Yes. So my question would be actually that the topic is really, in a way, it's brave to tackle it. Obviously, it's a controversial, in a way, topic. So my question would be that you discussed about the trends in whole Estonia, but what about the trends in that specific area in Pärnu? Because Pärnu, I'm not sure, but I would say Pärnu is more, there are more believers in Pärnu than in rest of the country. And so how would those local people kind of react to this? What's the demographic in this area? Would this thing turn into some sort of a new, you want to keep it without religion, but maybe that would turn into a new sect, or maybe some branch of some existing sect. So this is the question. Just would like to have more information about it.
From the religious aspect, yes, in cities general, the amount of believers is a bit higher than a lot higher than in the countryside. But it's definitely not the most religious city in Estonia.
But do you have some data to back it up, or fine if you don't have, but just that we know, because you're stating. Yeah.
At the moment, I don't have it in my presentation.
I'm continuing. I also was impressed by the brave thing to choose for the work. I really liked the monumental architecture that I saw on the historic pictures, and there were quite remarkable small details that my eye, like, I really like them, and I was just figuring how you could maybe develop them further instead of deleting them and putting your own layer on it. But so I think you can put your own layer, even taking some from the historic one. I like that you have thought about entrance to the building, and I think probably it's the best choice that you have made on this project. Also the interior visuals. I like the new one, but it could have been more interesting to maybe see the symbiosis of the old and new. Right now it's like new and diminished the old one. But that's a comment. I actually don't have a question for that.
But you mean the part where it was like the first story building?
So I have also a question and also a comment. Yeah, I think the topic is quite challenging and quite interesting. So I like the topic a lot. It's something that wouldn't come into my mind in this case. So I think it's really a very, very interesting topic. And also how you deal with the space. It's interesting, but I don't speak Estonian, so I tried to translate some parts of your thesis, and of course I did not understand your presentation. That's why I'm asking, as I understood, the old cinema is going to be torn down from the 80s, it's going to be destroyed.
Yes.
And this is a new construction, or are you building upon kind of or are you using kind of the existing structure in your design? And kind of adapting it to this community, or this new building. Is it kind of?
Yeah, the structure, I think, has inside the old part that I have wanted to preserve. I think in most parts has to be demolished because of the radical changes that I have made to the plan in the most bigger volumes. For example, in the cinema and the library. So I think in that case it would be reasonable to only preserve the outside structure.
Okay.
And
well, that was actually answering my question already. But do you want to add something?
Yeah, because I really like this monumentality, as I mentioned before, and it has some interesting values to it.
I agree.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I really think that you have a certain design sensitivity that is that's not that often that I notice that. So I do appreciate the moves you have made in relation to the existing structure. But I do, and it was interesting to see your presentation because your focus was only about let's say about the Sunday assembly or the chapel part, but actually you were designing a library, right? I mean, you had two things. I see a Asplund library typology, and then the other side I see a Kamppi chapel for quietness, yeah, and then there's in between space that you're I mean, barely touching on what could be happening there. But it definitely has strong forces coming from both sides. And then thinking about those tools, you said architecture tools for creating a sense of holiness that were like light, procession, materiality, and verticality. Super interesting. I'm really glad that you point those out. But these were the one to design space for holiness. And now if we think about contemporary libraries, and you're proposing a library, like 50% of what you're proposing is a library. And the libraries that we are now, I mean, they have become something totally different. Like they're the center of communities, they're interior public spaces. For example, the Audi Library, or what is a Seattle Library? I mean, they are new typologies that are merged into the term library, like new activities, new community spaces. So I'm just wondering if you're like bringing in a new, making it a hybrid version between the library and the chapel, but still separating them. I'm wondering if you could bring in another functions for both of those spaces, like what is a chapel during the day or in weekdays? What could be the library, addition to just being a library with shelves with books? And I think like making the hybrid out of the hybrid, I think it would be a super interesting project. So it would be really something for the community, that they would actually come there, get together, and maybe not demolish this really distinguished, nice structure, and actually find reasons to come there. And I have a feeling that you have space, you have vision to do that. And I wish that there would be another functions added to that, rather than the purity of two programs that don't overlap and also don't have additional programs embedded in them. I would love to be in a concert in this space. And in this library, I mean, I would go and work there. This would be my cafe slash place to work with a laptop. So I think there's like a huge potential in doing this, but I think you have to think of this in contemporary terms. I think it's a bit too diagrammatic in terms of like dun dun, and then there's something happens in between. So the hybrid of the hybrid is what I'm asking for to really make it work.
Okay, I have a question about the research part. So I'm a little bit confused at how did you actually, if I'm looking at this research that you presented, how did you ended up that this is something that Pärnu needs, that this is a chapel for non-religious people? How did you come up with that?
Interesting question. Well, the initial idea, if I remember correctly, was to have like a usual religious building, but so I started to investigate it. It showed clearly that there's no actual need for that type of building, but then from I moved on with this non-religious aspect as I knew that this building is going to be demolished, and the community is going to lose an significant or place for a gathering. I thought that might serve the function of not only as a place of meditation, but also something that could be held as or used as just gathering places for other types of events.
Okay, to follow up there, what are your feelings about that? Maybe the people who are living there have already voted with their legs, basically, that they don't need that kind of space. Because why is this empty at the moment? So that the question is that whether actually maybe this functionality is not missing in that area. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, people have voted, but I think the main problem happened when the main function moved away, the cinema. So I think that I believe that introducing a new function that could serve as a place of gathering may bring this place back to life.
I think I can answer the question you asked before, that for whom this center is. I know that this center is for the people who have this nostalgic memories of this center when it was working, and they come together and share with each other the nice memories, and it's like a memorial of this last center. Yes, this is the center for these people. But otherwise, it's unclear why you preserve some parts of the room you doesn't even give a name of, and there are empty rooms. I think I don't know, maybe there are some rooms, you preserve them, you didn't name them, it's out of function, I guess, or you didn't figure it out what for use. So it's really so that maybe if there is a memorial of this center, maybe you should turn it down, put the perimeter marked on the pavement, and then just a big chapel to gathering and sing together, have a skate park. I don't know, there are different functions before, like squash fields and cinema, and then maybe open air cinema to put it in this chapel. But otherwise, it's a quite big mixture, and it's quite questionable to put these functions together for me. Thank you.
Martin, would you like to reflect on that? Okay, maybe we move on towards the supervisor's comments, and I can describe the process a bit. I think Martin started this with very intelligent findings that the role of the church is gone, especially in Estonia, but still people need specific spaces, specific venues for the milestones of their life, wedding, funeral, baptism. And the question was, what are these spaces if they are not created by the church anymore? What are they connected to? Who will maintain them? Who will finance them? And can we see, as Martin showed, some examples in foreign countries where people seem to lack this kind of space after the role of the church is gone? This was very good thinking. Also, the finding of the specific building by Martin himself, I think, was very valuable thing to notice that they are going to demolish it. Building with interesting architecture. The local community is about losing their local center, and clearly the time of movie theaters is over. What could we offer instead? Maybe this is a place to offer this kind of venue for events that people will continue to have in their lives. But and then also the design process in the beginning was very, very good. You were progressing really rapidly with your design and impressed us all in the first reviews, but towards the end of the process I feel that we somehow lost the connection. It is like, when you're talking on the phone and at some moment you notice that nobody is there on the other end of the line, and you wonder how long I've been talking alone here and how much did he catch and how much did he miss. And I cannot really explain why this happened. I can only blame myself because it's of course the task of the supervisor to make sure that this connection still exists and line is not broken. We didn't have it functioning all the way to the end. I can see that many things that we quite specifically asked you to do with the design are not done still. And I can see that you were searching for new architectural motives in your design, and I can feel that maybe you got a bit bored with your original design or started to find your own paths and directions, and this is all very good. It's important that you start searching for your own architectural expression and dictionary, but now maybe it happens in a bit unfortunate phase of the process when just finishing what you started with would have been maybe leading to a more balanced result in the end. So this is all I can say about the process, and then I'll give the final word to Martin.
Yeah, I have to thank you for keeping me encouraged and to move on with this project. And the final design, I have to admit, may not have been the best one. It happened in a very limited frame of time, and I couldn't execute it in a way I would want it to be. Thank you for the comments, and thank you for listening.
Let's take a 3-minute break now and continue 12:05 with the next presentation. it's time to continue. Next presentation will be given by Deniss Merkulov, and his supervisor is Irina Raud. Please.
Tere kõigile, austatud komisjon. Minu töö nimetus on kaasaegne erivajadustega kool laste jaoks Helmut Masingu kooli näitel. Teemavalik on põhjendatud sellega, et Eestis elab märkimismärkne inimeste arv erivajadustega, kellega tasuks rohkem tegeleda. Erivajadused jagunevad 5 grupiks, need on kehapuuded, meelepuuded, kõnepuuded, vaimupuuded ja liitpuuded. Positiivsed aspektid, mis mõjuvad teraapiliselt, on loomulik valgus, selge liikumisloogika, välis- ja siseruumi vastastikune ja kaasmõju, müroakustika, sisekliima ja temperatuur ja looduse ja rohelise ning hoovide kättesaadavus silmale ja jalale. Magistritöö hüpotees on järgmine, et õppehoone ruumikeskkonnategurite kaalutud sümbioosi kasutamises võib mõjuda ja teraapiliselt mõjuda õppe ja toimetuleku õpilaste tulemustele. Töös on põhjalikult analüüsitud ja uuritud 3 aspekti. Need on liikumisteede loogika, loomulik valgus ja sise- ja välisruumi kontakt. Magistritöö teoreetiline ja praktiline osa baseeritud Masingu kooli ette antud ruumiprogrammile ja selle asukohale. Asendiskeemi järgi kinnistu asub Puiestee ja Kasarmu tänavate nurgas. See on elamute ja korterelamute piirkond, mis asub 1 kilomeetri kaugusel Tartu kesklinnast ja teiselt poolt 1 kilomeetri kaugusel Eesti Rahvusmuuseumi hoonest. Kooli ruumiprogramm on kavandatud 250 õpilasele. Ja hoone plaaniline hüpotees on selline, et koolihoone peab olema linna struktuuriga, kus on peatänav, kõrvaltänavad ja väiksed väljakud. Ja õppeplokid moodustavad enda nagu kvartalid, mis on omavahel seotud, aga samal ajal võivad ka iseseisvalt toimida. Nii, siin on siis graafiliselt näidatud plaaniline hüpotees. Punase värviga on märgitud peatänav, mis ühendab fuajeed ja spordihoonet. Samal ajal keskmine maht on antud algkooli jaoks ja nurgakoeline osa on põhikooli jaoks. Need on siis kõrvaltänavad ja väiksed vaheruumed on väljakud. Kavandatud koolihoone imiteerib ruumi, mis on hästi tuttav õpilastele ja ta peab olema hästi ja kiiresti omaks võtmine nende laste jaoks. Magistritöös on analüüsitud 3 olulist aspekti. Need on liikumisteede loogika, loomulik valgus ja siseruumi kontakt välisruumiga. Teoreetiline osa keskendub hoone plaanilise ja funktsionaalse idee analüüsile ja kontrollimisele ja põhjendamisele. Analüüsi, modelleerimise ja simuleerimise jaoks olid kasutatud Grasshopperi pluginid, need on Petsim, Ladybug, Isovist ja kunstiline intellektgenoom. Esimene aspekt on liikumisteede loogika. Uuringus on kasutatud agentmodelleerimise loogika, kus agendid on õpilased, õpetajad ja töötajad. Nende käitumisreeglid on ette antud Petsim pluginiga ja analüüsitud sama pluginiga. Töös oli modelleeritud 3 erineva olukorda. Esimene nendest on koolipäeva algus, teine on vahetund ja kolmas on eriolukord. Esimeses olukorras kõik liikumisosalejad liikuvad sisepääsust sihtmärgideni, kas need on klassid või kabinetid. Teine vahetunni olukord simuleerib vahetunni seisu, kus kõik osalejad liikuvad klassidest vaheruumidesse. Ja kolmas on eriolukord, kui on tulekahju, siis sellel juhul kontrollitakse evakueerimisteede efektiivsust ja trepikodade asukohade otstarbekus. Selles uuringu osas algoritm oli kasutatud 2 korda. Esimene kord ta näitas need kohad, mis on problemaatilised. Peale sellest plaanid olid natukene muudetud just peatänava osas ja tsentraalse algkooli mahulise osas. Järgmine aspekt on loomulik valgus ja siseruumi visuaalne kontakt välisruumiga. Selleks oli kasutatud Isovisti tööriist Grasshopperist ja selle uuringu osas oli modelleeritud marsruudid peatuspunktiga ja sellest punktidest olid ehitatud Isovistid, vaadeldavuse polügoonid, mis aitasid paremini graafiliselt vaadata sise- ja välisruumi koosmõju. Hoone edelapoolses ja kagupoolses osas minu poolt olid projekteeritud akende varjastused üleskuumamise vältimiseks selle fassaadi osas ja selleks oli kasutatud Honebi ja Ladybug pluginid. Funktsionaalses mõttes hoone on jaotatud järgmiselt, et Kasarmu tänava poolt on paigutatud esinduslik osa, siin on administratsioon, fuajee ning aula koos sööklaga. Maht on ette antud algkooli jaoks ja nurgakujuline punane osa on põhikooli jaoks, mis jätkub ka teisel korrusel. Peatänava otsas on spordihoone, mis teisel korrusel funktsioneerib teraapiakeskusega. Teise korruse funktsionaalne skeem on sarnane esimese korruse plaaniga, ainult siin kõik õppeblokid antud põhikooli jaoks ja admin osas on psühholoogid. Aula osas on raamatukogu ja loomingukeskus ning spordihoones on füsioteraapia osakond. Kolmandal korrusel on gümnaasiumi plokk ja individuaalõppeklassid. Samal ajal on projekteeritud katusele teraapiaaed. Siin on koolikompleksi üld 3D pilt, kust saab paremini näha neid plokke. Siin on siis esinduslik osa Kasarmu tänava poolt. Siin on algkooliplokk põhikooliga ja gümnaasiumi osaga. Samal ajal siin asub spordihoone ja paistab katuse teraapiaaed. Asendiplaaniliselt hoone asub Puiestee ja Kasarma tänavate nurgas. Hoone peasisepääs algab lipuväljakust ja spordihoone sisepääs on Peetri tänava poolt. Spordihoone on lahendatud nii, et teda saab kasutada nii kooli õpilaste poolt kui ka Tartu erivajaduste inimestega. Siin on esimese korruse plaan, kus kollase värviga saab näha tänavate võrku ja väljakud ka, kuidas nad koos tekitavad ühe ruumi. Samal ajal siit paistavad ka 4 rohelist sisehoovi. Klassiruumi projekteerimises olid kasutatud järgmised printsiibid. Klassiruumi pikkus ja laius peavad olema võrdsed, klassis peab tagatud piisav loomulik valgus. Klassiruumides on vaja kasutada looduslikku materjale ja seinte toonid peavad olema neutraalsed. Klassis peab olema hea side rohealaga ja klassis peaks olema mitteformaalse tsooni nurk. Järgmisel slaidil on näidatud algkooli ja põhikooli klasside võimalikud lahendused. Siit paistab, et klassi saab organiseerida nii grupitööks kui ka iseseisva tööks. Igas klassis on ka väikse raamatukogu osa, mis on samal ajal ka puhkenurk. Klassi kõrval on abiruumid eriliste vahendite jaoks, mis kasutavad õpetajad. Siin on siis gümnaasiumi klasside tüübid. Skeemid näitavad ka, et klassitöö saab jaotada erinevalt. Siin on esimese korruse plaani fragment, kust saab näha, kuidas klassiplokid omavahel grupeeritud ja samal ajal paistab ka vaheruum, mis kasutatakse väikse söökla jaoks, huviringide jaoks ja lihtsalt puhkamiseks. Vaheruumidest saab minna ka sisehoovi poole ja sisehoovi saab kasutada ka välisõppimiseks. Selle skeemi järgi saab näha, kuidas organiseeritud ratastooli inimeste seadmed. Neid on 2 rampi, üks ühendab esimest ja teist korrust ja teine ühendab 3. ja 2. Igas trepikojas on liftid, mis võimaldab kõikide õpilastele saata igale ruumile. Nende 2 skeemide järgi saab näha, kuidas mõjuvad rohealad. Esimesel korrusel neid on 4 sisehoovi ja 3. korrusel on teraapia katuseaed. Sellel fragmendil on aula ja sööklaplokk paremini nähtav. Aula on projekteeritud nii, et põrand on tasane, mis võimaldab ratastooli inimestele osaleda kõikides üritustes ja söökla on ette nähtud gümnaasiumi ja koolitöötajate jaoks. Nii, see on spordihoone fragment, mis näitab, et spordihoones on 2 peafunktsiooni, üks on võimla ja teine on ujula. Nende vahel on riietusruumid olmeruumidega ning samal ajal siin on väike jõusaal ja suurem ka. Teisel korrusel loogika jätkub, riietusruumid on samal kohal nagu esimesel korrusel ja neid ruumid kasutatakse füsioteraapia jaoks. Koolihoone fassaadi olid kasutatud erinevad materjalid, õppeplokid on kaetud termopuidu lauaga ja need eraldi plokid, mis on spordihoone, aula ja adminosa Kasarmu tänava poolt, need on kaetud fassaadi plaatidega. Minu poolt on kõik. Tänan.
Perfect. I would like to now ask Irina Raud to read the review.
Ma loen ette retsensendi Mark Grimmitlihti retsensiooni magistritööle. Üliõpilane Deniss Merkulov või magistritöö tegeleb erivajadustega inimeste õppekeskkonna aspektide analüüsiga Masinguu koolihoone näitel. Oluliste aspektide arvestamise metoodika abil on koostatud arhitektuurse projekti hüpotees ja lahendusettepanek. Püstitatud hüpotees tugineb ideel võtta koolihoone kavandamisel aluseks väikelinna ruumistruktuur. Väikelinna toimimise kogemusele tuginedes on loodud kooli funktsionaalse ja ruumilise toimimise idee, arvestades erivajadustega õpilaste vajadus. Hooneplaaniline lahendus on kontrollitud algoritmiliste parameetriliste vahendite mudelis. Lõputöö teema on aktuaalne ja selle aktuaalsus on kindlasti jätkuv. Töö ülesehitus on selge ja loogiline. Sissejuhatuses püstitatud küsimustele leitakse töö käigus vastused. Magistrant toob lõputöös välja, et magistritöö mahus koostatud Masinguu uue õppehoone arhitektuurse projekti koostamise näitel on tõestatud, et pöörates suuremat tähelepanu ruumikeskkonna kujundavatele teguritele on võimalik arhitektuursete võtetega luua erivajadustega lastele sobiv õppe- ja puhkekeskkond. Tõestusmaterjalina on kasutatud erinevate programmide analüüsivõimed. Kasutatud on huvitavaid programme ja analüüsitehnikaid. Samas jääb arusaamatuks, kuidas see kontroll on muutnud arhitektuurset lahenduskäiku või kuidas see võiks muuta lahenduskäiku. Arhitektuursete võtete lahenduskäike ja põhjendusi on vaid kergelt kirjeldatud. Lõputöö referentsid on õnnestunult valitud ja hästi kirjeldatud. Magistranti graafiline teostus on väga hea, perspektiivvaated selged ja hästi mõistetavad. Plaanilahendus on kergelt üksluine ja paistab üldpinda priiskavana. Funktsionaalsus on hoonel olemas, kuid samas on kadunud ruumi loomingulisus, mis koolimajal on minu arvates oluline komponent. Viitamine on osaliselt puudulik, näiteks referentsmaterjal puudub viide ja interneti lehekülgedel puudub kasutamise aeg ja üleüldse leidub suhteliselt palju lohakusvigu viitamises süsteemi kasutamisele. Kokkuvõtlikult ütleks, et õppelahendus on küll selge, kuid arhitektuuri keel ja plaanilahendus pigem vanamoodne, ehkki analüüsi tööriistateks on kasutatud moodsaid programme. Küsimused, mis tekkisid lõputööd lugedes, mille võrra on puudega inimese ruumitaju erinev nii-öelda tavalisest inimesest, kuidas peaks puudega koolilapse ruum erinema tavalise koolilapse ruumist. Riigi soov on üha enam puudega inimesi siduda ühiskonnaga ja mitte luua eraldiseisvaid hooneid ehk HEV1 lapsed planeeritakse tänapäeval suuresti nii-öelda tavalisse kooli. Milline on magistrandi seisukoht selle kohta? Kas HEV lapsi võib rohkem integreerida tavalastega või pigem ehitada eraldi koolimaju? Retsensent on pakkunud hindeks hea. Nii, ma ei tea, kas sa tahad vastata?
Jah, mul on olnud, jah. Nii, selle põhimõttelise küsimusele, kas on vaja erivajaduste kooli projekteerida eraldi või integreerida selle tavakooli struktuuri sisse. Mina vastaks, et ikkagi meie jaoks see on natukene nagu võib-olla vara teema. Et kõigepealt võib-olla tuleb arendada selle erivajaduste kooli keskkonda ja mõista, kuidas nende vajadused omavahel töötavad, et kui müra ja akustika aspekti võib teostada selles kombineeritud variandis, siis ruumilises mõttes need kõik klassiruumid on teistsugused ja kõik need abiruumid on ka nagu, see on juba teine teema. Ja samal ajal inimeste arv tavalises koolis on tunduvalt suurem ja see, ma arvan, et erivajaduste inimestele ei sobi eriti inimeste jaoks, kellel on autismiga probleem. Et minu seisukoht on ikkagi, et erivajaduste koolid on vajalikud ka, et see inklusiivne teema on natukene veel tulevik.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for tackling this really important topic. I personally have been really fortunate to host kids from Tondi school in XR Center, and the experience is extremely humbling, and these kids are really amazing in sense of they're really different, and they all are together. That's a strange thing, and they all are good and really talented in something, and then they have some sort of fears, and in that sense I like the idea of creating a building as a city or as a village. So my question would be actually that you used PetSim, ISOVist and these kind of tools. Did you look into, it seems that you already had some sort of design and then you kind of made tweaks based on these tools. Did you actually look in the beginning into different types of city fabric, village fabric, whatever, to kind of rotate the massing or move the blocks in a different way and use these tools at that point in the first stages of design process to kind of find the best solutions? Or did you look at all into different structure, kind of fabrics?
In this work, I used more these tools to control my hypothesis. I was corrected by these tools, and the first decision was just architectural, and after I used this analytic part to control and to correct this first solution. It wasn't that it was ideology in the beginning to use them. need pluginid, nad olid kasutatud hiljem, kui see esmane nagu plaanilahendus tekkis, siis nad olid kasutatud põhimõtteliselt kontrollimiseks ja täpsustamiseks. Mitte nii, et nad olid nagu alguselt kasutatud ideoloogilises mõttes, et selles mõttes parameetrika siin on abivahend, mitte nagu suuna muutja.
Suunamudja, mitte suunamuutja.
Lihtsalt ilmselt oleks olnud väga huvitav nagu näha, kuidas need tööriistad tegelikult saavad ka disainiprotsessi mõjutada, et siin oli lihtsalt kriitika, et see plaanilahendus on natuke nagu konservatiivne, aga see ongi jälle maitse küsimus ja sa võid öelda, et sa tahtsidki nii, aga ma lihtsalt toon selle välja, et tegelikult need tööriistad võivad päris lahedaid tulemusi anda, kui neid kasutada disainiprotsessi alguses.
Minu küsimus oleks see, et aitäh muidugi, oleks see, et sa mainisid seda Masingu kooli näidet, et mis asi see Masingu kool on?
Masingu kool ongi kehtiv erivajaduste kool ja nendel on praegu vana hoone, mida nad tahavad lahkuda ja tahavad saada endale uut koolikompleksi just sellel kohal.
Et see ongi Tartu olemasolev mingi kool, selge. Ja siis ma tahtsin küsida selle liikumisanalüüsi kohta, et kui on hoone kasutajad on nagu erinevate puuetega, et osadel on nägemispuue, teistel liikumispuue, et need on hästi erinevad, et kuidas see simulatsioon nagu töötab, et kas ta arvestab seda, et osadel inimestel ei ole orientatsioonitaju, teistel on nagu liikumiskiirus madalam või et mida see täpsemalt arvestab?
No selles mõttes need inimesed mul olid ikkagi grupeeritud selle algoritmi osas, aga see üldplugin on põhimõtteliselt sätitud tavalise jalakäijate jaoks, et siin selles mõttes ta on pigem võtab kogu mudelit nii detailsemaks teda sättida kahjuks ei saa, aga vähemalt minu poolt visuaalselt need simulatsioonid olid analüüsitud, kuidas ratastoliga inimesed liikuvad, eriti eriolukorra seisus.
Siis ma küsin veel ühe küsimuse, et tihtilugu nende kooli enda soov on saada kooli 1 korrusel, maksimaalselt 2 korrusel, et sul on siin 3 korrust, et kas sa kuidagi hästi laiavad üldruumid, eks, et kas see ei tulnud välja ja oli taotluslik, et ruume oli nii palju vaja või et miks selline otsus see 3 korrusele viia, mis on nagu sihtgruppi arvestades suhteliselt võib-olla vaenulik kohati?
Selles mõttes üldkompositsiooni idee oli selline, et üks maht oleks natukene nagu kõrgem, et see mahuline osa ei oleks nii nagu tasane. See on üks argument ja teine on selline, et 3. korrusel asub gümnaasium ja individuaalõppeklassid. Ja samal ajal see 3. korruse olemasolu võimaldas tekitada katuse teraapiaaeda ka, mis minu meelest töötab ka hästi. Mina siin sellest suurt probleemi ei näe selles 3. korruses.
See, kes lifte peab?
Lift on olemas.
Aga aitäh.
Can you explain the concept or the idea of isovist, where it comes from and how you applied it in your project and how you set the framework conditions?
isoüstide skeemid näidatud siin.
I don't understand Estonian.
Oh, okay. So, excuse me. Isoist tool was used to control how human can see the room in the point. The isoist is the polygon which helps understand how a room is visually organized. It shows the distance for human who can see the maximum distance that he see. If we have transparent window or glass facade, so the distance is maximum. And if we have some obstacle, the wall or some other things, so it's darker, and the distance is shorter.
Okay, and another question would be, you're writing that you verified your solutions with algorithmic parametric tools, Grasshopper, PetSim, Isovist, Ladypark, Honeybee. What do you think, like just as a discussion, I don't know if there's a right answer, but I would give kind of my perception of this, because a lot of students are using kind of digital tools nowadays.
Yeah.
Also in architecture, this is kind of one of the to-dos, so to say, or fashions. How do you think about kind of this question of are these tools taking over justification and responsibility kind of instead of the architect? Is this kind of
No.
how are you using these tools in your project, and is this kind of who has the responsibility in the end?
I think that these tools just help attractors for an architect, and you can use them, but every time if you design the project, you must think by your head and your mind, and it is not the future where architects just absent.
Okay, thank you.
Suur tänu, tõesti oluline teema püstitus ja ka siis otsing nende lahenduste suunas, et kuidas meid saavad aidata nii digitaalsed tööriistad kui ka siis see, kuidas need inimesed seal ruumis potentsiaalselt liikuda võivad. Aga kuna õpperuumide tava või ütleme nende koolivõistluste projekteerimisvõistlused on olnud vist selline pikaajaline lahendus juba Eestis ja neid on väga palju ka ehitatakse, eks ole. Et selles mõttes on tekkimas juba selline ka know-how mingis mõttes, et milline on selline nüüdisaegne õpperuum, mis on see paindlikkus, mis peaks sinna sisse olema pandud, kuidas tihendada sise- ja välisruumi vahelist koostööd või nii-öelda pikendamise võimalust ja samamoodi ka et kuidas teha nii, et meil ei oleks korduvad kvaliteedid, näiteks need 4 siseõue praegu minu jaoks on nagu liiatigi kordavad üksteist, et seal ei ole mingi uus...
Nad on erinevad ikkagi, nad on natukene maastiku mõttes...
Jah, aga see kordus on ikkagi sama, et sul tegelikult on see, et sa oled sise- või välisruumis ja seal ei ole nagu mingit kvaliteedi muutust. Et näed, kui me oleme arhitektina, siis ju tegelikult tahaks pakkuda erinevaid ruumielamusi, mis ilma selleta, et ütleb, et sa oled 3. siseõues. Ma saaksin aru selle siseõues olles, et see on see kvaliteediga siseruum, seal on need teised kvaliteedid edasi. Ehk siis ma jäin mõtlema seda, et kas sellest teadmistest, mis me oleme õpperuume projekteerides juba kogunud, ja eriti siin nagu meie kliimas, meie kontekstis ja meiega nagu materjalide ja muude võimalustega, et kas, kui sina tuleksid nüüd sinna juurde enda erivajaduste õppehooneks, sest ma olen täiesti nõus, on täiesti erinevad asjad, aga ja sa tooksid need ja teeksid sellest midagi põnevamat ja iseäralikku, näiteks see, et see ramp, millele ma isegi ei tea, kuidas sa peale saad koos olla, sest see on kuidagi nagu rambi alt on see lähenemine või et see ramp saaks keskseks kohaks, et see on oluline, et meil ei ole nagu niist, et seal on kuskil külje peal on mine käi, proovi sealt millegi alt sinna ligi saada, vaid ta ongi selline keskne läbiv asi, mis tähendab, et kõik kasutavad seda, see ei ole ainuüksi nendele, kellel on mingisugused, kellel ei ole see võimalik. Et ma sooviks näha nagu selle rambi või siis nende sisehoovide või kuidas erivajadused saaksid välja minna, kuidas tekitada paindlikkust erivajadusega lastele nende ruumide organiseerimise mõttes ja ka ühisruumide pikendamise mõttes, et mulle tundub see hästi põnev teema ja ma võib-olla ka minnes tagasi nende eelmistele kommentaaridele, et võib-olla need tööriistad, et kui endal on nagu puuduvad selles mõttes teadmised ja eelnev koostöö sellist asja tehes, siis võib-olla need tööriistad oleks võinud ka natukene seda paindlikkust äratada või tugevdada, et me peale seda, kui me oleme analüüsi teinud, ei pane lihtsalt salusiisi või ei pikenda akna seda pealispinda 20 sentimeetrit või meetrikese, vaid see tegelikult kuidagi on integreeritud ka sellesse ruumi loogikasse ja ruumi kvaliteetide tugevdamisse.
Tänan kommentaari eest. ma tõesti olen nõus ja võib-olla mõnede asjadega võiks natuke nagu peenemalt töötada siin isegi sisehoovide osas. No selles mõttes esimese ja teise korruse ramp on põhimõtteliselt on tsentraalses kohas, et ei saa öelda, et ta on kuskil...
Kuidas ma sinna rambile saan? Lihtsalt ma võtaks siis selle küsimuse.
Siit poolt.
Võtad kust? Oleme hästi täpselt, sest et kas ma pean selle rambi alla minema?
Siit poolt. No, ta on hästi kõrge selles.
Ei, aga ei ole ju kõrge, ta on 5% kalla ju.
7,
okei. Nii, aga siin on 2 meetrit läinud, kui kõrgel ma olen, kas ma saan siit alt läbi, et siit peal minna?
Siit poolt saab, jah.
Aga see on jällegi niist, et tavainimene ei saa, ma pean ikkagi nagu pea alla panema selleks, et ma saaksin sinna, kus need ratastolliga inimesed...
No, minu meelest sellist probleemi ei olnud.
Aga kuhu need rambid lähevad?
See ongi nagu, see ramp viib teisele korrusele.
Kolmandale korrusele?
Teisele. See on esimese korruse plaan.
7 ei ole ikkagi stiip.
Mida see on 5?
Kas need lähevad? Kuhu need lähevad?
Teisele korrusele. Siia.
Ja see ringikujuline ramp siis dubleerib seda teisele korrusele?
No selles mõttes ta võtab seda nagu algab seda kõrgus siit poolt ja siis pikendab.
See ei ole 5%-ga nii kõrge.
Ja siis see jõuad sinna vetsude taha.
See lõike peal näha ei ole?
Siin ta paistab.
Algus ei ole näha, algus on seal kuskil.
Ma siis kardan, et see püstisev inimene ei jõua sinna rambi alla nagu väga õnnelikult. Igal juhul kõik need asjad, mis teevad sinu kooli eriliseks, võiks teha just ka eriliselt lahendada, nii et tulevikus on see juba standardtaks, et meil on sellised ägedad rambid siseruumis, sest meil tekib mingi selline suur spordiväljak, kus ongi see jooksurada on läbi maja, mis on tegelikult see rambi 5% või mis iganes ta siis on, aga et see saaks keskseks ja see on nagu auväärt asi, mitte nii, et me paneme kuskile vetsu ukse ette peitu nii, et tavainimesi ei saa kasutada seda. Et ma arvan, et see on, ma jään lootma seda su järgmistes projektides. Aitäh.
Nii, aitäh. Kuna diskussioon on olnud pikk, siis ma püüan lühidalt. Mul oli ka kommentaar modelleerimise kohta. Jõudsin järgi vaadata, tõesti liikumismodelleerimine ei võta arvesse puuetega inimesi, eks ole, nii et alati tasub mõelda lähteülesande püstitamisel, et mida ma modelleerin ja mis tulemusi ma saan, eks ole, see on ükskõik missuguse mudeli kasutamisel, ükskõik mis eluvaldkonnas. Kuna on ütlus, et ütle mulle, mis tulemus sa tahad ja ma modelleerin, eks, et seda tasuks vältida. Ja teine kommentaar on tegelikult nende 3D illustratsioonide kohta, et võib-olla minu silm ei ole nii, kuidas öelda siis, treenitud, aga mulle küll tundusid, et näiteks need lauatennise mängijad mängivad väga pika laua taga seal, et võib-olla natukene see skaala siin-seal vähemalt minu silmale ei tundunud paigas, aga see on selline maitse asi. Aitäh.
Minul on üks selline küsimus, et kui seal on need erinevad puuded, et need kooliplaanid on üsna ühe sellised tavapärase kooli järgi, kui ma vaatan plaani, siis ma küll aru ei saa, et seal kuskil oleks midagi väga erilist, et kas need vahepealsest jutust ma sain aru, et need eripuuded on grupeeritud erinevatesse plokkidesse kuidagi moodi. Et kuidas nüüd selles siseruumis ja plaanis ta nüüd kajastub, et ma saan aru, et seal on nüüd liikumispuudega, seal on intellektipuudega grupp, seal on nägemispuudega, et kuidas need selles arhitektuuris, plaanis ja siseruumis nagu välja on toodud? Kas on seal mingi liikumisteedega teema, nad ju peavad kasutama ka ühti samu ruume ja nägemispuudel on hoopis teised markeerimisnõud, et kuidas nad liiguvad, orienteeruvad, siis ratastooliga on omaette geomeetria, nagu see rambi puhul me juba nägime, et võib-olla seda natuke lähemalt veel kommenteerida.
No selles mõttes, kui ma olen teinud ka intervjuud nende õppejõududega, siis nende vastus oli selline, et põhimõtteliselt peaasi, et see klassiruum oleks suhteliselt kompaktne, et seal ei oleks 30 inimest, vaid ta oleks orienteeritud 6 inimesele ja need grupid nad formeerivad iseseisvalt kas puuete kaupa või kuidagi omamoodi. Samal ajal kõik need klassi uksed on projekteeritud nii, et nad ei ole tavalised uksed, vaid nad on liikuksed ja ratastooli inimeste jaoks sobiliku laiusega. Et neid on arvestatud siin niimoodi.
Selle täienduseks on veel tähelepanek, et näiteks spordiruumide kasutamisel, korvpalliplats ilmselt on ratastooli korvpall on natukene sellise teise spetsiifilisem, aga plaanis ei paista võib-olla nii väga välja, aga näiteks ujulas on ju ratastooliga inimestel, seal on praegu pääs, on riietusruumidest on üsna basseini keskel, seal on ruumi üsna vähe, et kuidas nad sinna üldse sellesse basseini saavad, et ega nad ju ei lükata ju kohe sealt riietusruumist vette, eks nad tulevad ju tõsta sinna, et selleks peab olema nagu ruumi. Ja seda ma seal plaani peal väga ei näinud, seal on väikseid detaile veel.
See on õige märkus, seda võiks rohkem läbi töötada selles mõttes, et ujulas peaks olema ka pandus ja astmeteline käik ujula poole. Ja selles mõttes korvpalli võimla saab jaotada väiksemates nagu gruppides, et praegu võimla ruumi kasutamises probleemi ei näe.
Thank you, Dennis. I think it's now time to give the word to the supervisor.
Thank you.
Jah, ma ütleks 2 sõna. Iseloomustusega ma ei räägi tööst. Et ma tean Denissi päris kaua tema tehnika kõrgkooli õppimise ajast ja nüüd siis siin magistriõppes ta on tegelikult õppimise kõrvalt juba aastaid töötanud arhitektina, ka arhitektuurivõistlustel, tervisekeskustel, projektides on ta saanud auhinnatud žürii poolt ja on toimetanud nii siin kui ka isegi väljapool meie piire. Aga mina ütleksin niimoodi, et on üks Eesti vanasõna, et inimene õpib nii kaua, kuni elab. Eks me oleme seda koostööd, meie koostöö on olnud niimoodi, et meil ei ole tõesti katkine telefon olnud, kuigi me selle telefoni suhtlemisega alustasime võib-olla nädal tagasi, aga noh, me kohtusime ikkagi nagu suhteliselt tihti, nii et mina arvan, et Denissil ta on kogunud juba teadmisi, et saada arhitektuuri magistrikraad, aga noh, eks me ju teame, me õpime nii kaua, kuni me töötame ja elame, nii et ma soovin talle edu.
Aitäh.
And last comments?
No, just thank you for attention and for interesting questions. Ei kommentaari.
Okay, let's have a very quick break and set up the new project and continue in 2 minutes so that we can have a proper lunch break after that. Okay, next project is master thesis of Violetta Jurkina, and I have been supervising Violetta's project. Please.
Okay. Hello everyone. My master thesis is about daylight as architecture, the perception of sunlight through the Museum of Emotions. So light is an essential part of architecture, be it natural or electric. Without it, the perception of color, space and environment is almost impossible. Daylight affects people both physiologically and psychologically. For example, human activity is higher in natural light, in sunny days, but in winter, when daylight hours are shorter, we are less productive than in summer. Poor quality light negatively affects the visual apparatus, causing discomfort, migraines and insomnia. There are many researches about quality and quantity of daylight, but the feelings and emotions that we experience with a specific type of lighting are given insignificant attention. So this master thesis is focused on the study of daylight affecting the perception of space and emotions stimulated by the quality of daylighting. These aspects cannot be measured, but they can be analyzed in a typology characterizing the use of daylight in architectural space. Lee Sepp, who was a TalTech student 2 years ago, was writing about instruments of light and daylighting spaces for meditation in Portugal. She had another theoretical framework focused on the differences between qualitative and quantitative evaluation methods. But in this master thesis, I am analyzing how daylight can affect our state of mind and well-being in the framework of the Museum of Emotion. To establish the importance of luminous composition within interior, Rockcastle and Anderson presented a wide range of design strategies used in contemporary architecture. And first of all, some words about Marilyn Anderson and Sir Van Rockcastle. They are the famous scientists. Anderson is a professor of sustainable construction technologies and dean of the School of Architecture. And Rockcastle is an assistant professor of architecture at the University of Oregon. In 2013, they developed a matrix of contrast typologies, against which each space could be compared on a relative scale from high to low. The main tool for developing this matrix was the trained author's intuition. 50 examples from all over the world were taken for the research. The architectural examples was positioned within a linear gradient to visualize the degree of spatial and temporal variability of daylight. The photos were studied and evaluated against the indications of spatial contrast. Using the matrix as a reference, they created 10 simplified spatial models, one for each category, for comparing the results obtained throughout the year. In their research, the summary is presented only for 2 top-lit spaces in Boston. However, for this thesis, I decided to analyze all 10 of them. So the questions that the theory and the investigation part discussed can be seen on this slide. First of all, I tried to understand, are all the simplified models applicable in the Estonian context? What kind of motions does a particular type of daylight in distribution evoke? And how and why the daylight affects our state of mind? For the research, I used Tallinn latitude because my main objectives were reproduce all 10 simplified models, test them for Tallinn latitude, and create matrices from sunrise to sunset according to results. I represented digital models in Revit with consistent parameters 7/5/3.3, positioned camera to face south and centered in east-west direction. Here you can see some simplified renderings. The majority of them indicates a situation at noon at the summer solstice. Because time is limited, I present only half of them that I have used in the project. The first one model is direct exaggerated sunlight. The aim is to show a highly contrasted interior. It's well illuminated even in cloudy days. And on the right you can see some examples. from architects who use this kind of day lighting in their projects. This is the matrix from January to December and from sunrise to sunset, just to explain how sunlight penetrates the room. The next one model is direct and screened sunlight. Here tiny holes are used instead of windows. It causes loudness and articulating mood, and also some reference from architects. This is a matrix. As you can see, the most interesting light and shadow can be indicated on the winter seasons. The third model is selectively direct. The aim is to show a high contrast between light and shadow using narrow strips of light. The famous architects like Libeskind or Zumthor are used this type of lighting in their projects. And also the matrix that indicates very different variations throughout the day. Next one model is direct and indirect. The aim is to skillful combination of both direct and indirect solar illumination, playing with window sizes and wall thickness. This model seems to be quite simple, just 3 windows, but found that it's also can be very interesting for the next usage in research. And the last one model is spatial indirect. The aim is to show how indirect light affects the perception of the surrounding world. And in this model, there is an ability to look out the window. Some examples, for instance, Louis Kahn like to use this indirect sunlight in his works. And the matrix. As you can see, the direct sunlight penetrates the room some hours before and after the noon. The idea to work with the Museum of Emotions came from the architectural competition, where I'm also participating. The task is to create 2 separate halls, one inducting positive and another negative emotion, and create spaces using light as the main material. So in my project, I work with the interiors and do not calculate any daylight parameters. 2 halls seems not enough for the master thesis, so I decided to increase the number of design premises to 5. Related to the matrices results, I divided the models by their characteristics. I tried to imagine what emotions I would have if I were inside the space, and would it be admiration, fear, or anger? Thus, the types of emotion in this case, positive or negative, are based on my personal vision of a perception of sunlight. So I selected these 5 models. Their names you can see on the slide. And the next step was to create a logical connection between the spaces. And according to the task, it will be separate halls that should create one museum. So it should be a common story with a calm beginning, gripping middle, and relaxing ending. So I decided to use a 5-act classical drama structure that starts with the positive emotions. After that, movement is rising. There is a climax, the most emotional point of this museum, and after that, the action is falling, and there goes also some positive emotions. And how I arranged these models according to this structure. So the purpose of the pavilions was to provide guests with the opportunity to immerse themselves in their own mental world and show the variety of daylight. Each room is designed to be visited by one person at a time, and it's not a standard museum that you can see before. It's more like landscape art or installation, where rooms are not equipped with either electricity or water inside. I used most simplified forms and materials. For the construction, the wood was used, covered with hydro insulation and double layer of timber from the outside. Also, I used 3 types of sunlight: direct, indirect, and sunlight reflected from water in this project. For the site location, it was necessary to find a quiet, secluded place away from noisy cities where people could come to relax. So the small Estonian island on the north was selected. Prangli has been home to many species of creatures for centuries. This is the reason why there are so many restrictions for building on the island. First of all, there is a conservation area and Prangli Landscape Reserve that covers the northern, western and southwestern coastal areas of Ireland. There is a construction exclusion zone in Estonia. It's 15 meters from coastline, and the great part of Prangli is covered by forests. So there are 3 main villages in Prangli: Kelnase, Lääneotsa, Idaotsa, and the main arbor is located near the Kelnase village. It was a big challenge to find an open place near the arbor because it will be more comfortable for use for tourists. It should be a private zone at the same time. So I decided to use this place that you can see on the slide. It's about 300 meters from Kelnase arbor. And this is a site plan. All pavilions are positioned according to sun path and can be visited clockwise, one by one. Each of them have 2 exits. Water for filling the pond is taken from existing springs or can be pumped from the underground. The forum idea was taken from the research part, where Rocastle and Anderson used a quite simple rectangular shape, but my researchers indicated that maybe it's not the best variation for getting more sunlight inside this room. So I modified this and created a multifunctional form that can be used in different positions as different angles without changing the original idea. In the course of further testing, some options were slightly transformed to get the better sunlight results. However, the basic concept has remained unchanged. This is the first pavilion. This is this one. So it is like introduction that goes visitors inside. The aim was to create a familiar for perception space that gives a sense of security. I tried to use maximum straight lines, and there is a quite huge window on the roof. For sunlight analysis, I created scale models and tested them with elada device. Because the museum is more designed for the tourists, I analyzed the sun results from April to August. And here you can see some photos. The next one model causes a conflict situation and smoothly leads to the climax of the story, heating up the situation. There is a limited space and the amount of light received. There is this model. So there is a narrow corridor with a hidden next door. The walls are sloped and a small window that do not penetrate enough sunlight on this space. And the scale model, also tested from April to August. There is the results. Selectively direct light was the next model. The aim was to inflame the viewer's feelings. It's a strong contrast with narrow strips of light, presenting aggressive sunlight. This model has sharp corners and a lot of crossed lines. Here you can see the scale model. This is oriented north to south. So this is this model. And the photos. Next one is a model called falling action. It's a bit amount of daylight. The idea was to lift the mood and give it a cheerful touch of playfulness. There's a huge number of openings on the walls. There is a large amount of airspace. I don't use glazing, and there are many perpendicular walls in this model. And scale model and these results. And the last one called resolution with direct and indirect light. And this model sums up and logically completes the tour of the museum, included both the direct and indirect sunlight and reflected from water. And this is a space that brings peace. Yeah. The main idea was to create a space that can show you reflected sunlight from a water surface. And the scale model. So this is the first one. And the result. But you can see that this is the direct sunlight, from direct sunlight shadows, and here is a reflected part of it. And to conclusion, I would like to say that Rockcastle and Anderson models really can work in Estonian latitude, and I really liked to work with this project because it was very fascinating for me, and it was something different from that I have done before. So I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Violetta. I will read the review. And review was written by Teemu Hirvilammi, awarded Finnish architect, university instructor in Tampere University School of Architecture and visiting professor in School of Art and Design in Guangdong University of Technology, China. Master thesis of Violetta Jurkina is created to combine a thorough background research and an architectural design that is built on research. Although the research section is quite extensive, the real weight is on how the theory is brought into practice in a consistent manner. Research. The research of the thesis is done via literary review that has a clear link between built examples and the use of light. In this case, the work can be also assessed from architectural perspectives. Thesis manages to describe successfully how the different characteristics of light are combined, how the atmospheres and emotions can be felt to achieve a diverse architectural experience. The need for applied research is justified, the research questions have been clearly presented, and the work is appropriately limited according to the topic. The theoretical framework of the work is well controlled, even some of the material is handled in a slightly varied way. The classification of the characteristics of light becomes a key and significant content. With extensive examples and the imaginary prepared, the reader is informed of the author's deep knowledge of the topic. Architecture. The architectural design is based on an architectural competition that is used as a context for the topic and the environment. However, the work is flexible to some of the competition rules to better highlight the actual content of the thesis. This method acts as a good limit, and therefore theoretical research can be brought into practice with high and professional precision, considering the specificities of the location. The work is based on a comprehensive analysis of the characteristics of the site, not only of the behavioral light, but more broadly of the analysis of the environment and the terrain. On this basis, the author builds a coherent whole tied to the place and the objectives of the task. The chosen architecture has a greater relationship with natural boulders, organic forms, than with the vernacular architecture of the Baltic Sea region. This choice is smart and shifts the focus from the buildings to their architectural features. Technically, the work has been presented in an interesting technique, what is an appropriate, relaxed and draft-alike manner. Some of the technical challenges of architectural constructions are left unsolved. This choice still is very appropriate to underline the focus of the work, light. Perhaps this method, photographs of the scale model, enable a certain accuracy in the behavior of light for the viewer, which couldn't necessarily otherwise be experienced. The photo uses fisheye lenses that distort straight lines to curve. Because of the effect of the photographs is significant, the accuracy of the experience would have benefited from the post-processing lens correction function to straighten the now curvy lines in photos. Final word, the key value of the work lies in putting theoretical examination into practice, in how different moods and emotions can be embodied by the behavior of natural light and analytically reproduced in parts of the exhibition building. Grade 5. Teemu Hirvilammi, University Instructor, Visiting Professor, Finland. Any reflections on this?
Yeah, I can comment this fisheye effect. Yeah, I understand that it looks very strange, but I used a quite small adventure camera for creating these photos. And when I tried to fix this effect on Photoshop, I was not satisfied with the results. So I decided to keep them as they are. Yeah.
Another solution could have been you made the working model bigger or larger, then you could have taken a bigger camera, but don't worry, it's all right. So I'm fine with this distortion. I really like your daylight research and kind of this, how do you say, kaleidoscope, like also aesthetics. Of course, it's a scientific part, but nevertheless, I like the aesthetics. I have some questions too, of course. Yeah, also I like the historical part, the discussion in your work. This was quite interesting for me. I learned some new things. But some questions would be, you have a very kind of this quite profound solution of your entrances and exits. How you enter one of these volumes and how you exit it looks like a standard kind of door. Else I really like the design, but kind of this is one point where I'm not sure what how to deal with this. And I would like to have kind of an explanation why you are using kind of this kind of doors.
I thought that maybe if I use something more like abstract for the entrance, it maybe not acceptable for all the people, because some of this model should cause a positive emotion, they be safe, and when you are inside, you should understand that everything is okay. So maybe the standard doors can be better even for the negative emotions.
Okay, that's good explanation. And what are you doing between September and March?
These models don't really work on winter time.
But the pavilions, are they working in winter? And how are they working in winter?
Yeah. I thought that they should be used more for summer season, maybe in the spring when the sunlight is more active. So it's quite cold inside because some of them are not glazed as well. And it's made more for tourists, and I'm sure that, that they attend the island more on the summer days.
I also agree that it's really nice that you focused on the quality of daylight rather than quantity. But I do have to agree that you need quantity in order to get quality. That means you need daylight in order to get the quality daylight that you are projecting indoors. So I have two topics that I want to discuss. One is a location, and then the other one are the openings. So the first one, I also really appreciate that you went between the manual tools to analyze it, and then also the digital ones. But there's also like a lot of daylight analysis on Estonia, like about Estonia. Where are the sunniest regions? And for example, the Sõõru and then Kuressaare just called themselves or named themselves the sunniest capital of a region of Estonia, because they have 500 hours more daylight or sunlight, let's say, than other regions. For example, the northeastern region of Estonia. So you could make your building or your structure much more functional if you would locate them to areas where we actually have more sunlight. And there's like, in general, we have approximately 2,000 hours of sunlight. Then 500, then 1/4 of it, it's actually quite a lot. So I think it could be much more functioning in terms of having the quantity of sunlight in order to create the quality out of it. So maybe I'm just questioning the location of the site of your structure. So why is it there where it is?
It was on Frankli Island.
Why?
From the beginning, I understand that I would like to locate this on island. I started to
Vilsand is a good island.
Huh?
Vilsand is a good island.
But it seems that I more like the Frankli one, about this nature, and I tried to maybe to call more people here to show them that there is beautiful places, and maybe the Museum of Emotions can be one extra point why to visit this island, because the place is famous, like Kuressaare or something like that. So there are a lot of people, and that maybe they don't want to visit it.
Okay, I think you have to have a better argument for locating your project. But then again, it doesn't mean that it has to be only in one place. You could have this sun rings or those studies in different locations, and then we could, I know, even make some statistics out of it, or people can experience different locations differently. But the other thing I was wondering about was the openings versus windows. What do you think was the difference between the openings and windows?
You cannot enter the room through the window.
Because I see in your design a lot of openings. Some cases have cracks, some have holes pushed through, and then there are windows that have frames, and then have glazing in between. And that's where I sort of started thinking of how you decided on where your frames are located. What are your window frames doing? And did you take account on the glazing that you are using that would give the same results as the without the glazing studies gave you?
That's a very nice question.
Because I see a lot of window frames
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I
You see
understand.
this guy,
There
this guy.
Yeah, all of these models, there are quite huge windows. First of all, I would like to use all of these gaps that were glazing, but after that I understand that it's not maybe so necessary even for this one. So there is quite narrow strips of windows.
So this doesn't have glazing at all? There's no glass?
No, there is no glass on this model.
It's also different in your plans, no?
What do you mean?
The framing of the windows.
Yeah, I forgot to mention it that I used more simplified forms for the scale models, and the idea was just to use this more fascinating framing for the windows.
Fascinating framing.
It's something unusual.
Because you're drawing lines with light, or actually without light, meaning where there would be a line inside of the space done by shadow, by the lack of light. And it's just, I think there's like a huge importance what kind of frame you're using in order to draw that line in space. It's really poetic, your project, and I think you should be really conscious about those shadows that you're creating, because these are like equal to the lines that we draw as architects. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I really appreciate the physical models. I really liked it, and out of it came my question that when you did your experiments, then did you make any adjustments after the experiments?
Okay, first of all, it was really useful to use this elada device for the research. Maybe the disadvantage of this method was that the room was quite dark when I created these researchers, and as you can see, for example, on these photos, they are quite dark, but in real life there is diffused sunlight from sky also, but yeah, during the testing that was it can be seen.
So these pictures were actually the cause why I asked this question. If I go to a room that looks so dark and actually the light is not playing around as much as you would expect if you go to a light museum, for example, then that was my question, that if you get some experimental results, pictures as those, then did you make any changes after that, or you just were satisfied with the models that you had initially?
I changed these models quite many times, because first this was the first form that I created for all of these models, and I just rotated this, for example, for this kind, and tested these models in this rotation, but found that this angle is not enough for getting more sunlight inside, and I cut this part, and yes, this angle was also changed. With this model was the same problem. It was positioned like that. But when I tested them, I found it also that this angle is not enough for getting the direct sunlight, and was also transformed a little bit. So, yes.
Thank you.
They were changed a lot.
This was the first question as well about these doors, but for such kind of emotional pavilions, it's very important that you control the light. Of course, you can't control the sun moving on the sky, but if you're entering, it's changed a lot because the doors is opening just outside. There is a different light, and you close the door, the light inside is changing. So it's very necessary to have on such kind of pavilions that you control the ambient light from outside. So you have to put or different corridor where is not natural light for entering these pavilions. So these openings are very important in such small pavilions like you are doing here. And maybe you should use this road for the entering the pavilion, like just a corridor, maybe, for that control.
This was the first idea.
Yeah, okay. And other thing is that some pavilions are opened because there are just the frames and it's open air. So it's with the light there comes the rain and all these, the weather comes inside. So sometimes maybe it's these emotions of the rain is more have more impact on your emotions than just the light.
Yeah, but I can comment this that I really think about this corridor between halls, but I found that maybe when, for example, even if in this place, maybe there are some people who have a claustrophobia or something like that, and they would like to go out as fast as they can. So if there will be a corridor, it can more problematic for them, maybe. Yeah. But people are different, who knows?
The red light and you go through the ceiling. Okay, thank you for the very fascinating project. It was fascinating in sense of the abstractations of the emotions somehow. So, like you can say, define music by mathematics and define love in chemistry, so you can define emotions by the light somehow. It brought me to question that you had a scale there in the presentation that showed which kind of emotion, which kind of a model should bring up different motion. Yeah, the one before, I think. No, not that one, but some. The with the scale, like this kind of scale.
Ah, okay.
And that brought me into question that for me, maybe only the really direct light from up is kind of negative, has this negative impact to the feeling. Otherwise, all the light is kind of positive in latitude like this somehow. So I had a question: if you, where did you figure out the emotions by yourself, or was it some kind of universal structure to measure it somehow?
I created them by myself.
Okay.
Yeah, we discussed a lot with professors that if, for example, this model that should be scary, for example, causes some opposite emotions for people, so it can also happen. It's quite for personal vision for you, for each person. Yeah.
I'm also interested in the same thing. Actually, could you go a couple of slides back, or one slide back? One more? Yeah, this. So there's actually a chart that is relatively often used in scientific work. It's called the valence arousal chart. So valence is positive, negative emotions, which you have. And then there is arousal, which is like, are you aroused? Like, are you like adrenaline high, or like are you calm? Like,
Okay.
so if you use something like, because lots of like stuff you did are actually pretty precise, and this is why this project looks nice, is that you have this like nice studies. Even like for me, it's interesting to look at them and then learn something from them. But then this like emotional part is a little bit like subjective, and of course they are subjective, but it would have been nice if that part was also a little bit more precise. So this chart of like when you go through those pavilions is actually would be different for all of the people.
Yeah.
So in this case, I would say this is like maybe a museum of your emotions, rather than like you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
In a way you present it. So, but nevertheless, like it's really interesting topic, and I guess like the question I have would be maybe a little bit more like a rational, pragmatic one, is like the material. You mentioned the materials, but actually, and Sille mentioned that the windows versus openings. So if you have openings, I expect that the structures to be concrete, right? Because if they are wood, then they can like start kind of breaking down over time, or you're treating the wood somehow, or what's the relationship? Because the models don't show that. Like I can see here like some laudis, I don't know how it's in English, but I don't, how does it kind of like work? Because if they're concrete and open, then there's also this like maybe snow comes in and maybe some trash comes in, or whatever, it's like becomes part of the nature. Or they're like really clean, you close them up, use like white.
The first idea was to use concrete construction, but found that maybe they will be too massive and heavy, even with this console part. So I think more about wood construction. I unfortunately don't have the schemes, but yes, it will be made from wood for the isolation and timber from outside.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one little comment. We are working currently in a project which is called Wellbeing Score, and this is kind of also detecting emotions, where we are working with medical engineers, measuring kind of EEG, like brain activity and heartbeat and stress level. And this is kind of course, I do understand that this is already quite a lot of effort, but concerning kind of measuring kind of wellness or joy or emotions, that's super complicated. I don't know if we get any result after 1.5 years with 20 people working on this topic. Yeah, I think it's difficult, and I'm not sure if it makes even sense, to be honest. But you're on YouTube.
The research mind is there.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Thank you for the good discussion. Now, some words from the supervisor. I think this has been a true exploration, this project, and the starting point was also interesting, the notion that there has been no piece of architecture that would be called a masterpiece because its daylight factor is 10. We judge good architecture with totally different kind of matrix than numeric, quantitative matrix, and there's very little research about this topic. Who should do this research? It should be architects. And starting point, this research journal paper by Rockcastle and Anderson was a very bold move from these two researchers that are famous for their quantitative research. They kind of reach out towards the subjective, the qualitative side, the architecture side with their paper, and notice that now we cannot measure anymore. They are using typology because this is the tool that they can use. And now with the process with Violetta, we are doing the reverse journey. We are starting from the research paper and we look into that creation of researchers to see if that can be used as a starting point for creative work, architectural design. And obviously it has kind of guided the process in a very interesting way. I didn't know Violetta very well when we started this, and I was a bit worried how she feels about the project. And I remember asking at least 7 times that, how do you feel about the project? And she was always laughing and saying, I like it. And she turned out, she's a bit enigmatic as a person, but she turned out to be really hardworking, really devoted. And with half a word from my direction, the thing was done next week. So it's been an amazing process. And I can really respect that we explore some domains that where we cannot find respective projects, we cannot find solutions that would be there already. We have to trust our own attempts to interpret the models, the feelings, as there are no existing matrix or guidelines that we could just grab into and lean to, but we have to take some risks and proceed with the methods that we have available and explore something new. So this is something that I've been really enjoying during this process. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you very well. And I'm really happy that there is very that there are so kind and helpful person who are working in this university. And I would thank you, my supervisor and my friends who supported me. That was really necessary for me. Thank you.
Now it's time to take a lunch break, and we are seriously behind the schedule, but let's have a proper lunch first and then be back here. And we might start a bit with a small delay also the afternoon session, but it's important to have lunch and have the committee in good mood for the 4 projects. So let's not sacrifice that. Okay. We are ready to start the afternoon session now, so welcome to follow the master thesis defense at the Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies in the roof studio of Tõnismäki 14. We will have 4 master thesis presentations for the afternoon, and the first one will be presented by Rasmus Soonvald, whose supervisor is Jaan Kuusemets.
Yes, thank you. So, hope your lunch was nice, so the mood is good. Let's start. My name is Rasmus. The topic of my master's thesis is informality in the city, Favela Rocinha, and as Kim already said, Jaan Kuusemets is the supervisor. So first, the definition. Informal settlement can include any form of housing, shelter, or settlement which is illegal, falls outside of government control or regulation, or is not afforded protection by the state. These are the 3 parts that my work is based around, so the theoretical, the case studies, and the project solution. And then the presentation will also be in these 3 topics. So the theoretical part, these are the topics I covered. So context, history, urban environment and morphology, favela biro program, tourism, governing mechanism specification, and culture. So firstly, a bit about the context. In 2020, 56.2% of the world population live in cities. It is expected to rise to 60.4% in 2030. So the scope of this is global and it's increasing. A quarter of people living in cities live in informal settlements. So based on the fact given before, also the people who are living in informal settlements is increasing. And problems come with this, like insufficient infrastructure, limited access to vital services, non-existent insulation and ventilation, to name a few. And so the focus should be on then creating a new narrative for using the potential of informality. And also the problem statement of my thesis is what are the main challenges of informality based on Rio de Janeiro's societal change and people trying to cope with it. So things like industrialization and immigration from rural parts, so other parts from Brazil. When a critical amount of people can't find affordable housing next to vital services, then informality becomes the solution. And also the social tension that it brings with it, so between the formal and the informal communities, because both of these parties consume the services, but the upkeep falls on the formal part. So the urban environment and morphology. The favela cityscape resembles a dense porous mat, the difference in the cityscape then comes through the void space between the buildings. In the absence of regulation, then contextuality defined by social and physical factors takes over. The way that construction is done is called upper slab construction. So people expand their living quarters on the roofs of their buildings. And also recently this Western property developer kind of activity has been going on when you are selling the air rights above your property for someone else to build their living quarters there above your property. So because of the strong presence of communal space and access to properties provided through your other residence space, so if you want to arrive in your dwelling, for example, you may go through other people's space. Different levels and functional variation then offer alternatives to mobility. So we have 3 basic levels of mobility in the favelas. First is the street level, which is obvious how it works. Then the second one is then the more private dwelling, living area level. And then the third one is then the roof. Because of the roof construction types, we have this new mobility way of people who can move around the roofs of the buildings. So the chosen favela, this is the isometry of it. So as you can see, the topography is increasing. So as the higher you get, then the more dense then the height lines get. Also the building stock, it's dense. It's dense the whole way through when you have the flatter ground and also then the higher ground. The same cannot be said about the roads. The more flatter the topography is, the more roads you have, the more uphill you get, the less dense the roads get. So the Favela Pilot Program is a program to incorporate informal communities to the whole city. There are two main goals for achieving this, which is then creating a legal background for property rights and improving physical conditions by offering alternative housing and services. The new building stock aims to increase integration with the formal city. The results of the program have been seen that the perception of security has increased and also access to services. But one has to say that with this comes also higher property prices, which relocate and regenerate informality in other parts of the city. So people who are marginalized have to move to an even more marginalized part of the city. So tourism, the adventure tourism is gaining popularity within richer classes in society today. It's based on then having experiences which are sharply different to everyday life and routine. With this comes positive economic stimulation for informal communities, but also the question of morality rises, because the tour organizers are mainly outside of the community. So the objectivity or the way that the poverty becomes a consumable exposition then falls under a question mark. And there's a lot of potential in integrating informal and formal communities this way to then spread awareness also in the formal and informal part of how tourism can bring these different cityscapes together. Governing mechanism and pacification, there are different groups competing for power and social change. We have the neighborhood social groups and then the criminal organizations. But the term of criminality here is subjective because they're using a working legal system to enforce laws, and widespread street crime is not accepted. And also one can say that about the formal government because it is quite corrupt, so you have specific aspects of it that one can call criminal. Then the pacification police came to existence, so to change the existing system in favor of the formal city. And results, so there we have strong results in providing access to education and public services, but yet again, as I mentioned before, it has a way of relocating and regenerating informality in other parts of the city. And on the picture you can see then a pacification police officer, which looks more like a soldier. Then a bit about the culture. There's a big unequal concentration of cultural facilities in the formal city. So mainly the cultural buildings, the events are happening in the formal part. But against this, or the argument against this, that in the favelas, the collective identity and the aesthetics are strongly developed, so the potential to use it is huge. So then the Favela Creativa program came to existence to then encourage young people in cultural and creative activities. And the goal of this is to accept then informality and use its potential for the whole city. And also one thing that could be added to the program is then funding for also cultural buildings, because right now the project is based on providing events and then schooling or cultural schooling to the youth of the city. The biggest challenges are the bureaucracy and the heterogeneity of the existing system. So the formal part of the city's willingness not to change. Case studies. So the first one is the urban think tank's vertical gym in Venezuela's capital. In this project, the architects tried to then use the functionality of a gym and the recreational areas to bring then positive change to the favela. And the other hand, we have the Comuna 13 escalators in Medellin, which try to then use the existing mobility corridor in the city to revitalize it, and also to offer the people of all age groups a way to get around the different heights of the city, and also spend time in an otherwise utilitarian space. And so this third one, the Fábrica de Cultura, this is a combination of these two previous before, where we have the added functionality and then also creating these new mobility corridors, or these ways of how people can move around the cityscape. So now we move on to the project solution. I'll fix it water. excuse me. And the location chosen is in South America, in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. It's called, the favela is called Rucinha. The site is quite in the middle of the favela. It's connected on the north and south sides with the two main roads of the favela then. And also, as I mentioned before, with the case studies, one of the core concepts of this building was to then use the functionality in cooperation with then the mobility then corridor, then providing people with new ways to move around the different levels of the neighborhood. And also a strong emphasis was put on not dividing indoor and outdoor space, so they can exist together. So this is the site isometry. Here you can see how dense the surrounding cityscape is, and maybe also on the scale model, the denseness of the cityscape, and also where we have one, then the south side road corridor here and the north side corridor here. And then through this building and the landscape, it's connecting these two together. Yep. So the proposed functional scheme, the functionality of this was handled quite loosely. So to have then, or have the opportunity of the people in the neighborhood to have a say in how the building should be then utilized or used. So the future appliances appliance of this could be different. But then this solution, when we have the parking, the cafe dance hall, the sports and recreational areas on the ground floor. On the first floor we have the library, the art school and the studios, and on the upper halls we have the performance hall and then the music school. And then with the arrow that's indicated the new mobility corridor that's created, and then also the view. So the whole building is then placed in a way that allows for the most views to be accessed in the building, and also then because the cityscape surrounding it is so dense, then to also provide some breathing room in the neighborhood. So on the ground floor, to be more specific, we have the parking, which is mainly used by scooters, so there are not a lot of car parking spaces. Then we have the utility access, a small warehouse, then the bar cafe with a kitchen, the dance school, the showers, and then the recreational landscape with the street basketball, the skate park, which all of it is connected with these recreational stair systems and sloped roads. So then the first floor, on the left we have the library with the individual and group study rooms with the VR and IT center, and on the right then we have the art school with the studios, the recreational area, and the gallery in the middle. So the second floor, on the left we have the performance hall, which seats 210 people. It has its own separate evacuation staircase. On the right we have then the music school with music classes, the auditorium, the recreational area, and then also a gallery in the middle. And on the third floor we have then the second floor of the music school with music classes, then the band room, an office, the recreational areas, and then again a gallery in the middle, then which connects this together. The materials. The materials used are contextual. Or honest, if you would like. There are bricks, plaster, concrete, and wood. This is the view from the upper street. Here it's noteworthy to talk about the facade of the performance hall part, where we have this bricklaying technique which gives texture to the facade and also allows for light to pass through. And also you can see the different access points where we have to the parking, then the ground floor, and then the recreational landscape, and then here to the first floor and the upper floors, and then also to the recreational landscape in front. So here, maybe it's the most overview of this. This is played out on the section, so where we have in the the landscape here, which connects through the building and then continues on the first floor. And maybe on the second section, it's noteworthy to discuss then the vertical atrium that's in the middle, which allows for light to come into the center of the building and also for air to be ventilated out. This is the view to the plaza, to the upper plaza then. Here you can see the start of the stair system in the middle in the atrium volume. And then the technical scheme. First the solar panels, then on the roof. Those were done on then this idea of like having two layers so they could be ventilated down below. So the sunlight only reaches the solar panels, they don't reach the upper slab of the roof, so keeping the classrooms down below cool. Then secondly, the natural ventilation, because the facade is open, so it allows for air to come in and pass through and then ventilate out through the vertical atrium in the middle of the building. And then thirdly, the facade shading, which blocks direct sunlight, but still allows for reflected light to come in the classes or in the interior rooms to then make for a better space. And also the facade shading is movable, so dependent on the situation, dependent on the way that the sun is currently right now, you can move the shading accordingly. And also because of this cantilever design, the field of view is maximized on the recreational landscape and to the whole broader neighborhood. This is the concert hall, the performance hall. And before I finish, I want to talk about, also when I started this work, I contacted the Estonian Language Board because there wasn't any framework of how we can use this word in Estonian, even if it's accepted to even use this word, maybe just use anything like slum or whatever. And they looked into it, and now they added it to this, then the virtual vocabulary in Estonian. So I'm hoping that this is like the first step of like, especially for the Estonian-speaking population, who can then actually like start doing research and things also because of this then created grammatical part then. Thank you. This is it for me. I also want to mention that the review is in Estonian because the theoretical part of my work was done in Estonian, so I hope that's okay.
Nii, retsensiooni on kirjutanud Mari Helm Sadam. Ikka pikavõitu, et ma puristan kiiresti teile ette selle. Magistritööks valitud teemakäsitlus informaalse linnaruumi komplekssest probleemistikust on kindlasti aktuaalne, arvestades linnastumise protsesside kiirus, kogu maailma elanikkonna kasvu ja varalise ebavõrdsuse jätkuvat tõusu. Kasvavad selgelt ka informaalsed tüüpiasulad ehk slummid, ehk Brasiilias siis vastavalt favelad. Nende kõikvõimalikud sotsiaalsed, ruumilised ja infrastruktuurilised puudujäägid on linnaplaneerijatele ja arhitektile väga väljakutsuvad. Lääne mõtteviisis on slummide probleemi pigem marginaliseeritud, käsitledes seda teatud ühiskondade või riikide nišiprobleemina. Ent globaliseerumise ja klimaatiliste tulevikuprotsesside ehk inimeste ümberasumise ja ruumilise koondumise raamistikus on selge, et informaalsus nähtusena laieneb ning ruumiliste metoodikate otsimine dialoog selles on vältimatult olulised ja aktuaalsed. Magistritöös on võetud informaalsuse uurimiseks vaatluse alla Rio de Janeiro favela Rochina. Magistrant on esitanud loogilise ja laduse teoreetilise tööstruktuuri, mille esimene pool esitleb kokkuvõtvalt favelade ajaloo ning juriidilise ja morfoloogilise kujunemise loo. Teine pool analüüsib juhtimismehhanismide, seehulgas patsifitseerimise, kultuuri, turismi, probleemistiku ning niinimetatud sekkumisprogrammide meetmeid ja väljundeid favela eriilmeliste probleemide lähenemiseks. Tuues lõpuosas juhtumiuuringutena välja ka konkreetsed projektid Carcases, Venezuelas, Medelinas, Kolumbias ning Sao Paulos, Brasiilias, kus otsese arhitektuurse sekkumisega on antud olemasolevatele faveladele erinevad ning sotsiaalsed kui ka ruumilised lisandväärtused. Magistritöö projekti osas on pakutud konkreetsete ruumilise lahendusena kogukonnakeskus Rio de Janeiro China favelas. Käsitledes narratiivi loomesektori võimes tuua esile positiivseid muudatusi kohaspetsiifilises ruumilises keskkonnas ja terves linnas laiemalt on keskuse Keskusesse kavandatud muusika- ja kunstikool koos saali ja toetusruumidega ning selle ümber lahendatud avalik rekreatsiooniala. Asukoha valik on põhjendatud olemasoleva situatsiooniga tühja parkimisplatsi näol. Projektlahenduses peegeldub selgelt ratsionaalsus, keskendumine sisule ehk funktsionaalsusele, probleemi lahendusele, mitte niivõrd vormile. Favelade kontekstis arvan loomulikult, et selline rõhuasetus on üheselt selge valik ning arhitektuursele vormikeelele hinnangute andmine mõjuks siinkohal küsitavalt või liigsena. Lihtne ja selge vormikeel mõjub antud kontekstis positiivselt realistlikult. Rõhk on funktsionaalsusele ja tekitava sotsiaalse mõju peale. Projekti tugevus on eritahuline sidusus, kogukonnakeskuse sotsiaalkultuurilise inimeste ühendamise mõtte kõrval seob keskus oma planeeringuga selgelt ruumilist keskkonda, ühendades eri tasapindadel asuvad teed ning luues avalikku avaramalt multifunktsionaalset ühisruumi, millest favelade informaalses kujunemises puudu jääb. Projekt on koostatud visuaalselt professionaalselt, esitatud on vajalik maht arhitektuurseid jooniseid, skeeme ja visuaale hoone vormi ja funktsionaalsuse mõistmiseks. Projektis on lihtsustatud skeemina esitanud ka hoone tehniline toimimine, eelkõige hoone passiivne jahutus ja ventilatsioon. Seejuures on kavandatud hoone katusele maksimaalselt suur arv päikesepaneele. Siinkohal oleks soovinud näha kontseptsiooni hoone katusel toodetava päikeseenergia kasutamiseks, arvestades, et hoone ise on kavandatud ainult passiivse jahutusega. Kokkuvõttes kiidan magistranti ja tema juhendajad, kes on julgenud luua väga keerulise lähteülesande. Arhitektile on tõeline väljakutse laia spektriga probleemistiku informaalses linnaruumis luua arhitektuurse sekkumise abil olemasolevale ruumile lisaväärtus samal ajal vastates või otsides lahendusi väga suure hulgale sotsiaalsetele ja ruumilistele küsimustele. Arvan, et magistrant on ette antud tingimustes endale püstitatud ülesandega hästi hakkama saanud. Loodud magistritöö teoreetiline ja projekti osa on omavahel loogilises seoses. Tööst paistab magistrandi võime analüüsida ja mõista teoreetilist konteksti ning töötada projektis selle põhjal loodud teesidega. Teen ettepaneku eduka kaitsmise juures hinnata tööd kõrgema hindega. See on siis 5 ja suurepärane. Maarja Helm Sadam, valitud arhitekt 7, SKAD Arhitektuuri. Kui sa soovid vastata, siis sul on ka hetk selleks.
Yeah, thanks for the great review. Maybe I'll address the solar panel situation. The roof is filled with solar panels, so the first the way to use them was to then provide electricity to the building and also the surrounding neighborhood. But also, if the future application of this building requires it to have then active ventilation or cooling systems, then they can also be used to do that. But otherwise, thank you for the review.
Thank you for the great presentation. I have one question because you have used this passive ventilation in the building, but you put this basketball field just in front of the southern facade of the building. It could be quite warm in the daytime. Or how you think what time this basketball field could be used? It's in the evening time, but in the middle of day it could be quite hot. Is it southern part of the building?
It's the southern part, but because we're in the southern hemisphere, so the sun is on the north side.
Okay.
So
okay. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
My mistake. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
So northern hemisphere.
That was one of the challenges for me as well, actually. Something different. Okay, come on.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and it's good to go further from here. What's the favorite sports in Brazil?
Street football.
Yeah. So why are you planning a basketball court in front of a building?
It's a multifunctional space because I didn't have much room to actually then use this space in the cityscape. So I was planning on then having then the basketball hoops there, and because the way that they do sports there, you have just kids playing on the street. Mm-hmm. So then this big open space then can be used then as well as a space where you can just play basketball or play football with your friends. One doesn't then kind of like exempt the other.
What was my comment is that maybe you did a little more than you should. Actually, those basketball hoops are not necessary there. This is a public space for sport activities or whatever. Just for the you are limiting yourself maybe. One question for the passive ventilation. So you have those blinds in front of the windows. Are those windows actually windows or they are not covered? This is open space?
Open space.
Okay.
So air can pass through. And because, so for example, let's take this facade here, because the whole neighborhood is just going downhill from there, and the sea is there, so the main way of like the wind can just come in and have this cooling effect on the building. And
what,
also with this vertical atrium.
Understandable. In this sense, this will work for the ventilation, not for the cooling, probably, because the air is quite warm there. But what about rainfall? Because you have 2 times more rainfall yearly basis than in Estonia, in Rio de Janeiro. So if you have so many open spaces, you have not so nice wind directions maybe, then this will be flooded, this building from inside.
This can be a problem, but I'm thinking if we have this these 2 layers of the facade shading, and if you don't have these massive winds that are going to push the rain inside the building, then it's going to be okay. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that I really wanted to then not make a division between indoor and outdoor space. So even if some water gets into the classrooms, then it's not then broken, it's still a usable space. And then that was then one of the core concepts as well of this project.
Okay. Thank you. And just a comment about your portfolio or the thesis as well. You have 3 chapters numbered chapter 8. So maybe just be careful when doing your next project. Okay, thank you.
There's only 1 8. Be careful.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Interesting topic to discuss, and I'm can't be sure that I'm a right person to discuss this, because never visited the site and have little information about it. But I will be just reflecting on what I thought, because I think it's really important to understand, if you're proposing this kind of things, what is the difference between the informality of inhabitation versus informality of design and making. And what you are proposing is only one of it. It's not both of it. But what's all over the place has both sides of them included. And I'm wondering how you bring it into a game, or like how do you argue for this, that there should be a client, there is a material that somebody has to pay for this, and then there's also this understanding that it is not part of a same method and methodology how everything else surrounding it has been constructed, that it is stepping somehow in a direction. And I'm wondering if that's if a culture, or let's say spaces that could be inhabited by locals should carry more identity. Because I'm just going to conclude quickly, because I think the identity is a really important thing. And I'm looking at your stage or your concert hall, and this is like super genuine. I mean, this gives me no understanding where I'm at in what end of the world. I don't even know where the sun is coming in this case. So I'm wondering if when deciding on being an architect, coming in and giving a solution for certain spaces that we don't even know if they are necessary, right? How much identity are you able to bring into this kind of structures that are usually designed and made, design is a questionable word here, but made and inhabited by locals with their certain understandings. So I'm wondering if you managed to bring in the informality or the potential of informality into this project.
Yes, maybe I'm going to start and let's take the problem then of like the difference between informality and formality, or then the differences between them. I think the right answer lies somewhere in between. So we have aspects from informality and also aspects from formality, and if we have then the inhabitation of informality, and then also we have then the building methods of informality. And I think the way that, or that also came then, or what I learned during the theoretical part was that we can still then use this the inhabitation of informality by then using more formal methods of then designing the space, which then can be used with the people who are going to then inhabit it. I don't know if it explains it or...
But just, okay, maybe it's more, the easier question is like, why the center of the space? Or it seems to me that it is a concert hall, or at least you bring it out as a one important render, or the only interior render. Did you try to give it a more identity than it actually shows now? Identity in terms of where it's located. And I think it's really contrasting. You have this deep claver, like this piano in the center of there, and it's total opposite to what I think that the concert hall of this kind of...
That's what I wanted to say with this. That also, for example, let's take this tourism part, or then the problem of then incorporating then, or not incorporating, and then uniting these informal and formal parts of the city. I don't want the center to be only for the people who are then living in the favelas. I think it would be really beneficial also to spread the awareness of having people coming from outside and performing there. So, and that would also bring the people who live in these informal communities, when people who live in these informal communities then closer to then the city as a whole. So if you have performance from outside, it doesn't only have to be then this located center that only the locals can use. And that was also like one of the...
Okay, so just last thing. I'm wondering if you as an architect, are you even ever able to design something into the environment, of very informal environment, in a way it would look informal as well? Meaning that it would be, because like, these are all over the place, bits and pieces, yeah? There's no systematic approach. And I'm wondering what you're proposing now is that you're saying that you can bring something, or you can continue with this same ground that has been made surrounding it, that you can propose there's something that can carry those values. And I'm not sure if one person is able to do that.
Yeah,
as one
I think
architect.
you're correct.
Yeah.
It is. I think it's impossible, because just the methods of informality, of the way that they're building, it is impossible for an architect to just come here and then start doing the way that they built there. So it's.
So I'm just wondering if this good design process could be more community-driven, if they could be more included into the process, and if the spaces that you generate in end of the result of this design process, designing together with the community, you can actually get to the results that are more identical to the environment where it is inserted. Thank you.
Yeah, really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually a question I was also kind of approaching. No, don't worry, it's okay. But there is a follow-up question, or two follow-up questions. Did you think about kind of, or you don't know, maybe it would be kind of, could this concept be changed, or kind of followed up with kind of having residents of the favelas being able to change and adapt the space? So would that be kind of feasible in this kind of context of your project? And second question is, You said that people from outside can come to the favelas. Do they come with cars, and do they need kind of half of the basement space for parking
no,
there?
They usually just rent this.
Okay.
They have these rickshaws.
Because there's this large parking space.
It's just for scooters and stuff. They still need room for that. So yeah. And the first question then was
kind of adaptability, more or less, of your approach. So is this kind of
Yeah, as I mentioned also when I talked about the plans, that they're kind of loosely developed and also in the functional scheme. So then the applicability of the rooms can be changed based on the needs of the local community. I think it's not absolutely the moral or correct if just a Western architect comes and this is the space for you to now sing or do something and do this here, and that's the way it has to be. So I think then one of the main aspects also in this project is that the people can then have a say in designing the space and use the space that they actually want to use that space. I was just providing them with one opportunity to then do that. So yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. The topic is really interesting, and I think the final result is quite appealing. But then I wanted to also, I had this wordplay in my mind that what is informal and what is formal then, and I tried to translate this informality in the urban space to me to Estonian, and I kind of made up this planeerimatu isetekkelisus, which is unplanned, self-established or something like this. I kind of understood it that way. And then I was thinking that also the house that you made is quite in between for us, maybe. Like for us, from here, it looks quite informal somehow, because it's unconventional. We here need to think about the insulation, isolation, everything like this. Now you have benefited of not thinking about it, which is like cool. And then I was thinking also about the context, that to these people there, it's somehow really formal instead. So, yeah, it was just an idea that I was playing in my mind, that if maybe just crossing the equator, not only sun is turning the axis, but also this idea probably. Thanks.
Thanks for presentation. I think it seems to me that you are more informed by the projects that, like good projects that have been done in favelas before. It reminds me a bit of the projects I've seen, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago in Venice Biennale, in Brazil Pavilion, where they showcase all those like community centers that they do. And they're usually like these modernist buildings, and in that sense, like, I understand what you're doing. But I also agree that this kind of like multifunctionality and more something that would be involve the local people in designing it would be kind of like a step further. So this was a comment, and then the question that I have actually is that I think, if I remember it correctly, then this favela Rocinha is it's pretty close to the Copacabana, right? So it has been also one of the most violent ones, like one of the most violent favelas, but it was like cleaned before Rio Olympic Games or something like this. So the reason why it's so violent, because it's obviously close to the rich people where they can sell their drugs and stuff like this. But like the favela also, like you mentioned, has like steeper hills and flatter areas. So my question is, why did you decide to put the community center into the, let's say, most like the area that's not so dangerous. Obviously, the most dangerous areas are where the worst living conditions are, and also where they can see on the roofs. Like if you have seen City of God or Tropa de Lita or whatever movies, you can see it like this is where the kind of violence happens and where kids are dragged into this kind of like a loop of where they cannot get out of it. Why didn't you put your, maybe downscale it a little bit and put it into some like more dense area or something like this?
The answer to this question is, I think it came out so many times in the theoretical part. Wait, I have some isometry somewhere over here. So then this part here, basically this area, this is basically just next to the formal city. So the formal city is just then just over the road over here. So you have a lot of services there. You have this cultural center. So basically everything that needs to be provided is already there. So therefore I thought that then the main or then this best way to actually like then provide something much more to the residents was to then yeah, there. Yeah, is to just have it in the middle, not in the highest parts of the and not in the lowest parts. So it will be just in this space that's not close to the formal part, but not so much far away as well. So
no, I mean it sounds logical. It's just I think like would be also cool to see projects that are like closer to the areas that need these kind of centers the most. Also getting from those highest parts to this place, it's like it takes more time than if you like do it on a flat ground. So. But yeah, thank you.
Oh, hello. This project or thesis was maybe one of the easiest to supervise, because Rasmus is a smart guy, a good architect, and he knew very well what he wanted to do, and also what the topic and the research he is interested to like make research and analyze and so on. And it was like a nice journey together, and there was also like he made like many case studies actually, because there is very different approaches and concepts how these community centers can be done. There is like some like very self-made local people are like putting something together from garbage, or there's also like some charity organizations, and like recent years there are also more also like municipality or government and so on. So the process was like quite smooth, and there was also like what I should like mention, there was like always like considering to find the balance, like how much you can do, or you want to do something, but at the same time you need to keep it very simple, and also like very like flexible, and low tech also probably. Okay, thank you.
I don't think I need this. No.
You have final words.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to thank the committee. Thanks for the interesting questions. The discussion was really interesting. I want to thank the supervisor. Thanks. Also, all the people listening online. Thanks to you. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Let's have a quick break while we are setting up the next project.
Sellega sa tähendab tagasi.
Mul on see portfoolio. Jah. Mis tagurpidi või, ma ei tea.
Parem vasak edasi tagasi, see on laser. Kui tahad, võid ka arvuti nooli kasutada.
Mis asja sa arvad?
Kui tahad, võid neid nooli ka kasutada, vahet ei ole. Kuidas sul endal mugavam on.
Okei.
Ja soovin edu.
Tarvis.
We'll wait a bit so that the committee is back.
I'll take a sip of water.
Yeah, please do. We'll wait a bit so that everyone is Next master thesis will be presented by Peter Luuk, and his supervisor is Üller Ambus.
I'll be presenting in Estonian, but my presentation is in English. Nagu mainiti, siis mu nimi on Peter ja siis teen enda lõputöö teemal avaliku ruumi kaasastamine Türi väikelinna näitel. Siin ka siis väike tutvustav slaid teemadest, mida siis esituse puhul käsitlen. Ja siis seoses isiku huvi ning Türi vallavalitsuse plaaniga Türil välja kuulutada arhitektuuri võistlus Türi keskuse avaliku ruumi ümberkujundamiseks sai siis antud teema valitud lõputööks. Lisaks näeb Türi valla arengukava ette linna avaliku ruumi ühtes stiilis kujundamist ning olla ringmajandust toetav omavalitsus. Statistikaameti poolt tehtud uurimuse kohaselt selgub, et aastatel 2000–2020 on alla 65-aastaste üksi elavate leibkondade arv kasvanud 4,8%. Ehk siis kuigi tänapäeval on avalik ruum ja suhtlemine valdavalt liikunud virtuaalsesse keskkonda, kasutavad siiski inimese füüsilist keskkonda, et vähendada üksildustunnet. Project for Public Spaces poolt tehtud uurimise kohaselt on inimesed avalikus ruumis vähem isoleeritud, kui nad olid 40 aastat tagasi. Ehk see uurimus tehti 2010. aastal. Täna veedab siis inimene avalikus ruumis rohkem aega seltskonnas, kui nad tegid siis enne nutiajastut. Asukoha identiteediga mittearvestamine põhjustab mitmed erinevaid probleeme. Antud probleemide tõttu on siis kaotanud ka mitmed ajaloolised keskused enda identiteedi. Ja enamasti on siis seda seostatud kiire tehnoloogia arenguga. Tapisruug siis valmis 2016. aastal. Ehk siis väljak loodi siis seoses 2010. aastal piirkonnal aastanud maavärinnaga. Selle siis tagajärjel mitmed kohalikud kaotasid enda kodud ja asukoha siis luumiliku stiilist puudub neil avalik ruum, suurem avalik ruum, kus koguneda. Eks nad üldiselt ongi paar inimest tänavavõrgustiku vahel. Projekti staadiumis kaasati ka kohalikke, et seda identiteeti pakkuda neile. Ja lõpptulemuseks valmis siis amfiteatri stiilis väljak, kus siis saavad koguneda eri vanuse klassidest inimesed ja neil on siis ka erinevaid tegevused siin. Keskel on siis need nooremad mängivad palli, seal kõrgematel astmetel on erinevad treenimisvõimalused, siis natuke vanematel ja siis veel vanemad saavad seal istuda ära ja vestelda. Põlva keskväljak valmis 2018. aastal ja sarnaselt Türil kavandatavale siis on ka selle asukoht nii-öelda teeristumiskohtadest eemal. Puidu kasutamine on siis väljendamaks siis kohalikku puidutööstuse identiteeti, et osakaalu siis sellest linnamajandussektorist. Ja siis samuti siis väljak on enda asukoha ja tühjuse poolest saanud palju kriitikat, et siis nagu all asenduplaanil näha, et siis et projekti raames siis nähti ette ka uus hoonestus, mida siis tänaseni pole veel valminud, ehk seda võib seostada selle väikelinnade majandusliku seisuga, et ei saa nii kiiresti ehitada neid. Türi on siis vallasisene linn, mis paikneb Edela-Järvamaal. Linnal on hea ühendus Paidega, asukoht on tuntud lillelaatade ja siis kevadlinna poolest, pealinna poolest. Linna äärest voolab lõviga Pärnu jõgi, mis linna kujunemisel olulist rolli mänginud. Elanike arv oli kõrgem siis 80. aasta lõpus ja peale taasiseseisvumist on ta hakanud langema. Ja alates 20. aastast on ta siis kõikunud seal 5000 inimese kandis. Ajalooliselt on Türi puhul tegemist noore linnaga, ehk hakkas kujunemas tänu raudtee rajamisele eelmise sajandi alguses, mida kasutasid ära kohalikud mõisnikud ja siis rajasid paberivabriku. Et nagu näha, siis kui eelmise sajandi alguses oli mõni üksik hoone seal, kirik ja üksik hoone raudtee ümber, siis 30 aastaga oli see asul piisavalt kasvanud, et saada linnaõigused. Ja samuti siis linnas rohke osa, haljastusosakaal on pärit 30-ndatest, mis oli ka siis linnapoliitika, kus taheti siis linnast teha selline suvituslinn. Nii. Projektalaks on siis valitud Türi keskuse avaliku ruumi arhitektuuri võistluse tööversioonist välja toodud piirid, ehk siis siin on see punasega näha, et ala on võrdlemisi suur ja siis ta on jaotatud nagu kahte ossa, kus siis sinna keskmises osas oodatakse siis uut keskväljakut ja ümbritsevad alad on siis niisugused, kus oodatakse väiksemaid sekkumisi, et seda linnaruumi sidusamaks muuta. Suures pildis on siis võistlusülesanne hästi koostatud, mille tõttu see projekti puhul sellest enamasti lähtutud ja siis negatiivseks küljeks võib välja tuua siis selle uushoonestuse rajamise, mis on näha ka Põlva näitel, et see väljak on tegelikult tühjane ja see autor on sellest lähtuvalt siis kasutanud teise viisi, kuidas väljaku ruume piirata. Samuti on välja pakutud siis väljapääsu tagamine siia ringtee keskele, ehk siis mis läheks vastuollu siis keeliteooria turvalisuse printsiibiga, kus siis inimene, kes seal keskel oleks, talle tulevad igalt poolt nagu vastu autot tema poole ja siis justkui ei ole niisugune väga mugav olla seal. See on mõned pildid asukohast. Ja hetkel siis paikneb see väljaku ala keskel suur parkla, mis siis valdavalt on tühi, kuid kui mingid üritused, siis on see kasutuses. Siin kõrval paikneb ka laste mänguväljak ja siis piirialal on veel seda väljaku ala siis nii-öelda piiravad uus põhikool, mis siin 2 aastat tagasi valmis, vana koolimaja, kus praegu on vallamaja ja raamatukogu ning siis kultuurikeskus koos muusikakooliga. Ja ala ümber on ka ohtralt kõrghaljastust. Türi on võrdlemisi väike linn. Projektala jääb siis üldiselt selle 500 meetri ringi sisse, kui võtta see keskosa keskpunktiks. Enamus ühiskondlik hooneid jääb samuti siin ala sisse, mõned üksikud on siis ka veel kilomeetri raadiuses ja natuke eemal. Türi on siis maakondliku tähtsusega ühistranspordi sõlmpunkt. Rongiga saab Tallinnasse, Viljandisse, bussiliiklus ka suuremate Eesti linnade vahel ja maakonnasiselt on hea bussiliiklus Paidega, et siis nemad saaks ka nagu rongi kasutada. Et eelnevad uurimused on näidanud, et Türile meelitavad turiste erinevad üritused ja sündmused. Et suurimaks neist on siis lillealaat, mis paikneb siin keskusest eemal ja ülejäänud vabaõhuüritused siis valdavalt toimubki, kes siis sellel projektalal või selle vahetuslähetuses. Nii. Peale mitmete parkide ja puiesteede on suur osa Türi linnast kaetud eramäedega, mille hoovid on rohkelt haljastatud siis selle 30-ndatel koostatud poliitika järgi. Seal keskosas, et siin enne parklat oli ka üks heinamaa, mis oli siis endisest koolimajast pärit ja siis ümbritsevad mitmed kõrghaljastatud pargid seda piirkonda. Et siis nagu eelnevalt sai mainitud, et keskuse ümber paikneb mitmed parklad, mis on valdavalt tühjad ja siis noored kasutavad seda kui kogunemispaikadena, sest seal on nagu, kui Türil niisugust kaubanduskeskust ei ole, mis oleks nagu, kus noored saaks koguneda, siis nad kasutavad justkui seda kohta. Nii, liiklus siis valdavalt on see Viljandi, Paide ja siis Tallinnas on kõige suurema koormusega, et seal ääres on ka kergliiklustänavad ja mujal on siis nad liiguvad autodega koos, kuna seal on niisugune madalam liiklustihedus ja nad üksteist ei sega. Ja siis siin kerge soojenduspilt ette. Materjalidena on valdavalt kasutatud looduslikke materjale, mis siis ja siis metallpinnad on ette nähtud värvide halliga, et nad sobituks keskkonda paremini. Puit on siis väljendamaks kohalikku identiteeti puidu tööstuse näol. Jälgides siis ühtset joont on projekti üldine eesmärk luua mitmekesise kasutusega sidus ning inimmõõtu arvestav avalik ruum, mis pakuks kasutust aastaringselt. Nii, alustame Järvest siis kõigepealt. Et siis järveäärsel alal on ette nähtud olemasoleva parkla korrastamine, see on see keskmine ala. Ja siis samuti, kuna see keskuses keskväljaku alal olev parkla, mis praegu on siis selle arvu tahetakse säilitada, parkimisarvu, siis neid on ka hajutatud sellel alal laiali, et siis tagada see normatiiv. Samuti rajatakse siis jalgratturitele parkimisvõimalused, mida siis järve ääres ei ole praegu ja nähakse ette ka lõkkepaviljonid eesmärgiga pakkumaks võimalust järveäärse ala kasutada ka muul eesmärgil, kui seal ainult ujuda ja siis jalutada. Et siis nad on ette nähtud siis olema suunatud järve suunas, et oleks niisugune vaade ka. Siin on pilt Viljandi tänavast, siis siin paremal vasakul ääres on niisugune olemasolev turg ja siis siin keskel läheb see nii-öelda jalakäijate sõbralikum tänav. Üldine eesmärk on siis Viljandi tänaval alandada autode kiirust, ehk sellega vähendatakse autoradade laiust, et siis nad liiguks aeglasemalt, mis muudab selle inimsõbralikumaks ka inimestele. Siis hetkeline keskväljak on eesmärk jaotada 2, ehk siis üks pool jääb parkimiseks ja teine jääb siis uisuväljakuks, mida saab kasutada nii talvel kui ka suvel, ehk siis et suvel oleks ta niisugune rulluisuväljak ja talvel oleks ta uisuväljakuna kasutusel. Et siis linna läbivad inimesed näevad, et midagi seal toimub ja et linn on elav. Nii. Siis ka vaade uisuväljakule. Nüüd siis väljakust. Ehk siis kujunemisel on arvestatud siis ümbritsevate hoonestusega, tänavavõrgustikuga ja olemasoleva haljastusega. Samuti nõuavad ligipääsu põhikool, raamatukogu allamaja ja siis kultuurikeskus. Kuna need avanevad nagu suhteliselt eemale, siis on nagu üldiselt see kesktelg ja siis, mis sai lähtuvalt siis olemasoleva haljastuse järgi paigutatud. Väikeline olemus seab mingil määral piirika selle väljaku suurusele, et meeletult suurt väljakut ei ole mõtet teha sellisesse kohta. Ja siis lähtuvalt sellele olemasoleva haljastuse olemasolevale väikese hoonestuse nõudele sai siis kasutatud kõrghaljastust, et piirata siis selliseid väljaku ruumilisi piire. Et kuna see vanurite arv on asukohas kõrge, siis on tulevikus ei ole nagu vältimatu, et inimeste arv hakkab langema ja sellega ei ole seda nõuet uushoonestusele. Eesmärk on pakkuda kogukonnale keskkond, mis aitaks kaasa identiteedi kujunemisel. Sellega pakutakse välja inimmõõtmeline keskkond, mis pakub mitmeid tegevusi eri vanuseklassidele ning loob võimaluse korraldada erinevaid üritusi. Siin siis ka enam-vähem jalakäijate liikumine, kuidas nad võiksid kulgeda läbi selle ala. Ehk siis siin keskel on see, mis läbi üle tänava, see on ette nähtud seda natuke tõsta, et seda autode kiirust alandada. Samuti kaob see ära läbipääs, mis siin enne autodel oli. Kuna see liiklustihedus on võrdlemisi madal, siis ei mõjuta see seda ümbritsevaid tänavaid palju. Alale on ette nähtud siis mingil määral olemasoleva parkimise allesjätmine, kuna seda olemas pakutava funktsiooni on vaja ka toetada. Ehk siis alal on siis ala toetavad siis kohviku paviljon koos kioskiosaga, mis siis annab siis inimesi meelitab rohkem ligi. Samuti laste mänguväljak, mis on vähe kompaktsem, aga uuendatud võrreldes siis vanaga ja siis väljakule viiva allee äärde on siis paigutatud pergolad, mida siis laatade all saab katust liigutada vastavalt vajadusele ja ilmale, kuidas inimesele endale meeldib. Et samuti siis siin on need pergolad paiknevad siin, siis seda väljakut saab kasutada laatade all ka turupaviljonid, sinna peale panna või need telgid, mis on toolised värgid. Lähtuvalt siis eelnevalt tehtud uurimustele Türi inimestele aitavad siis üritused inimestes tekitada ühtekuuluvustunnet ja suurendavad emotsionaalset heaolu. Ehk siis see aitab kaasa kogukondliku identiteedi loomisel, millega on siis pakutud ka siis selline, siin saab neid suuremaid üritusi korraldada ja siis siin väiksemad üritused siin all vana koolimaja taustal, et siis korraldada selliseid väiksemaid muusika või mingi avalike vestlused. Ja aitäh kuulamast ja ootame teie küsimusi.
Aeg on retsensiooni jaoks. Retsensiooni on kirjutanud Kaurut Taltsepp. Valitud teema on päevakohane, käsitledes Kahenava linna probleeme ja võimalusi. Magistritöö eesmärk oli uurida, mida kujutab endast kaasaegne avalik ruum ning mis on selle kasutust mõjutavad tegurid. Teoreetilisest osast. Kirjalik osa on jaotunud 2. Esimene pool loob raamistiku avaliku ruumi käsitlemisest, seda peamiselt Jaan Keeli põhjal, teine pool annab ülevaate Türi linna ajaloost, olevikust ja ka võimalikust tulevikust, arengukavadest. Üleminek rolli teoreetiliselt osalt rakenduslikule ehk projektile täidab magistritöös piirkonna analüüs. Tekstiline osa algab huvitavalt, käsitledes kaasaegse linnaruumi erinevaid tahke ja mõjutegureid, luues sellega raamid ja pakkudes tööriistad Türi keskuse avaliku ruumi kaasajastamiseks. Paraku saavad aga teksti edenes üha rohkem tähelepanu halvasti sõnastatud tõlkelt ning läbivalt toimetamata tekst, mis muudab sisu mõistmise ja mõtestamise sama hästi juhitavaks kui vabalangemise. Valitud juhtumõju-uuringud on pealiskaudsed ning kahjuks ei selgu valikute tagamad. Haitilt, Panamast ja Lõuna-Eestist valitud projekte pole analüüsitud, kusjuures Panama projektist ei leidu jooniseid ega pilte, mistõttu jääb täiesti arusaamatuks, kas ainuke põhjus juhtumõju-uuringu valikuks oli see, et Pokvitis kui Türil toimuvad lilleladad. Magistritöölt ootaks suuremat põhjalikkust ja analüütilisemat lähenemist. Avaliku ruumi kaasajastamisest ehk projekteeritud lahendusest. Projekt tegeleb 3 alaga. Paisjärv-Äärne ja Lauluväljak ümbrus, Viljandi tänav ja olemasolev keskväljak ning 3. Türi põhikool, vallamaja ja kultuurikeskuse vaheline ala. Tervitatav on magistrandi lähenemine, kus tähelepanu pole fokusseeritud ainult ühele väljakule, vaid linnaruumi aktiveerimiseks on analüüsitud laiemaid võimalusi. Siin peitubki töö suurim tugevus. Tegeleda materjaliga, kesklinna üleselt 500 meetri raadiuses. Liikudes edasi üldiselt üksikule hakkavad kahjuks probleemsed traagelniidid järjekordselt paistma. Teoreetilises osas välja toodud hea ja kaasaegse linnaruumi kvaliteedi kriteeriumite rakendamisega on jäetud poolele teele. Toon kriitika välja 3 ala kohta eraldi ning punktide sees esitan magistrandile küsimused. Esiteks, laulukaare ja järveäärne ala. Väikelinnas, kus järve ääres elamualade piirini on 2 kilomeetrit, ei pea rajama laulukaare esise arvelt parkimiskohti. Kui autor toob varasemalt välja enda seisukoha, et linna ääres toimuva lillefestivali jaoks ei ole vaja statsionaarseid parkimiskohti rajada, siis miks on seda vaja teha laulukaare juures? Järveäärde lõkkepaviljonide lisamine on huvitav ja alale meeldivat lisaväärtust pakkuv funktsioon. Samas paiknemine jätab suvalise laiali pillutatud mulje, kuskilt ei paista, et paviljonide kujunduse ja paigutuse puhul oleks mõeldud vaadetele ilmakaartest tingitud päikese liikumisele. Paviljoni disain on skemaatiline ning oma läbitöötatuselt toores. Näiteks katmata lõkkease peab normatiivselt jääma 8 meetri kaugusele lähimast hoonest rajatisest, mida oleks saanud teisiti teha. Teiseks, Viljandi tänav ja praegune keskväljak, sulgudes ringtee. Parkla mõtestamine on õige suund, samas tekitab küsimusi välja pakutud lahend, kus ühes linna tihedamas autode sõlmpunktis on uisuväljak, talvel jää, suvel asfalt. Kas seal on turvaline, kas seal on mugav? Äkki oleks saanud parkimist teisiti korraldada ning kogu praeguse ala inimkesksemalt lahendada. Miks pole ringristmiku vastas olev kaubamaja esine ala kaasajastamise lahendusse kaasatud? Viljandi tänavaga lõikes tegelemine oluline, jalgrattara ja loomine loogiline, samas jääb lahendus veidi skemaatiliseks, kuidas on lahendatud jalakäijate ja ratturite eraldus. Kolmandaks, uus väljak, põhikooli, vallamaja ja kultuurikeskuse vaheline ala. Miks on jäetud parkimine nii suures mahus väljaku ala sisse? Välilava asukoht, miks on see ühes servas kinni asfaldis? Kas parki sissepoole tuua ei olnud seda võimalik? Kuidas haakub välilava linnaruumiline kujundus ülejäänud alaga? Kas moodustub tervit? Kas vallamaja ja kultuurikeskuse vahetu kontaktvöönd olemasolev asfalt on nii kvaliteetne, et selle ruumi kujundamisega polnud huvi tegeleda? Magistritöö on graafiliselt ja küljenduslikult kõrgetasemeline, ent kohati jääb arusaadavus parandamiseks viidetest puudu. Koostatud lõputöö on rahuldav, mis vastab hindele 2. Kaugtöökeskus volitatud arhitekt, Kaus arhitektuuri. Et sul on soovid adresseerida ning küsimusi, siis sul oleks ka aega.
Alustan siis selle järveäärsest alast. Siis see parkimise, see suuremahuline parkimine, siis see on põhimõtteliselt selle olemasoleva parkimise korrastamine, et ta ei ole nagu, ta on seal praegu ka parkimine olemas, et ta on suhteliselt kaootiline seal, miks ma näen siin ette sellise korrapärasema parkimise, siis selle haljastuse lisamisega nagu rahustab seda ka liikumiskiirust seal autodel. Paviljonide osas siis suunatus sai määratud lähtuvalt siis selle järve asukohale, et avaneks järve poole. Ja see lõkke aseme kohta, et selle saaks nagu lahendada sellega, et kasutada tulekaitsevärve, kuid jah, sellega nõustun, et 8 meetrit, see ei kahe silma vahele. Viljandi tänava osas see uisuväljak, et ta seal ringristmiku lähedal on nagu, ta on eraldatud selles suhtes, see on haljas riba, see läheb veel kõnnitee ja siis samuti on see uisuväljak veel piiratud piirdeaiaga, mis on niisugune tavaline uisuväljaku kohta. Ja ma ei leia, et oleks nagu selles suhtes ebaturvaline inimestele, kuna seal kõnnitee ja haljas riba veel eraldab neid sealt suurest autoteest. Miks ma seda kaubama esist ei hõlmanud oli, kuna see võistlusülesanne see suuresti määras selle piirid, siis ta oleks poolikuks nagu jäänud, sest see kaubama on nagu hästi natukene on seal näha, et ta on selles alas sees, et ta läheb sealt veel edasi. Et see, kui see pool ala nagu ära lahendada ja siis pool nagu kaootiliseks jätta, siis ta näeb kuidagi võõras nagu vales keskkonnas oleks. Väljaku alal, mis seal küsimused olid veel? Miks on jäetud, parkimine on jäetud siis sinna väljaku äärde sellepärast, et tagada ligipääs ka laatade ajal, et kui nagu laadalised tulevad müüma, siis neil on vaja kuskilt need telgid sinna viia, et kui kuskilt kaugelt hakkad nende telkidega jala tulema, et siis ta ei ole nagu kuidagi loogiline ja mugav. Ja nõustun, välilava oleks võinud olla küll pargi sees, kuid mu mõte oli see, et sealt oleks nagu loogilisem, teede jätk läheb siit samuti sealt tagant ja et ta ei läheks siit eest läbi kuidagi. Ja samuti siis saab seda kooli tausta nagu kasutada ka niisuguse sügisperioodil, nagu oleks ta niisugune mingil määral ka varjaks. Ja see kultuurimaja ja see parkla on tegelikult, ta vist ongi mingi 10 aastat vana, et see tee kvaliteet on suhteliselt hea, et ei näe nagu mõtet kõike täiesti uuesti teha ja üles tõmmata, kui sellele otsast nagu vajadust ei ole. Seda võimalik palju olemasolevat ka ära kasutada. See oli siis eesmärk selle asfalteerimisega nagu mitte tegelemine. Nagu rohkem vist ei ole.
Okei, ma alustan siis.
Okay.
I will do it in English, so...
Yeah, you can ask me.
Thank you for the presentation. The Türi topic, I think it's quite interesting in terms of the shrinking city theme and also the defining the new center for the city.
Yeah.
It's
really
the key thing actually when you are thinking about the small city. Then when I start this kind of project or thinking about it, then I'm always thinking about where the people come and where they want to go, and most of the times it's quite obvious how they move there, how the mass is moving somehow.
Yeah.
Right now I don't know the Türi topic, but for me it seems a bit unclear where people come and where they want to go. Okay. I see they want to go to school, but where they come from, like where are the living areas?
Most of the town is covered in living areas. Like here there are living areas, and they're like here as well. Okay. Like most of it is like actually are.
So they are coming all together to the shop and cultural center and the school.
Pretty much.
And then I had the question about the cultural center. You have chosen not to integrate it anyhow to the project. Is there some kind of reason why you chose to do it? Because I could see so much ways to benefit from the house.
It's because it opens from this side, and from this side, so it's like kind of like not open to this side. Okay. So that was the main reason.
And then a comment about the axis, that when you are making this kind of statement axis that is leading towards something, then it should be lead to somewhere, or towards some really good point. Or some
you mean
really
this thing?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like it's to connect the lakeside, and like it's actually, you can see from this render, it's like this church, which is like the first building in the area. It's like in the pathway, you can see that when you're heading towards this area.
Okay. Okay. So this is really like concrete stop to this axis.
Yeah.
It looks a bit strange on the map. But okay. I will let other. Thank you. Let
Thank
other
you.
people talk.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I have kind of similar remarks to your project as I had for the Põlva project. So maybe you know that I personally also like many things are like clear, and I understand that people who are local they can point out some like mistakes and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But as a person who has never been in Türi, then from a student project or master thesis project, I expect like maybe like a little bit stronger language, like a design language. So it's like really evenly distributed, and there are lots of small little things happening. I understand that this is like a rational way to think, but something could be there. That's like a remark. And then maybe a question, like I was reading like your portfolio a little bit, and then you referenced Agora.
Yeah.
So have you been to Agora?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so actually like your central area has a little bit of this kind of layout happening, but really little. I was wondering, like, I understand you wanted to create like a central plaza and then like put some other stuff. Did you also try some other layouts, like where you have like a more different functions like laid out in different spaces? Because Agora, for example, is pretty cool in a way that like it doesn't have like a clear central area. It's like you go from one area to another, and then something is happening. And during the Greek times, obviously discussions were happening. But in Türi, maybe like some like selling stuff or like this community stuff can happen.
I had drafts, but then when it was like about like community gathering, then I thought like it might be like they like spread out too much, but like I tried to like spread out as like this smaller stages and the central plaza and this other socializing part here. Also this, I'm not sure if I answered your question. But
yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm wondering maybe in case of Türi, the idea would not be to cramp it all here, but connect more those different, like you mentioned the floral, elada, right?
Yeah.
This area, and then you have like lots of small stuff here, but then to have like more kind of connecting points and then kind of bring the city together. But this is just a personal thing. I don't really have like really strong opinion in that direction.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I also tried to read your thesis. I tried to translate it, so it was quite interesting for me. The theoretical part too, you made a quite good analysis of the local situation and quite understandable. I also like your approach that you are working in a quite sensitive way. As I understood, it's kind of an existing parking space that you are now turning into a...
yeah, there's like existing parking space, and there's a children playground, which is like, currently it's like situated here.
So that was kind of the parking space, or is the parking
space? You
space?
can see here, like on this plan.
Yeah.
This is parking space. This is like the children playground. Okay. And I'm like, since there's existing greenery.
Yeah.
I use this as mainly as the axis, because it's like I don't want to lose too much of the existing green areas to support make the edges or spatial edges for the plaza as well.
I think it's quite fun because you are also thinking about connectivity, like connectivity to the existing street system, and also this perspective. This is kind of this diagonal kind of axis crossing the square, the viewpoint here on top.
Yeah, it's like here, this part.
Yeah. And if you kind of work with this existing space, don't want to touch other space, I think it's quite good solution to not kind of have the how you say to be kind of tempted to make kind of a symmetrical thing, but rather to focus on this actual and viewpoint topic, which is quite good choice. And so you kind of break the symmetry of this rectangular situation and make movement quite, I think that can ensure kind of a certain life on this place, which is quite interesting. Yeah. Although it's quite abstract, of course, it's a urban design project or kind of a landscape design project or something in between. I really like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know the Good Public Space Initiative,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And you have analyzed one of them.
Yeah.
By now there's 10 constructed, 5 to go. There might be more than 15 new contemporary approaches to city centers. So for your study, you have analyzed one of them, the Põlva case, and you realized that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So what did you do that is giving us now a city center that is active, fully motivated, and have the fluxes of people going through? And let me just continue on that thought, because if you would analyze the 10 of them that's been done, you would see a lot of mistakes. And I think my biggest criticism on this initiative is the fact that the brief is not adapting and the brief is not changing. It's all about making the square, but we don't need a square. We don't need the emptiness to be like reinforced by empty square, but actually we need to create density and provide functions and program that would enforce the density and activity. And you have done some moves that are really similar to, for example, Rapla. So you're doing the thing how to deal with car transport but extending the public space or public square across it, so you're sort of slowing down the traffic. But another really good thing that was done in Rapla was the fact that it's they brought in the landscape and they create some kind of land tectonical moves that actually created different, that sort of diluted the idea of a big square. For example, Tõrva is the one that actually brought down the sky, let's say. It created a light wireframe with light fixtures, so the square wouldn't be that vast and it would be more easily to adapt it to usage. In terms of Valga, I think the biggest criticism is the fact that all the buildings are with the back to the square, Valga square, right?
Yeah.
And now they're making sure, and it's a bit of a hassle, of course, but how to activate the back of buildings in order to make them open to square. And I think in case of Tõrva, there's a lot of scenarios, but what if we could have kept some trees and what if could it be more humanized space in general? But it's all about creating the active front around it and then bringing in new functions that were not there before. And we saw a project yesterday in Põlva that actually dealt with a lot of those topics. Like, what is modernization or contemporarization of a public space? It might not be another seating area or a vast square. It might much more be about the health. Terviserada, meaning like this kind of a bath of health that has different functions, recreational functions, but also activity functions. What, like a communal kitchen she proposed, or recreational outdoor gyms, indoor gyms, etc. So I'm wondering if the word modernization, after 10 case studies that we have already in this small country, and that partially or mostly have been discussed in really critical terms, as you discussed your one case study in Tallinn case, Põlva case, sorry, so critically. I'm wondering if there's something you learn from there, and what is really meaning the contemporization or the modernization of an outdoor public space.
I personally think that public space should be like interesting, like kind of changing, not just like in Põlva case, it's like kind of like pretty open. So it's like, to an eye, it's like, maybe it's kind of like bores you, like it's like those pavilions are interesting design, but in the end it's like
What do you see?
yes, but I also use the kõrghaljastus.
Yeah, in 40 years.
Maybe like 10 to 15 years, because there's like this parking area that used to be. They're like planted 10 to 15 years ago. Now they're like almost like 6-7 meters tall. So it's like, it also already gives you like this spatial element. But when you take into account the Türi arengukava, then there are like, by detailplanering, there are like many buildings that are supposed to be built but have still not been built like in 20 years. So it's like using the landscaping to create the dimension, spatial edge is kind of like, is making sure you actually get it like sometime than like waiting for local government to actually like start like working on this.
All I'm saying is that you're in school, and that's been said before as well. Like you're in university, you can really experiment and have your architectural ambition on changing the current flux, on how those squares are done and made. And I was really excited when you said Põlva is not working. I'm like, yes, please give me something to grab from. And I don't think you provided anything more than what's done in Põlva. And I even questioned the locations. And I think questioning the brief, as a university student, you have this possibility to question the brief. You have a possibility to add new functions and new possibilities, what could be happening there, and also discussing what in urban scale, what should be connected, where are the city, where should be the potential city center. So I think I'm asking for more experimentation and more deeper research. Because if we today, an architecture students, should be doing this kind of a study, this should be totally different from the ones that we have seen being constructed now yearly. So I think your analysis should have been much more based on a contemporary scale and contemporary case studies that are already constructed. And I think you could learn from there a lot. So I think Türi has a huge potential, and I think what you're doing is essential, but it's essential also that we have a critical analysis on existing ones and not repeating the mistakes that are done. Okay. So that's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. A few comments from my side as well. Türi is a quite small place, and if you look at what is already there, in one of those areas you have a place for, let's say, outdoor concerts near the lake.
Yeah.
Now you're planning for 2 in the center, 2 additional places for concerts, outdoor concerts. What is the most motivation behind it?
It was kind of in the competition guidelines as well, to give a central square for smaller like not the singing festivals that are usually like by the lake, but the other kind of cultural festivals like public speeches, stuff like that could be done in the plaza. But my idea was also like the smaller gatherings could be also done in this in the theme of the old school building.
So basically now the people in Türi are in a dilemma that, okay, we have a gathering, usually it was by the lake, and now should we go there or there? So it might be a little bit confusing.
Usually, those small gatherings used to be in like this central park here, which is like kind of like, it doesn't really have this central space where people could gather. They're just all over the place there. So that's why I designed a place for those gatherings for people could actually like be as well.
Mm-hmm. Introverts as we are in Estonia, I don't know how many gatherings we have yearly basis, but yeah, I can see the point. What I really appreciate is that you didn't pave all the greenery, what was used in many cases in those central parks, not parks anymore, that were built previously and were referenced. And my last comment is about traffic design, let's say, that you have again diminished the corridors for the artery, let's say, in the city, because the Viljandi maantee, or Viljandi tänav actually, it connects by the Türi-Viljandi, and now you said that, okay, let's cut it down.
I cut it down by a little, but because there's like 4.5 meters and it's like 3.6 now, just to slow down the traffic in the central town. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. And again, meter from the parkings as well. And what my point is that, and what did you gain from that? Actually, you gained 1 meter of greenery beside the road, which in Estonia, where we have winters, it's used for just gathering snow, and then we have salt in the snow, then the grass will die, and so on. So a lot of headache for the local municipality. And okay, 1 meter for the bicycle lane as well. So just the ideas behind the, I would say, slowing down the traffic in the center of the city, or I think they are beneficial, and we should think in that direction. But if we cut the arteries, then we actually make this much worse in the sense of pollution and so on, because if those buses and heavy trucks that pass Türi, definitely they are in a lower speeds, then I don't think that it's a nice place to be in a warm summer day.
It's only like a few hundred meters, so it shouldn't affect it that much.
But
yeah, that's a good point.
Without the math, we don't know. It's an assumption. But yeah, just to get thinking that it's not always the right way to go. That okay, let's cut it down. Let's, if we do it, we have to reason it somehow that we actually need
lower the noise, but noise pollution as well.
Yeah, it might be so. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My short comment is just like if the competition area is between the lake and the transit road, there is in this proposal there is a lack of connections and proposals. What we do with the space between the lake and central, I don't know, central square or park, and just a couple of fireplaces near the lake is, I guess, also quite a weak solution for a planning proposal, because the area for the competition is bigger, and I was supposed to assume that it's solved in this case as well. Just a short comment.
Yeah, thank you.
As Peter is from Türi, then he was actually looking quite long to find and he had this kind of fixation to work there. So we were looking quite long time what to do there. So this competition kind of fell on his lap. So, but on the other hand, we were also kind of prisoners of that it might be also a difficult task, but here we are. So also that Peter is from Türi, that I gave him maybe more liberty and maybe trusted his instincts that he knows much more about the place than I, who has maybe visited a couple of times. So I kind of trusted him with maybe more liberty than sometimes. But in general, I think it's also okay that Peter's proposal is, let's say, more down to earth, and there's also always a temptation to go for further and then maybe add more buildings and etc. But but I think overall the process it worked well between us. So I think it's good. Thank you very much.
Aitäh. Thank you for the discussion. And also I would like to thank my supervisor for supervising me. And that's all. Thank you.
Again, let's have a 5-minute break so that we can set up the next project. Master thesis will be presented by Birgit Viider, whose supervisor is Jaan Kuusemets.
Lugupeetud komisjon ja publik, mina olen Birgit Viider ja ma esitan teile täna oma magistritöö teemal töötajate produktiivsust ja heaolu toetav paindlik tööruum. Antud töö on teostatud siis Ülemiste City poolt toodud Ülo Pärnitsa stipendiumi konkursi raames koostöös Ülemiste City arendajatega, kelleks on Mainur Ülemiste ja Tehnopolis Ülemiste ja nende ootused sellele tööle olid siis, et põhjaliku uurimusosa järgselt nad saaksid võtta need tulemused ja ettepanekud endaga uutesse projektidesse kaasa ja need ootused siis projektile olid, et see oleks võimalikult selline ebatavaline, mis neil hetkel seal on, oleks innovaatiline ja pigem selline eksperimentaalne.
Siis kuulavad teised ka.
Aitäh. Inimene vedab keskmiselt 90 000 tundi oma elust tööl. See tähendab seda, et töökeskkonnal on väga-väga suur mõju inimese heaolule ja lisaks ka füüsilisele ja vaimsele tervisele. Ja kuigi kontoriruumides on ruumiplaneering üks nendest aspektidest, siis tegelikult arhitektid saavad enda poolt läbi arhitektuursete ja ehituslike võtete tagada siis töötajatele väärtusliku ja toetava töökeskkonna. Ja üks suurimaks katsumuseks arhitektide puhul ongi just see, et vastata kõikide kasutajate ootustele. Sest nagu me teame, et töötajatel on tööruumidele pigem personaalsemad ootused, et oleks võimalus sotsialiseeruda, oleks privaatsuse võimalus, oma töökohta personaliseerida ja see-eest tööandjatel on aga pigem sellised üldisemad eesmärgid, et nad soovivad, et nende ruum oleks piisavalt paindlik, et kollektiivi kasvamise ja kahanemise puhul saaks oma ruumi kuidagi modifitseerida selle asemel, et siis kolida ja lisaks nad soovivad siis oma pinda võimalikult maksimaalselt siis ära kasutada. Ja sealt tekkis küsimus, et millised võtted saaksid arhitektid kasutada, et nad suudaksid luua sellist ruumi, mis on kõikidele kasutajatele meeldiv ja meelepärane. Lisaks on hästi palju populaarsust praegu kogunud kodukontorites töötamine. See hoogustus kindlasti 2 aastat tagasi, kui algas COVID-viiruse globaalne puhang. Ja tegelikult on tõestatud, et kodukontoris töötamine pärsib produktiivsust ja lisaks see tegelikult mõjutabki inimeste heaolu ja vaimset tervist, sest et seal puudub sotsiaalne aspekt, mis on tegelikult väga oluline. Nende eelnimetatud tegurite alusel tõstatasingi antud lõputööga probleemi, et tänapäevased ühiskondlikke aspekte arvesse võttes mugava, vajaliku ja paindliku tööruumi loomine Ülemiste Citisse, kus töötajad siis eelistaksid kodukontori asemel töötada ja selle probleemi lahendamiseks on siis eesmärk selgitada välja Ülemiste City töötajate, tööandjate ja arendajate eelistused töökoha ja keskkonna suhtes, mida arvesse võttes siis projekteerida uus hoone Ülemiste Citisse ja mis siis aitaks nendel ettevõtetele hoida oma töölisi, pakkudes neile meeldivat töökeskkonda. Minu uurimuslik töö koosnes 3 osast, milles esimeses analüüsisin Ülemiste City töötajate, tööandjate, arendajate eelistusi ja ettepanekuid töökoha ja keskkonna osas ja seda ma tegin läbi personaalse küsitlemise, samuti saatsin laiali ka küsimustikku. Lisaks osalesin ka Ülemiste City arendajate koosolekutel ja workshopidel. Ja need ettevõtted, kellele ma saatsin küsimustikke laiali, valisin selle järgi, et oleks võimalikult erineva suurusega ettevõtted, tegutseksid erinevates tegevusvaldkondades ja samuti nad asuksid erinevates Ülemiste City hoonetes, mis on siis erinevatel aastatel rajatud. Ja natukene tulemustest ka tuli välja, et üle poolte eelistaksid töötada osaajast kodukontoris, teine osaajast kontoris ja nagu ka välja tuli, siis praegused Ülemiste City ettevõtted kasutavad suuresti avatud kontori planeeringu tüüpi, mis pigem on siis tööandjate eelistus, et siis maksimaalselt tööpinda ära kasutada töökohtade alla. Ja sealt tuli ka kõige suurem ebakõla, et 73% praegu töötab avatud tööruumis nendest vastanutest, aga ainult 11% eelistavad töötada avatud planeeringuga tööruumis. Et ikkagi peamiselt eelistatakse vahelduvat tööruumi. Samuti uurisin ka füüsikaliste ja füüsiliste tegurite rahulolu
praegustes kontorites ja tuli välja, et kõige negatiivsemad tagasisidet said loomulik valgus, temperatuur, heliisolatsioon, töökoha asukoht kontoris ja vaade töökohal kontoris. Samuti oli minu jaoks oluline aga teada, millised on kõige olulisemad tegurid nende töötajate jaoks kontorihoone puhul ja tuli välja, et kõige olulisemad on loomulikult kontori asukoht, hoone kaasaegse innovaatilisus, hästi oluline oli ka inimeste jaoks, et väliruum oleks kasutussõbralik, atraktiivne ja samuti privaatsed töötamise võimalus, puhkealade olemasolu ja milline see sisekujundus on. Nagu mainisin, ma osalesin ka Ülemiste City arendajate koosolekutel, workshopidel, millest ma õppisin, et põhiväärtused Ülemiste City arendajatel on rohelus, kultuuripärand, tulevikuvaated, ehitusstandardid, samuti nad soovivad kasutada keskkonnasõbralikke energiatõhusaid lahendusi ja toetada ka rattakultuuri ja samuti tagades ettevõtetele vajadustele vastav äriruum. Lisaks sain teada, et Tehnopolis on pakkunud välja ka niisuguse office zone kontseptsiooni, mis põhineb siis sellele, et kõigepealt kontori roomisel tehakse kasutajatega ruumivajaduseuuring, mille alusel jagavad siis erinevate funktsioonidega tsoonideks selle kontoriruumi, kus on siis näiteks personaalsed töötamise tsoonid, sotsialiseerumise tsoonid, rühmatöö tsoonid. Uurimistöö teist ja kolmandat osa ma täna teile esitlen natuke ajanapp seetõttu, aga uurimustöö teises osas olen käsitlenud tööruumide analüüsi ja niisuguseid teemasid nagu kontoriruumide tüüpe, nende tekkimise ajalugu, kontoriplaneeringu mõju töötajate tervisele, heaolule ja produktiivsusele, kuidas kontoriruumide siseviimistlus ja sisekujundus mõjutab töötajaid ja viimaseks siis, kuidas on kontoriruumi planeeringu kontseptsioon muutunud peale COVID-19 viirusepuhangut. Ja hästi huvitavad tulemused on kindlasti soovitud lugeda ja uurimustöö kolmandas osas analüüsisin siis mujal maailmas projekteeritud kontorihoonete projekte. Edasi liikudes siis büroolahenduse juurde, alustaksin asukohast. Kontorihoonet siis projekteeritud Valukoja 21 kinnistule, mis on siis Ülemiste City arendajate poolt mulle antud. See asub Ülemiste City idapoolses osas. Ülemiste City ise asub Ülemiste järve kõrval, see on lõuna poolt, piirneb siis lennujaamaga, lääne poolt, nagu öeldud, Ülemiste järvega, Ülemiste keskusega ja ka Tartu maanteega ja põhja pool asuvad siis rööbasteed, kus siis 2025. aastaks peaksid valmima ka Rail Balticu Euroopa laiusega rööbasteed ja ka Rail Balticu reisiterminal, mis on siis Zaha Hadidi ja S-Plani koostööl projekteeritud. Hästi õnnalt puudutaksin ka seda ajalugu. Ülemiste City asub endiselt Viigateli vagunitehase tööstusalal. See sai alguse 1897, kui Vene tsaar Nikolai II siis kinnitas AS-t Viigateli põhikirja. Hästi kiiresti ehitati tehas valmis, juba 1899 maikuus avati. Seal siis hakati valmistama vaguneid, hiljem hakati tootma ka muid metallosasid ja mingi hetk isegi ehitati seal lennukeid. Ja 1950-ndatel hõlmati seda ka siis, et üles ehitada pisut niisugust kommunistlikku ühiskonda. Et see tähendab seda, et hästi palju vene töölisi toodi Venemaalt sisse ja selle tõttu rajati Tallinnasse ja ka tegelikult Tartusse, üldse lähiümbrusse rajati hästi palju ühiskondlikke hooneid, samamoodi korterite ja elamurajoone, mis on kindlasti andnud mingisuguse teistsuguse pildiga meie linnapilti. Ja 1991 siis Nõukogude Liit varises, tehas ei olnud enam turul võimeline ja mis hetkel siis Main arvestas selle ära ja 2005 algas siis Ülo Pärnitsa juhtimisel Ülemiste City targa linna kontseptsiooni realiseerimine. Liikudes edasi arhitektuurse lahenduse juurde, siis minu arhitektuurse projektlahenduse kontseptsioon kirjeldab loodud vormi paindlikuna, et vastates samaaegselt erinevate eelistustega kasutajate ootustele ja eesmärgiks oli luua vorm, mida on siis võimalik lihtsasti ise muuta või vormida. Välisilme loomisel pidasin silmas Ülemiste City praegust siis arhitektuurset suunda, ühendada siis Viigateli ajaloolised hooned niisuguse uue modernsega, mis tõttu arenes siis minu büroohoone fassaadi idee välja samuti siis ajaloolise ja niisuguse modernse ühendamise jätkamisega. Et Viigateli varemete imiteerimisel sai hoone fassaad endale niisuguse kolmnurksete elementidega reljeefse pinna ning hoonele niisugust läbipaistvust ja valguse ligipääsu andmiseks kasutasin modernse materjalina klaasi. Ja välisilme puhul ongi tegemist siis monoliitse katuse betoonplaadi küljest rippuva teraskonstruktsiooniga fassaadiga. Lisafunktsioonina on tegemist kõrgtehnoloogilise targa fassaadiga.
kus klaaspaneelideks on siis tegelikult maksimaalse läbipaistvusega, milleks on 70% läbipaistvusega päikesepaneelid, mis toodavad siis hoone teenindamiseks energiat. Ja tegemist on niisuguste innovaatiliste päikesepaneelidega, mis töötavad nano- ja mikroosakeste tehnoloogial, kus siis sisse tuleb valgus hajutatakse ja suunatakse paneelide äärtesse, kogutakse need seal rännipõhistesse moodulitesse, moodulid on omakorda ühendatud vooluringi, mis on siis optimeeritud koguma mitmest suunast tulevaid energiakiiri ja see tähendab seda, et isegi pilvise ilmaga suudab toota energiat. Hoone ülekuumenemise takistamiseks ja varjastamiseks on siis paneelide sisemisel kihil ka niisugune tumenemise funktsioon, mille puhul on siis võimalik kas ise või siis automaatselt reguleerida kas paneeli või siis paneelide gruppe, mis siis vastavalt päikese intensiivsusele tumenevad ja pakuvad seda varjastust. Ja siis ongi, et selle tumenemise ja osakeste hajutamise tehnoloogia kombineerimisel on siis tagatud niisuguste soovimatute kiirte ja soojuse läbimise takistamine. Siit on näha ka põhjaküljed antud hoonet. Siin on ka natukene graafilisem vaated, nagu näha, siis kogu fassaad on kaetud nende päikesepaneelidega ja fassaadi osades on ka niisugused sisselõiked, milleni ma jõuan kohe. Liikudes edasi siseruumis, hetkel on pildid näidatud keskset foeed, mis läheb siis läbi kõikide korruste, mis on hästi valgusküllane, tänu siis sellele klaaspaneelidest fassaadile. Ja hoone ise on 10 maapealse korrusega ja 1 maa-aluse korrusega. Maa-aluse korrusel asub siis parkla. Lisaks parklale on võetud arvesse ka siis Ülemiste City ruumide kasutajate soovi, et nad saaksid käia rattaga tööl, samas ennast värskendada ja siis minna tööle. Ja lisaks on võetud Ülemiste City arendajate eesmärki ka arvesse, et edendada seda rattakultuuri, et on lisatud ka rattaparkla ja samamoodi riietusruum koos pesemisvõimalustega. Esimene korrus on hästi avatud, on ruumi restoranidele, lõunarestoranidele. Lisaks on toodud sisse ka niisugune lastehoid, sellepärast et tuli kasutajate uuringust välja, et inimesed käiksid hea meelega kontoris, kodukontoris, kui neil oleks ka laps ka tuua kuhugi. Lisaks on puhkealad, administratsioon ja siis ka mõned kaubanduspinnad. Ja liikudes nüüd edasi, vaadates tööandjate eelistusi ja vajadusi, siis ma proovisin luua võimalikult paindlikku tööruumi, mida on võimalik kasutajates endale modifitseerida. Kontorid on võimalik lihtsate võtetega muuta pinnalt siis kas suuremaks või väiksemaks vastavalt vajadusele, et neid kontorid on võimalik lihtsasti kas siis eraldada või ühendada. Ja lisaks on võimalik luua sinna nendele avatud klaasfassaadi vahele ka veel lisaks pindasid, siis kui on ruumivajadust puudu, et siis nagu näha, siis ka siin astuvad mõned osad astuvad välja, et sarnaselt neid on võimalik luua juurde. Siin on toodud hetkel ruumi tüüpplaneering 4+1, mis tähendab, et lääneosas on hetkel koostatud 4 kontoriruumi ja idaosas on 1 ja siin need tüüpplaneeringud näitavad, kui lihtne on seda modifitseerida ja muuta, mida siis tööandjad saaksid ise teha vastavalt vajadustele. Siin on tegu planeeringuga 3+1, mis on siis lääne pool 3, kontoriruumi ida pool 1. Siis kui liikudes edasi nüüd töötajate vajaduste juurde, siis lähtusin uuringu tulemustest, kus selgus, et inimesed eelistavad kõige rohkem küll sotsialiseerumiseks avatud ruumi planeeringut, aga samas teisalt nad eelistavad ka seda privaatsust. Seega selline paindlik kontoriruum, kus pakkuda inimestele mitmekülgsust, kus iga päev tuleb inimene tööle, valib endale uue koha, et selle ma heitsin kohe kõrvale, sest et uuringutes selgus, et inimesel on hästi oluline ka identiteet, mis töökohal väljendub just nimelt oma personaalse töökoha omamisega. Ja seega ma rajasingi justkui niisuguse avatud planeeringuga tööruumi, kus inimestel on siis sotsialiseerumise võimalus, aga ma tegin niisuguse planeeringu nagu pisut sopiliseks, et ikkagi tagada sellist privaatsust ja natukene kodusemat tunnet. Ja need privaatsed kabinetid on siis justkui varuruumid, kus inimestel on siis võimalik vastavalt vajadusele, kui neil on tööülesanded näiteks, mis vajavad keskendumist või mis vajavad privaatsust, et siis nad saavad täpselt vastavalt vajadusele neid kasutada, aga neil endiselt säilib siis oma personaalne töökoht Peale selliste ametlike koosolekuruumide rajasin ka planeeringusse sisse niisugune workshop stiilis ruume, mis on, saab samamoodi koosolekut pidada, kuid on pigem oma loomult niisugune natukene vabam ja see toetab sellist grupitööd ja niisugust loomingulist mõtlemist. Lisaks olen sisse toonud ka lounge'ilikud puhkeruumid, millel on siis lõõgastamise eesmärk, sest uuringud on näidanud, et inimene suudab maksimaalse produktiivsusega töötada 90 minutit järjest, mis järel võiks teha pausi ja seejärel saab jällegi rakendada seda maksimaalset produktiivsust. Lisaks on ka näha, mille olen siserõduna märkinud, olen koostanud ka niisugused välikeskkonnad, kus sa saad ühe sammuga oma kontori keskkonnast välja astuda. See on samamoodi sellise puhkeala eesmärgiga. Seal on haljastust, rohelust, mis uurimuste kohaselt annab inimestele energiat, et see on nagu niisugune pigem laadimise nurk. Ja lisaks 3 korrusel kogu hoonest on ka niisugune välirõdu, mis on suurema haljastusega, mida siis inimesed saavad soojade ilmadega kasutada välikeskkonnas töötamiseks. Siin on siis näha niisugust seda fassaadi ja siseosa vahelist ala, milline see välja näeb ja milline see siserõdu oma loomult on. Siin lõikelt tuleb väga hästi välja siis need 2 kontoritorni, mis on ühendatud omavahel selle avatud fuajeega ja samamoodi on näha, kuidas see klaasfassaad siis astub nendest tornidest eemale ja siis osad lõiked astuvad siis selle fassaadi külje peale. Samuti olen oma disainis kasutanud biofiilset disaini ja hästi niisugust looduslähedast, loodust imiteerivat disaini, mis tähendab, et täpselt ongi siserõdudel, välirõdudel on palju haljastust ja samuti on välja selgitatud, et kõik niisugused looduslähedad elemendid, mis on rohelised seinad, mööbel, need kõik tegelikult mõjuvad inimesele stressi alandavalt ja madaldavad ka pulssi. Seega see on kõik siis inimeste heaolu nimel ja ka vaimse tervise nimel. Samuti ka kõik helid, niisugused veesulinad, kõik loodusele imiteerivad helid on inimesele kasulikud töökeskkonnas. Väliruumi puhul olen loonud niisuguse haljastuse gradienti, kus siis haljastus maantee pool on pigem tihedam ja kõrgem, et varjastades seda kas maanteemüra või siis seda tuulekoridori. Antud teed, mis väljakul on siis imiteerivad tegelikult praegu olemasoleva hoone ümber olevaid teid, mis läheb Ülemiste City visiooni kohaselt lammutamisele ja siis on näha ka nende haljastuse vahel on justkui peidetud niisugused varjualused, mis on siis multifunktsionaalse kasutusega, et seal on võimalik pidada välikontorit, seal on võimalik süüa lihtsalt sotsialiseerumiseks kasutada neid ja need on täpselt samamoodi niisuguse kolmnurkse detaili imiteeringuga. Ja see on minu poolt kõik. Aitäh teile!
Ettepoole ehk. Tere, mina olen Katrin Männik, olen siis Birgiti lõputöö retsensent ja esiteks mul on väga suur au, et mul oli võimaldati siin osaleda. Teema siis töötajate produktiivsust ja heaolu toetav paindlik tööruum, et lõputöö teema on minu meelest väga aktuaalne, töötades ise igapäevaselt avaliku ruumi, koolide, lasteaedade, just leida see tasakaal, kus läheb see avatud ja suletavad ruumid, et see on väga aktuaalne teema ka kontoripindades, sest kõik need lapsed liiguvad tulevikus edasi ju kontoritesse tööle suuremas osas. Ja kuna see on nüüd lõputöö teemana, et siis jõuab see ka rohkem avalikult teiste Eesti arhitektide ja sisearhitektideni. Lõputöö kirjalik uuring siis koostas 3 osast, töötajate ja tööandja hinnang ehk siis Ülemiste City hinnang ja ootused, kontori tüübid ning areng läbi aegade ja kontori ja hoonete arhitektuursete projektide analüüs. Et kõik osad olid põhjalikult analüüsitud ja lõputöö autor oli saadud infot ka oma projektis kenasti rakendanud. Ehk ettepanekuna oleksingi võib-olla selles kirjalikus osas natuke teemade järjekorda muutnud, et kontoritüübid ja areng, et siis oleks loonud ehk sellise parema konteksti selle mõistmiseks. Ja nii paljudele oma mõtetele sain kinnitust, aga paljud siiski miks küsimused jäid veel vastuseta. Kirjalik osa oli üsna sisutihe, aga samas lihtne ja loogiline jälgida. Ja võib-olla selle kontoriprojektide analüüsi osas oleksin hea meelega näinud, et mõni Eesti kaasaegne kontoripind oleks ka sinna analüüsi lisatud olnud. Lõputöö uurimuslik teoreetilise osa esitatud projektlahenduse võrdlus, et nagu ütlesin, siis autor oli kasutanud oma projektis laialdaselt saadud infot ja büroohoone iseenesest tervikuna mõjus kaasaegsena ja põnevana. Projektlahendus toetusuuringutele ja arhitekt kasutas neid lahendusi, mis uuringust olid välja tulnud. Ja samuti olid olemas kõik see paindlikkus ja muudetavus ruumiplaneeringus, mis oli siis Ülemiste City püstitatud eesmärk. Ehk pisut nõrgaks jäi see väliruumi ja kontorihoone seos, sest see oli üks asi, millel oli ka selles kasutajate uuringus siis viidatud. Et seda oleks rohkem vaja olnud. Ja oli mõeldud ka sisekliima, energiatõhususe peale ja oli toodud siis ka selliseid uusi tehnilisi ideid selle klaasfassaadi näol. Büroohoone projektis oli olemas nii-öelda kandevidee ning see tuleb siit hästi ka välja, et ehk oleks tahtnud näha ka võib-olla sellist hoone sobivust sinna ümbruskonda, ehk siis linnaehituslikku analüüsi veidikene, aga kindlasti on tegemist uudse julge lähenemisega hoones ja on aru saada, et inspiratsiooni on saadud just sellest ühest analüüsitud Google'i kontorihoone projektist. Ja mul on hea meel, et ma tulin esitlusele, sellepärast et üks minu selline väike puudujääk, mis ma sellest uurimustööst nagu välja tõin, oligi see, et oleks näha nagu tahtnud seda väiksemasse skaalasse minekut näha, et kuidas siis seda on rakendatud sellesse kontoriruumi ja see oli siin esitusel väga hästi nagu välja toodud. Ja lõputöö iseenesest on vormistatud selgelt ja arusaadavalt, kujundus professionaalne, tänapäevaseid elemente kasutav, on tajutav, et arhitekt valdab erinevaid tehnilisi lahendusi ja arvutiprogramme. Planšettidel on läbiv kujundusviis, mis ehk veidi on eklektiline, aga siiski kena vaadata. Ja mahulise hoone projekti puhul ehk, kuna on lahendatud üsna eskiisi staadiumi mahus, et siis võib-olla ei saa hästi hinnata magistrandi ehitustehnilist taset ja oskusi. Ja kokkuvõtteks võin öelda, et analüüs ja arhitektuuriline lahendus on hea, teemapüstitus on aktuaalne ja ehk võib-olla uuringu ja analüüsi kokkuvõtet oleks tahtnud veidike konkreetsemat, aga algselt tegin ettepaneku, et magistritööd hindega hea, väga hea, aga peale esitlust ma isegi tõstaks seda, et ma arvan, et see oli suurepärane. Aitäh!
Thank you. I think you can reply now to this comment.
No, actually, I don't have anything to reply.
No? Okay, that's good. If that's all right for you, I'd like to start because I didn't understand every word, so we can just start with some questions. I have, first of all, I understood that your facade is kind of gaining electrical energy. Yes. Is the facade transparent? Can you look from the inside out?
Yes, it's maximum transparency, which is 70%, so it's...
But is it looking like here? So you have kind of also kind of the shadowing elements, it's kind of the geometry?
Yes, and it's also, it has this shading effect, so it will go darker if the sunlight is like really intensive, but also it still like remains the visibility, the maximum visibility. So it's like a newer technology. Okay. It wouldn't be like these
panels are right now that aren't really transparent. They are, but they're not as much as you would like to. But it's pretty transparent, yes.
Okay. How much energy do you produce on the north side of the building?
I really can't say the numbers.
Okay.
I haven't calculated it. It would be a bit bigger job.
Okay. Then the next question would be, because as I said, I couldn't understand the
Yes.
whole discussion, but how is the atrium kind of in the middle used? What is kind of the use of this space?
Because the depth of the building is like pretty big.
Yes.
That's why the atrium, it like gives the light to the offices, like from the middle also.
How does the roof look like?
The roof is
Here?
it doesn't have any windows, if you mean that.
Yeah.
It's still like blank, but there is like a lot of sunlight coming from
where?
the sides.
On sides?
From here, I would say like
okay.
sun is moving from here to there.
So from the southern side?
Yes.
If the sun is low. And in the upper floors, like, because the room height is now 4 meters, right? Here.
Yes.
Did you take into consideration kind of the installation layer with the electricity, air condition,
Yes.
things?
Yes.
How large is or how thick is the plate, kind of the floor?
Right now is 500.
Millimeters.
Yes.
Including the installation layer.
No, the constructional part is like 500.
Okay, because the installation layer is not then included in the draft. So the question is how to, because my question is more relating to how can you bring light to the upper floors.
Yeah, maybe there wouldn't be like direct sunlight, but there still would be like daylight.
Okay.
Because it's like pretty accessible because of the like glass panels.
Yeah, I'm not sure because of the roof, but yeah, I will continue. I don't know where. Shall we start? Shall we start now from the back?
Yes.
I have also some question, technical maybe more. It's a very fancy facade in this building, and I understand that it's a smart facade. Yes. Either some kind of very clever machines which are cleaning this glass facades if it's getting dusted or dirty. How you clean these glass facades? Is there special machines?
Yep, with the machines. You do have enough space for the machines to get to the glass facades.
From outside?
From outside and from inside, because like the inner part steps away from the facade. Also, there are like some parts that step towards the facade, so there's more accessible from there. But there also are accessibilities for the machines.
Okay. Another question is about the fire safety, because do you have like 8 floors or even higher, 10 floors?
10 floors, yeah.
10 floors atrium in the middle of this building, and usually there should be some sections of the smoke and fires and.
Yep, there are sections because every like office is a separate section. They are separated from the glass facade with another facade, and also the atrium has, in case of fire, the fireproof curtains are falling from here, so it will be make a safe escape route from the staircases to the outside.
So it's basically most of the time it's open, but
yes,
in the case of the
is,
fire,
yes.
they shut down.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Let's continue with technical details. So you said that the heating will be so ground heating, or how to say it, Margit. But just few, let's say, kilometer from there, in the airport, you can see that just maybe 30 centimeters from the ground you have limestone. So how you're actually going to use ground heating in that area?
Ground heating.
Maaküte. Sa kirjutasid, et te kasutate maakütet.
Yes. That's a good question.
Yeah, but there's limestone, so where do you get those, this heat exchange? So, okay,
I'm sure there are technologies that can be supplemented into this project.
Yeah,
I haven't worked out these technical engineered like details.
So yeah, maybe just you can say always in those projects that it will be solved during the design phase, or there are various possibilities for that. But if you say that, okay, this is the one that we're going to use, but actually the geology doesn't support it, then it's not worth mentioning.
Okay.
And another concern is the greenery on the facade. So because you have drawn quite large trees there, and I was just wondering what are the loads on one perspective, if they grow quite big, and what is the amount of dirt you need actually to have them?
Yes, actually, always the plants aren't the same as you can put on the visual solution, but there are a lot of like indoor plants that you can use that doesn't need that much soil. So my project would pretty much implement those kind of plants that you get from higher plants to lower plants. That doesn't mean that much soil.
And just a last comment, if you are talking about smart, sustainable office buildings, then again, you need some water for planting, for watering those plants. You have storm water, you have rainfall. You can harvest that and make use of it instead of using drinking water, for example. So yeah, we can always think of those technological solutions as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I was really glad to see a different approach. As you said, that's what you're aiming for, and looking at the building as again structures or scaffoldings or skeletons where things can happen, and there's a certain flexibility embedded into the plans and the vertical and horizontal organization of the space. So one thing that I'm missing is a certain context sensitivity, I guess. I think I really liked Fabian's question, like how much energy your north facade is producing. Do you understand the question? Like, how can a north facade produce energy?
Yes.
It's not about the numbers, right? But it's just like questioning, what are you doing? Because does the facades have to be similar or the same if they are doing totally different things? Your north facade is never going to produce energy, so why would you use the same design or same typology that you're using on a southern facade? And I think that like this kind of sensitivity and also understanding where is your south, like if you look at the tree and you know that the moss is always on a north side, so you would understand, you can orientate yourself in a forest according to that. And I'm just wondering, like, why should a contemporary building be all the same, repetitional, and not understanding what is it facing, like which direction it's facing. And also in terms of like, again, like Fabian's comment on like how is the greenery doing in an atrium. So the roof, like cutting open the roof or enabling a certain light from there. Because I don't know if I calculated correctly, but the depth of the building is what, 15 times 30? Or 30 by 60?
It's 35 by 70.
Okay, so yeah. So then, I mean, there's do you know how far the light can travel?
It's It's suggested to put like the office spaces or the bases that need light to the 8 meters from the outside facade, and that I have implemented in my project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, the interior atrium, that it could turn out to be a rather dark space. So please be aware of that, like how far the light can travel and how far you can go without actually having a central atrium, for example. Also, in terms of flexibility, I think you said that the brief was given that it has to show a different kind of approach to office building. And I think with that you can work much more, meaning that like showing that you're, I don't know how it's biophilic design, you said?
Biophilic.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if like, I think I really like the idea that you used that approach, but I also think that like having more emphasis on circulation or how the people would move in there, that it would be more of a meeting, there would be more of this ways of moving in vertically organized spaces. I think this could have a stronger emphasis, and especially looking at your facade, I think it could be an amazing thing to show or to showcase outwards. Because if one would see that there's like people walking inside of the facade from the garden to garden in different heights to another meeting place that is also inside the facade before they are filled in with maybe some additional additional functions, either offices or something. I think it would be really nice to emphasize the circulation and a different approach. And I think when now coming downwards, really landing on the landscape architecture that you're proposing, I do agree that there's a lot that you can emphasize there, and also like I'm not sure if, for example, if your bike parking has to be downstairs. That could be also something to show like, hey, we're thinking differently. We're all like gathering in front of the house because we're dropping off our bikes there, and most of us are coming with the bikes. So you could have your structures, the yellow structures. I'm not sure what they are. They could be something that is actually inviting people to move in your landscape, and also then taking the movement on the facade into your building. So I think there's like huge potential, and I really like the project because there is so much flexibility. And I'm wondering if you have all those tools in your hand, if an architect can enforce the way we look at office buildings and how the surrounding office buildings would then be fancying this kind of way of working and living and collaborating. So I think it's a really interesting approach that you're proposing, and I think you can turn it another twist on. So if you continue in your life, or if this would be constructed, I don't know how far it is with Ülemiste, then please make it a showcase of how differently we can work together. Thank you.
I really, I wanted to supplement that that you can look from outside to the inside and see this this life going in there. But I really agree, like to implement also the circulation.
Okay, I will continue. Thanks for the presentation. A lot of things that I've thought about have already been told, but also it crossed my mind that you have really, the topic is interesting. It's kind of looking into the future, how we want to work, probably how we want to work in 20 years maybe. And there are, I think, I've seen a lot of studies how we want to study in future. How are the learning spaces? How will they look like? Also, I think there are some studies how we will work. I mean, probably many of us don't want to work behind the table anymore. Maybe there are some VR cabinets. Maybe there are some, I don't know, VR caves. needed or something like this. Maybe I want to sit in the couch and just talk into the telephone, or I was thinking like you could go further even with this, futuralizing the architecture somehow, like these visionary thoughts maybe. I'm sure the green garden is one aspect, but as the modern companies, they have an idea to not let people out. They want to provide everything. They want to provide kindergarten, eating, drinking, spare time, gymnastics,
yes.
everything. So that's why I find it really interesting to have the work like this. And I hope you had these ideas. I just couldn't find them, but.
Well, yeah, I got to implement like this. Like it's not like a kindergarten, but like the daycare, and also yes, like this with these workshop rooms. I was guessing like this. Like I explained, these workshop rooms that can also be like used as a meeting room. They would be like more flexible. So yes, you could implement like VR cave or like futuristic elements in there. But yes, I was thinking that this would be more like flexible, with flexible functions, more than like this official meeting room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for presentation. I guess I have a couple of comments and then just one question. First of all, as I remember it, like maybe it has changed, but Ülemiste city has some sort of like an agreement or something similar to that with the city, that their master plan can be kind of like changed. That the biggest influence or something that you have to always consider is the airport, right? This is the only thing, but every new building actually you can change it. So from the left side of this office building, your office building, there was a invited competition a couple of years ago, and it was won by Zaha Hadid also. Not many people know it, but they actually proposed pretty like a conservative grid, something that's like you can see in rest of Ülemiste, but all the other Estonian, the companies which were Estonian actually proposed like a rotation of the kind of this urban fabric because of the strong winds actually that are coming from there. So obviously, like you heard that jury was asking about the northern facade and stuff like this. This could have already kind of like solved that. So that's one thing. The other thing is that your park or like the public kind of plaza or whatever you call it is actually running into Suur Sõjamäe. So Suur Sõjamäe is like huge trucks. Basically at the moment on the left side there's like one of the largest factory in Estonia, and they keep it there because they actually pay a lot of rent. They produce like huge metal parts for oil pumping, I don't know, like those islands next to Norway. So like to the left you cannot go, to the right it's like kind of like, so I guess like you can comment on that later. And my question would be also that Ülo Pärnits actually, he's an alumni of actually TalTech, and he was like, as I remember him, he was like surprisingly kind of innovative, kind of like a forward-thinking person, and he would always say that every new building that's built in Ülemiste city, because they almost built like one building per year or like maybe one building per 2 years, it's the fastest growing area in the whole Estonia. He would say that every next building should be better than the previous ones in some sort of way. So my question would be, could you explain in a couple of sentences how is your building better than, let's say, Öpikumaja or the Koko building, which has also those like gardens, like stuff, and maybe comment on this park thing.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the park thing. So it's actually Ülemiste City developers' vision that they're gonna have like a big parking construction over here, and also these will be like still this tehasehooned, factory buildings. So they're gonna also build like everything. Like they're gonna have like this bureau versus living houses over here. So it would be like beautiful to like walk through the parking lots and through the like between the houses. So the way to this parking lot, if people came by cars or with this public transportation, would be from here to like straight through the park, and it would be nicer to move through the like woods through the park than through the like buildings between the buildings. And how my facility is better than the maybe Öpiko house. Öpiko house is like 2 towers that are like totally separable. You can't be connected. You can only connect with 2 towers on the first and on the second floor. So it's like it's not reachable from the top floors to get to the other towers. So I didn't really like that kind of idea, because like in my building I have supplemented these like 2 tower ideas, but they are connected with each other. So yes, the greenery from Alma Maja, it is they are using this biophilic design, which is really good for the health of the employees, but also the flexibility, because the companies are nowadays really growing really fast, or just or they grow smaller because they're gonna move like outside of Estonia, and they keep like a small part here, so they don't need that space. These other buildings doesn't really have the flexibility to grow or to just like decrease their space, their office space, so they have to move. They don't have any other options to stay. Maybe then they can't even stay in Ülemiste City because they can't find the office space that that goes with their needs. But the key word for my office building is the flexibility. They can that they can modify for their needs.
You mean growing towards the facade, or?
Yes, they can grow towards the facade. They're also like if they need to connect to office spaces, it's easy to do.
Okay.
All right. This is a little bit different project than this favela. Okay. What wanted to say? I don't remember. So it all started with this minor Ülemiste this scholarship things, and they proposed the topic, and we had these meetings with them, like pretty intense meetings, and they were like pretty demanding. They were very interested about this research. They wanted to learn from the case studies, and also from like rest of this research part, and they hope that they can use something in the future, in their future developments of new buildings, or also for the public spaces between the buildings. So I think Birgit did very good job, like really she went and made real life interviews with the workers, and not only with the CEO, but try to reach like different level of workers there, like some did you reach cleaning lady, but also like programmers, administrators, some
even
managers,
even medical people.
Even medical people.
Yeah, but they don't have the seating job, but I also included the medical people from Tervisemaja.
And then also she sent this questionnaire.
Yes.
And got like additional feedback. And then during this process, Birgit was like working with this high-tech facade and like innovative project, but she surprisingly had some technical problems with computers and was like struggling, and like a lot of energy and time was wasted because problems with computers, and so I don't recommend to have Apple computers for architecture. You cannot use them. So I think there was also like one of the main this starting point or the approach was that she don't want to make like just another like pragmatical, rational office building, but to try something like different, something experimental, something new, and it was already accepted that she can get lost and also make many mistakes, because if you are afraid to make mistakes, you will not learn, you will not create something new. So about the project, I think it's like this office world inside the shell can evolve and change in time and grow and so on. And I think this project is a good start and has potential. And you can, or we can, or can be like starting point to like make it even better. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think if you wouldn't have presented so much, we couldn't have discussed so much. But the final words are for you.
Yes,
you're wired.
Aitäh tagasiside eest, väga hea tagasiside. Siin on selles mõttes, ma tean, et selles suhtes väga palju on tehtud, väga palju lahendusi on juba läbi käidud selle projektiga. Ma näen, et seal on väga palju innovaatilisi ja tõesti potentsiaalseid lahendusi, et saada väga hea ja innovaatiline kontorihoone. Kindlasti seal on veel asju, nagu alati saab teha veel asju juurde, et saada veel põnevamaks ja veel teisi funktsioone juurde. Aga aitäh teile tagasiside eest, tänan komisjoni, tänan oma retsensenti, tänan lõputöö juhendajat ja ka koduseid, kes sellel stressirikkal perioodil toeks olid. Aitäh!
Let's take a few minutes break and get ready for the last one. So for the last presentation today, we have Angelina, and very interesting topics, so let's get started. We're a bit behind the schedule. The floor is yours.
Here's my portfolio. Alustan. Nii, tere. Minu nimi on siis Angelina. Minu teema on Rahvusooperi Estonia juurdeehitus ja minu juhendaja on Jaan Kuusemets ja kaasjuhendaja Toivo Tammik. Alustan teemast. Teater on läbi aegade mänginud ühiskonnast olulist rolli ning teatrihooned olnud rahvaideede ja kultuuri kehastus. Teater loob ruumi ühiskonna sotsiaalseks suhtluseks ja vastumõjuks. Need on ühel ajal nii ühiskonna kultuuriprodukt kui ka kujundavad ühiskonna haridusliku ja sotsiaalse funktsiooni kaudu. Estonia teater tekkis ja levis oma mõju rahvusluse ideede tulemusena ning omab Eesti rahvale eriti sümboolset tähendust. Hoone ehitati rahvusluse liikluse kombinatsioonina ühiskonnas ja teatrikunstis, mis aitas Eesti rahval avaldada ja positsioneerida oma kultuuri ning välja kuulutada soovi valitsevatest võimus iseseisvuda. Hoone on ehitatud 1913. aastal arhitektide Almas Ringlen ja Vivilan projekti järgi Estonia lauluseltsi initsiatiivil ning sellest saigi ta oma nimi. Teatrihooned võrreldakse kultuuritempliga. Selle ehitamisest sai hingelt ühiskondlik ettevõtmine. Selleks, et teater saaks täies ulatuses täita oma sotsiaalset funktsiooni ja eesmärgi ning seeläbi olla kultuuri ja ühiskonna arengu võttemootoriks on vajalik, et teatri materiaalsed vaidused oleksid täidetud ja rahuldatud. Täna tunnetavad Rahvusooperi Estonia kasutajad suuri ekspluatatsiooniprobleeme. Probleemide põhjupõhjusteks on hoone tehnoloogiline vananemine, mille on ühel pool tingitud teatri ja ooperikunsti areng aja jooksul, kui ka fakt, et hoone projekteeriti sõnateatri vaiduse arvestades ning tänapäeval on Estonia oluliselt oma põhiprofiili muutunud. Nii, need probleemid on sellised. Vanahoolisaali akustilised omudused on kehvad, mistõttu kuulajapublik laval toimuvad halvasti ning lauldel on raske oma kõla hinnata. Saal on lai, kuid lühike ja madal ja seega ei kaesta heli õigesti. Orkestriauk on liiga väike sajale muusikule. See sunnib mängida vähendatud koosseises või loobuda osa repertuaarist. Samuti on orkestriauk pealava suhtes liiga kõrge. Orkestriaugust tuleb helid tekib lava ette ja solisti hääle on väga keeruline sellest läbi pääseda. Estonia lava avalaius on ooperiteatri jaoks liiga väike ning ei vasta kaasaegsede ooperi- ja muusikateatrite nõuetele, mistõttu koostöö välismaa teatriga, maailmateatritega on peaaegu võimatu. Külge tagalavade puudus raskendab ettevalmistustöid ning pikendab etenduse ajal dekoratsioonide vahetamise kuluvat aega, mis sunnib keerukate dekoratsioonide kasutamist hoopis loobuma. Pealava laius jääb balletitantsijatele väikseks, mistõttu ei saa kõiki liigutusi sulet välja mängida või tuleb balletilavastustel dekoratsiooni rohkustest loobuda. Lavad kulissides puudava ruumi tõttu pole tantsijatel võimalik ettevalmistus teha ning vahepeal ruumi puudus on koguni ohtlik. Estonia teatrihoone probleemide üle on arutletud juba selle ehitamise algusest peale ja tänaseni tekitab selle küsimuse lahendus poleemikat. Teater on läbinud mitmeid rekonstrueerimise ja renoveerimistööd, mille tulemusena on hoone oma mahu muutunud ning linku teinud mitu ebaõnnestunud katset ehitada uus ooperimaja Rahvusooperi vaidluse rahuldamiseks. Sellel joonisel on siis esialgse plaani ja tänapäevase plaani võrdlus, hooneplaani võrdlus. Siis halliga on halliga on esialgne plaan ja joontega on siis tänapäevane plaan ja siis on näha, et tagumine osa on täiesti juurde ehitatud peale teise maailmasõda rekonstrueerimist. Ja endiselt jääb aktuaalseks vajadus ooperikunsti kui sotsiaalse suhtluse ja rahukultuuri edendamise vahendi järele. Samal ajal Eesti ooperikunst eksisteerib 100 aastat kitsates tingimustes, mis takistab selle arengut. Rahvusooperi Estonia maja probleeme ei saa enam lahendada üksikute ruumide laiendamise või rekonstrueerimisega ning tänapäeval lahendamise peamisteks viisideks on kas uue ooperimaja ehitamine või ajaloolise ajaloolise teatrihoone juurdeehitus. Uue hoone väljaehitamise puhul on suurem vastuargument rahvussümboli tegevuse lõpetamine ning identiteedi kaotamine. Juurdeehitusega oleks võimalik säilitada füüsiline, funktsionaalne ja vaimne side vana teatrimajaga. Kultuurisümbol jätkaks elamist ajalooliselt väljakujunenud otstarbe ja põlvkondade pärindina. Juurdeehitusega on võimalik tagada vana ja uue hoone mahu koostöö. Intervjuus Rahvusooperi juhi Oot Matteniga selgus, et Rahvusooperil on ülioluline saavutada kahe lava koostoimimist, kus uued ruumid toetaksid vana hoone funktsioneerimist ja vastupidi. Võrreldes uue hoone väljaehitamisega võiks uue juurdeehituse maht samal ajal oma ehitusmahtu ja seega ehitusmaksumust vähendada, kasutades olemasolevaid ruume vanas hoones. Estonia teatrimaja asub päris linna südames, vanalinna jalamil. Vanalinn ja ooperimaja töötavad vastastikku kaasu nimel, suurendades teineteise külastatavus. Kesklinnas jäädes suhtleks teater pidevalt ühiskonnaga ning edastab kultuuri ja kunsti ümbritsevasse linnaruumi. Samuti kesklinnas asudes on teatrihoonel transpordi ligipääsetavuse seisukohalt väga hea strateegiline asukoht. Asukoht kesklinnas tagab ka hoone multifunktsionaalsust ning etenduste välisel ajal aktiivset hoonet külastatavust. Vanalinnaga seab arhitektuurile piiranguid. Kuna maapind piirneb vanalinnaga, asuvad selle pinna all keskaegsed muldkindlustused ja bastionimüür. Samuti asub juurdeehituse oodatav maht vanalinna vaatesektoris. Ooperilavastusele tootmiseks vajalikud hoonemahud mõjuvad domineerivalt ja mõjutavad negatiivselt vanalinna vaadeldavust erinevatest suundadest ning samamoodi hakkab juurdeehitus varjutama Rahvusooperi hoonet, mis on iseenesest kultuuripärand. Ooperi tootmine on keeruline ja mahukas protsess, mis vajab palju maapealset ja maa-alust ruumi. Hoone ehitamine käigus, bastionimüüri kahjustamine maa-aluste mahtude poolt on vältimatu. Sama põhjustel ei saa uus maht olla mahuliselt väiksem kui vana hoone. Uus tehnoloogia vajab ruumi ning just vana hoone väiksuse tõttu tekkisid funktsionaalsed probleemid. Projekti teooria osas oli tuletatud, et juurdeehituse rajamisel kõikide piirangute järgimine on võimatu, kuid arvestades sellega, et Eesti riigi seisukohalt Estonia juurdeehitus on sajandi projekt, lahenduse realiseerimiseks tuleb leida kompromissi. Septembris toimunud lõplikul lugemisel kinnitas Riigikogu pingerea, mille hulgas on Rahvusooperi praeguse hoone juurdeehitus. Komisjon analüüsis mitu paralleelset projekti, sealhulgas ka uue ooperimaja ehitamist ja pidas kõige realistlikumaks ja kõige Estonia ooperiteatri vaidluse lahendavaks konkreetselt just Estonia ajaloolise teatrihoone juurdeehituse projekti. Järgmisena enne projekteerimist ma tegin uuringud selleks, et koostada lava tehnilise kontseptsiooni ja ruumiprogrammi. Ja selle analüüsiks töös oli läbi viidud Rahvusooperi Estonia vajaduse hindamine ning töös oli läbi viidud Euroopa ja Ameerika lindade ooperiteatri võrdlev analüüs. Sest suur osa teatri projekteerimisest on tugevalt mõjutatud teiste maailma teatrite ehitamise praktikas. Samuti lava suuruse määramisel võetakse aluseks Burrismaieri ja Keele proportsioonid ja arvutuskontseptsioon. Nii Rahvusooperis Estonia edendatakse ooperit, operetid, balletid ja lastelavastused. Sama žanritega jätkatakse ka uues saalis. Estonia teatrihoones on oluline üürnik Eesti Riiklik Sümfooniaorkester, mille tegevusega võiks juurdeehituses arvestada ning võib kaaluda uue lava ja saali sümfoonilise muusika esitamise võimalust. Seega teatrisaal oleks multifunktsionaalne ning akustilised tingimused, aga võiksid olla korrigeeritud reguleeritava akustilise paneelidega lava ja saali kohal. Nii räägides siis lava mõõtude määramisest. Lavaava kõrgusega 9 meetrit ja laiusega 16 meetrit on analüüsitud ooperiteatri seas keskmised, seega on need maailmapraktikas asjakohased. Sama lavaava mõõdud on kinnitatud Rahvusooperi poolt. Tänapäeval on lavaava ja S-lava sageli kohandatavad ja et tagada mitu lavastusvarianti. Seega võiks lavaava kõrgus olla suurendatud 10 meetrini ning arhitektuurses lahenduses projekteeritakse lavaava suurusega 16 korda 10, kuid ooperi ja balleti lavastuse jaoks arvestatakse lavaavaga 16 korda 9 meetrit. Lava sügavus on ooperi esitamiseks oluline just dekoratsioonide kasutamise pärast. 16 meetri laiuse lavaportaali puhul lava sügavus peab olema vähemalt 20 meetrit. Balleti tantsimiseks vajalik sügavus on ka 20 meetrit. Maailma ooperimajade analüüsis võib aru saada, et 20 meetrit sügavus on keskmine suurus, kuid levinud on ka sügavus võrdne ligi kaudu 21 meetriga. Lava laius arvutusproportsiooni järgi 16 meetrit 16 lavaportaali puhul peab ideaalne lava laius olema 32 meetrit. Tantsijad soovivad 6 meetrit vabaruumi lavaava külgede liikumiseks. Kuna valitud juurdeehituse projekti lavaava laius on 16 meetrit, peaks kogu laius olema vähemalt 28 meetrit. Teatrihoone kõige kõrgem punkt on lavatorn. Lavatorni kõrgust määrab nöörlagi kõrgust lavapõrandast. Selle kõrgus sõltub lava kõrgusest, kuna lavaportaal määrab piirid vaatajatele nähtava lavaruumile. Nöörlae ideaalne kõrgus on võrdne 3-kordse lavaava kõrgusega ja minimaalne kõrgus on võrdne 2,5-kordse lavaava kõrgusega. 3-kordne kõrgus lubab tõsta dekoratsioonikompleksi täiskõrgusesse õhku ja peita see publiku silme eest. Kuna planeeritud lavaava kõrgus ooperi lavastusele on 9 meetrit, siis peaks olema ideaalne lavatorn 27 meetrit kõrge ning minimaalne kõrgus oleks 22,5 meetrit. Külg- ja tagalava kasutatakse peamiselt teiste steenide dekoratsioonide komplektide hoidmiseks, kui ka komplektide kokkupanemiseks ja proovi tegemiseks. Lähtudes maailma praktikast Estonia juurdeehituse publiku suurusest, piisab ooperilavastusele tootmise puhul 4 lavasüsteemist, mida kasutatakse dekoratsioonide hoidmiseks ja kokkupanemiseks. Lavasuurused harjutussaalid ning kokkupanemisala võiksid olla projekteeritud eraldi ruumidena. Teades soovitud uue ooperiteatri suurust ja kasutades koostatud lavakontseptsiooni, oli korreleeritud lavasüsteemi maht maapinnaga ning määratud juurdeehituse paigutuse ja vanahoonega sidumise variandid. Asukoht ja kontekst on keeruline oma piirangute poolest. Arvestades ooperimaja mahuka ruumilise struktuuriga, on kõiki piiranguid võimetu täita. Esiteks, turuplatsi krunt on kitsas ning valitud 4 lavasüsteem selle piiresse ei mahu. Seega esimesena tuleb käsitleda 2 krunti laiendamisvõimalust. Esimene võimalus on laiendada hoonemahtu vana hoone sisse, lammutades selle osa. Teine variant aga pikendada krunti Tammsaare pargi poole kahjustades uut paviljoni. Sellest punktist lähtudes tuleb projekteerimises teha valikud, kas säilitada Estonia teatrihoone terviklikkus või uue paviljoni olemasolu. Teiseks, kui ooperi nõualavade ühendamiseks on täidetud, saab bastion hoonealuste mahtude tõttu kahjustatud ning paratamatult sulgub Estonia põhjapoolne fassaad. Põhjus on selles, et vanalaeva asub maja lääneosas Draamateatri läheduses ning mahtude ühendamisel on hoonemahu edasiarendamine võimalik vaid ida poole, varjates sellega fassaadi Pärnu maantee küljelt. Analüüsi käigus on tuletatud 2 vastandike kriteeriumite rida, millest igaühes on võimalik täita 1 kriteeriumi ja mõlemaid täita on võimatu. Need read on järgmised. Niisiis rääkides nendest 3 variantist, et esimene on selline, mis täidab muinsuskaitse tingimusi, eks see lavasüsteem koos saaliga on bastionist eemal ja võtab siis paviljoni asukoha. Kui selles variantis uue lava ja vana lava koostoimimine ei realiseerunud, aga see on rahvusooperi jaoks kriitiline aspekt, seega on katsutud ka teised variantid. Siis esimene variant, kus on lava koostoimimine realiseerunud, on selline, kuid see asub peaaegu krunti keskel ja just külglava tõttu tuleb lammutada osa vanahoonest Ja kolmas variant on siis selline kompromissvariant, kus vana hoone terviklikkus on säilitatud just tänu sellele, et on ühest külglavast loobunud ja tänu sellele hoone on piklik, et juurde on lisatud üks tagalava. Kuid selleks, et täita ruumiprogrammi publiku ruumide suhtes, selleks, et tekitada mahukaid ja avaraid publikuruume, tuleb auditooriumi tõttu lammutada paviljoni. Nii, siis kolmest mahuvariandi hindamise analüüsist olen valinud C-variandi ning sellega on arendatud oma arhitektuurse projekti, sest just see variant võtab arvesse peamise kriitilise parameetreid, mis seisavad silmisti ooperi laiendamise ekstensiaalse küsimusega, nimelt rahvusooperi ja muinsuskaitse huvide konflikti leevendamine, lavasüsteemi paiknemine ja tagasilöök vanale hoonele põhjafassaadist aitab ära hoida selle osa hävitamise, hoides seeläbi vana ja uue pealava seotuna. Niisiis arhitektuurne projekt. Arhitektuuriprojekti peamiseks väljakutseks on uue ja vana sünergia realiseerimine nii funktsionaalselt kui esteetiliselt. Paratamatult on uus maht suurem kui vana hoone, seega üks põhieesmärk on visuaalselt vähendada hoone domineerimist vana väärtusliku hoone suhtes. Võtmekontseptsiooniks on peegeldavate, opaalsete ja kirkaste klaasipindade kombinatsioon. Klaas mõjub kerge ja õhulise materjalina. Erineva läbipaistusega hoolikalt kabineeritud klaasipinnad võimaldavad hoonel enam keskkonnas lahustada. Rahulik, sile ja minimalistlik fassaad toob esile Estonia fassaadi detailurohkust. Klaasi värvitus aga rõhutab vana hoone fassaadi ärkseid ja rikkalikke värve. Vormi puhul kehtivad samad põhimõtted. Enamik uuest hoones on ratsionaalne ja range, kuid peasissepääsu juures on arhitektuur mängulisem ja kutseb vaatajat sisse astuma. Seega on peasissepääs kujundatud üldvormi dekonstruktsioonina, tuues esile selle rangema ortogonaalse vormi taustal. Sarnane teadlik nihestus tekib ka avalikes ruumides. Deformatsioonide arhitektoonika on purnenud klaasi sarnane, illustreeritus muurtud vorme ja teravaid servi, mis omakorda vastanduvad Estonia ümarate vormidega. Asendiplaani. Variandist C valitud lauasaali kontseptsiooni järgides on ooperisaali auditoorium kujundatud Tammsaare pargi poole, võimaldades seeläbi kujundada avalike ruumi vaatega pargile. Peasissepääs on ka pargiga lähtumatult seotud. Hoone ümbritseb osaliselt vana teatrihoone idakülge. See võimaldab suunada peasissepääsu lõunakülele ja suurendada ruumi vajalike publikuruumide jaoks. Peasissepääs on pidolik ja kõikehõlmav. See on vormistatud igasse liikumissuunda ületava elegantselt koonduva amfiteatrina. Nii on peasissepääs integreeritud keskkonna ringlusesse ja ei blokeeri läbipääsu ühtegi suunast. Süvistatav peasissepääs asub -1 korrusel ning seega võimaldab vähendada juurdeehituse idapoolset mahtu, minimeerides seeläbi Estonia teatri fassaadi varjutust. Otse tänavalt on säilitatud laadimisala, kuid sillutatud pinda on laiendatud teise sissesõiduga. Laadimist vanasse ja uude hoonesse saab teostada paralleelselt. Muus on parklaid maapinnast likvideeritud. Parkimiskohtade küsimus näeb rahvusooper ette koostööd ümbruskonna kaubanduskeskustega. Vana ja uus hoone on ühendatud koridoriga -1 kuni 3. korruseni. Estonia teatri pealava asub 2. korrusel juurdeehitusega, aga planeeritakse lava 1. korrusele, et hõlbustada lava laadimist ja teenindamist, samuti selleks, et vähendada hoone kõrgust. Võimaldaks 2 lava koostööd on projekteeritud ühine liftmehhanismiga varustatud laadimisplatvorm. Selles skeemil on siis näha, et 2. korrusel vana lava asub, 1. on uus lava ja selle all asub ladu ja nende vahel siis liigub see platvorm. Laadimine aga toimub 1. korrusel. Ehk see platvorm liigub 3 punkti vahel. Tõstates siis saab dekoratsiooni vana lavalt platvormi kaudu nii lattu kui ka uue lavale. Seega kasutada vana lava külglavad ka uue lava otstarbeks ja vastupidi. Nii, räägides siis korruste plaanist, siin on siis realiseerunud see lava kontseptsioon ja pealava kogulaius on 32 meetrit, kui etenduseks sobiliku pealava puhtaks laiuseks võib lugeda 28 meetrit. Pealava sügavus on 21 meetrit, samuti on ette nähtud 1,5 meetri laiune eeslava, siin, mis võimaldab artistidel teatud lavastused esineda suletud kulisside ees. Torni kõrgus on 25 meetrit, mida saab lõiget paremini näha. Ja mõõtmete määramiseks on võetud tuletatud vahemikus keskmine väärtus, et säilitada tasakaal efektiivsuse ja hoone kõrguse domineerimise vahel Vana teatrimaja ees. Ja projekti viidi ellu 5 lavast koosnev süsteem, millest 2 on mõeldud terviklike ettevalmistatud dekoratsioonide komplektide hoidmiseks, ehk siis need 2 on suuremad koos pealavaga. Teised aga vähendatud suurused ning ette nähtud artistide ettevalmistatud tööde tegemiseks, need on vähendatud formaadis, või dekoratsioonide ettevalmistamise ja kokkupanemiseks, ehk see on kokkupanemiseks, mis on seotud siis kõrge lavaseade laoga ja laadimisalaga. Ja pealava, suurkõrglava ja suur tagalava on varustatud vankrisüsteemiga, mis võimaldab komplekti ja üksiku dekoratsiooni automatiseerimist liigumist. Ehk see on märgistatud. Tagumine lava on varustatud teisaldava pöördlavaga, mis on vankritega integreeritud ja mida saab tõsta põhilavale. Pealava alla on projekteeritud 12 meetrit ruumid tõstukite ja vajukite süsteemile, mis lubab kuni 8 meetri kõrguste objektide transportimist maapinnast allapoole, samuti erinevate lavakonfiguratsioonide kujundamiseks. Siin on tõstukite ja vajutuki süsteem, see on pöördlava ja need on siis vankritega varustatud. Ja natuke räägides siis esimesel korruselt veel, et hoonel on 10 korrust. Esimesel korrusel on siis, nagu ütlesin juba, et lauruum, laadimisala, siin on väikesed grimmiruumid ja kirjariietusvahetuse ruumid, puhkeruum. Ja projektis on tehtud ettepanek, varem oli vanas hoones esimesel korrusel, kus mul kursor on kontoriruumid, ja projektis pakun neid viia uude hoonesse ja selle asemele paigutada riietusruumid, sest neil on kõrgem prioriteet olla esimesel korrusel pealava ühel tasemel. Nii, teisel korrusel suured õhuruumid, siia siis tõuseb laadimisplatvorm, siia privaatsemad salistide ja külaste riietusruumid, puhkeruum, ja siis teisel korrusel on restoran, mis omab vaadet pargile ja see on otseselt seotud peatrepiga, üks peatreppidest. Seeläbi saab kohvikut külastada mitte ainult ooperikülastajad, vaid ka jälgikäijad otseselt peasissepääsu kaudu. Kolmandal korrus on dubleerib teise korruse, siin jälle salistide ja külaste riietusruumid, puhkeruum. 4. korrus muutub natuke oma kuju, siin nüüd kontoriplokid koolinud, suured harjutussaalid, balletiharjutussaal, mis on lavasuurune, ooperistuudio, mis on 2-korruselised, mis vajavad akustilise tingimuste pärast ruumid ja väikesed prooviruumid. 5. korrus, siin jätkuvad kontoriplokid ja väikesed, siin puhkeruum, meditsiiniline punkt, massaažiruum balletitantsijatele ja väikesed harjutusruumid. Ja 6. korrus on fermikorrus, seega järgmine korrus on 7. Ja 7. korrusel on ainult publikuruumid, suurem restoran, näitusesaal, ooperipood ja seda korrust on mõeldud võimalusega kinni panna ürituste üürile andmiseks. Ja nüüd läheme maa alla, siin on suuremad tehnilised ruumid, muusikute riietusruumid, mis on otseselt seotud orkestri auguga. Siin on siis peasissepääs, piletikassa, ooperipood, garderoob publikule, siin riietusruumid tehnilised töötajatele, kostüümiladu ja siin on erinevad vargusregulaatori ruumid, kontrolliruumid ja väike instrumentiladu ja siis tõstetav platvorm. -2 korrus, siin viimane ladu, jätkuvad muusikute riietusruumid, rekvisiidiladu, tehnilised ruumid, erinevad materjaliladu ja siis viimane korrus suur orkestri harjutussaal. Ja nüüd väike render ja nüüd ja nüüd lõige. Ja natuke räägin saalist, et saal on siis saali geomeetriga on tagatud akustilised tingimused ehk projekteeritud mitu ridud, need ei ole sügavad, nende kaldad on madalad ja need ei ole sügavad just sellepärast, et mitte eralduda ühest akustilisest ruumis. Ja natuke räägin ka orkestriaugust, et sellel on ka lift ja orkestriaugu lifti kaudu saab koostada erinevat saali ja eeslava konfiguratsiooni. Ehk siin on vahetatavad istmeplokid, need saab ära võtta ja tõsta siis liftiga ja saab orkestriaugu täiesti katta etenduse puhul, kus muusikat pole vaja või need ära võtta ja siis suurendada orkestriaugu. Ja siis teine lõige. Interjöörirender ja siin on siis näidatud kontseptsioon avalikest ruumidest, surmad avarad ruumid, ja nendes on kasutatud puit, kuna puit on hea akustiline materjal. Ja sellega on kõik. Tänan. Küsimused? Jah.
Hei. Aitäh, Angelina, väga esitlus. Mina olen Karl Kiisel, retsensent. Proovin kiiresti teha. Rahvusooperi Estonia tuleviku teema on olnud aktuaalne juba põhimõtteliselt selle ehitusest peale. Kohe hakati otsima laienemise võimalusi ja see teema on väga aktuaalseks saanud ka täna. Seda arutatakse viimastel aastatel ka meedias, püütakse aru saada, mis on see kõige parem lähenemine üldse sellele probleemile, mille ees ooperiteater hetkel on. Aga peamine vastasseis arvamuste hulgas seisneb selles, et kas uus ooperisaal ehitatakse välja olemasoleva ooperihoone juurdeehitusena või täiesti uue eraldi hoonena. Siin me nägime Angelina lähenemist sellele probleemile, mis on üks võimalikest variantidest ja mille konsensuseni võiks võib-olla selle abil jõuda. Valitud teema on väga kompleksne, mahukas, mitmetahuline ja väljakutsuv igale arhitektiks pürgivale magistrandile, kuid ka igale tegutsevale arhitektile. Oma lõputöös on autor lahanud ooperihoone tänapäevast olukorda vastavalt uurimise tulemusena kogutud materjalile, tuues esile praeguse hoone olulisemad kitsaskohad. Autor on teemat diskuteerinud mitmete ekspertidega, osalenud ekskursioonidel, viinud läbi intervjuusid ja teinud väga palju taustatööd selleks, et jõuda argumentideni, mis toetavad tema lõputöö projektlahendust. Põneva analüüsi ja teemaaranduse võtab autor meisterlikult kokku uue ooperihoone ja juurdeehituse võimalike positiivsete ja negatiivsete tagajärgede võrdlus ja sellest johtuv kompromiss, mis on aluseks projektlahenduse väljatöötamisele. Et siin oli näha väga palju analüüsi selle vahel, et mis variandid nagu üldse ka juurdeehituse puhul on, et ei ole ainult kaks suunda, et ei ole nagu kas uus ehitis või juurdeehitus, vaid kui valida üks suund, siis ka see tuleb mitme alternatiivi vahel läbi analüüsida. Projektlahendus arvestab olemasoleva kontekstiga, juurdeehitus, sisearhitektuuri, integreeritud bastioni müürid on nutikas võte, kuidas osaliselt maa-aluseid müüre säilitada ning neid esile tuua hoone alumistel korrustel. Kuna tegemist on ühe olulisema juurdeehitust takistava argumendina, mis siis on tänaseks kõik vestlused või diskussioonid üksteisest eemale viinud, siis oleks võib-olla võinud selle nende nii-öelda vastuargumentide analüüsi põhjal ka bastioni müürile rohkem rõhku panna, et näidata teda säilitatavana, ehk siis rahuldada vastuargumente esitavaid pooli. Projektlahenduses on rõhku pööratud sellele, et põimida juurdeehituse osa kokku juba välja kujunenud linnaruumiga, nii et olemasolev ooperihoone säiliks maksimaalselt oma vormi ja juurdeehituse osa ei varjaks ooperihoone fassaade. Paratamatult tuleb juurdeehitusega vähemalt osaline fassaadide katmine, kuid autor on kasutanud fassaadidel materjale, näiteks peegeldavat klaasi, mis võimendavad ajaloolise ooperihoone kohalolu ka pärast juurdeehituse realiseerumist, mis on väga nutikas võte, kuidas seda probleemi lahendada. Üldiselt magistritöö on vormistatud väärikalt, nii tekstiline kui graafiline osa on täpne ja selge kompositsiooniga. Teoreetilises osas teemaarenduse teksti lõikude vahele visandatud selgitavad sketšid teevad töö lugemise veelgi esteetiliselt nauditavamaks. Joonised on korrektsed ja selged. Esitluse lugemine on olnud kaasahaarav, pidevas liikumises ja sujus loogilises rütmis. Töö autor on võtnud ülesandeks lahendada väga aktuaalse ja komplekssed teemat ning asetanud ennast täpselt sellesse väljakutsuvasse rolli, mida arhitekt ühiskonnas täidab. Minu nägemusel on autor ülesandega suurepäraselt hakkama saanud nii sisuliselt kui ka vormistamise tasemel. Lõputöö võiks hinnata hindele 5. Aitäh!
Yeah, from behind.
No, nobody
Okay.
wants to start in this discussion.
Yeah, I can. From the back row, I will start. I will start very diplomatically, but there's one big thing is missing in this nice project. It's a very, very nice project. I like it, and I agree with this degree which is came up in criticism. But one thing would be nice to see is this view from Pärnu maantee, which is also a very important thing. It's a back facade. The only thing I see was this two-dimensional image, view, but in every other poster is from this Tammsaare Park and from Estonia, which is of course the most famous facade. I like this back facade and this inner street behind Estonia, between the new building and the old building, because now the view from old building from the window is reflecting this facade. They can enjoy it. Of course, this back facade is not very, big piece of art, this existing one. But otherwise, anyway, I would like to see this rendering from this Pärnu road as well, because it's very important. It's as much as important as this from Estonia Puiestee. So this is would be nice to see. Just a very small comment. Other comment is as well is mentioned about this bastion foundations and everything. I suspect that it's the heights of these walls. There is not are the same height and the place. Of course, the place is right, but the depth is different. Maybe you have studied it, how deep these bastion walls go into the ground, but your floors are quite high. I don't know how it's happens to expose them on the view, and it's to whom it's exposed. It's just technical rooms for supplies and everything. Public doesn't get into these bastion walls anyway. But other point in this argument, which is against this bastion walls, which is probably stops every other buildings in that site. I think it's already cancelled, this argument, when this bastion in Freedom Square was The parking lot was put on the top of bastion walls already. So it's, I think this argument in additional building in that site, I think it's already cancelled. It's, yeah, yes. So it's just, I don't know, question of taste or something. But that project and that's a proposal I like a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. First, you have the different possibilities, A, B, and C. And you were arguing that you want to avoid, you have conflicts for all of them. So you want to avoid crashing the bastion walls, or destroying the pavilion, or then making some demolishing in the old building. And now you have selected version C, which actually demolishes the pavilion and the bastion walls as well. So why did you came up with that solution?
Can I answer in Estonian?
Yeah.
See variant on siis, see kindlasti lammutab osa fassaadist, aga palju väiksem kui variant B. Aga ma tuletasin, et no mitte lammutada ei ole võimalik, kuna laavad peavad olema seotud. Aga variandis see, selle lammutamine on minimaliseeritud. Ja see variandiga oli ka pluss selles, et ma ei lammuta selle kontoribloki osa vanas hoones siin. Ja seeläbi ma ka tagan lisaks valgustust nende uue ja vana hoone vahele. Ma
täpsustan natuke, et küsimus oli just sellest hoone mahust välja jäävale osale. Ehk siis meil on praegu Tammsaare pargi kõrval see paviljon ja siis on maa-alused bastioni vanad müürid, eks ole. Et siis see variant tegelikult lõhub nagu väljaspool hoonet nii selle paviljoni kui ka siis need tõenäoliselt kahjustab neid bastioni müüre. Et selles vaates, et miks te just selle C valisite?
Aga need, mida te nimetasid, need ei ole vastanduvad.
No variant B näiteks jätaks paviljoni alles.
Ja, aga ta lammutab hoone osa.
Ja variant A jätab bastioni käigud alles, eks ole.
Ja, aga lamad ei toimi koos.
Et noh, just
ma tegin valikud.
Ja millal see põhines? Mis see peamine argument oli, et miks see C variant just võtta?
See C säilitab vana hoone terviklikkuse ja tagab lavade koos toimimist.
Okay, aitäh. I have a second question. I will ask the question in English, but you can answer in Estonian. So when we had the first debate about the new building, I remember the news in the national television, we had this box presenting the volume of the new building. And everybody were really angry that we don't want a box behind this new nice building. And I think the most fearful thing for me was sitting here not to see a box in there, because I would know what would be the reaction of the public if something this came out. So my question is, why did you choose still this design?
Esiteks, hoonemaht on väga suur ja ma kasutasin maksimaalselt funktsionaalset ruumi. Ehk ortogonaalsed ruumid olid kõige funktsionaalsed mõttes kõige ruumi säästlikumad nii-öelda. Ja ka sellepärast, et kui ma tegelikult proovisin mitu nii-öelda hullumad variandid sellest vormist ja kui ma tegin midagi omapärasemat, siis ta kohe hakkas konflikteerima selle vana hoonega. Ja sellega nad hakkasid nagu vastanduma teise. Ja seepärast ma tegin selle varianti nagu palju rahulikum selleks, et vana hoone oleks esiplaanil.
I can see the point in the perspective of architecture, but I have to disagree in the sense that for common people, probably this solution would be screaming to his face that, we didn't want a box and now we got a box. So maybe there's just something to think about for whom you are designing those things, I would say. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that is actually my question as well, because you you have approached it with a really technical point of view. Your whole presentation was arguing for the height of the stages and the height of the backstage and the length of the ballet dancers that they need, etc. But actually, I think the way how you sell the idea to the wider community is through those spatial qualities, those densification of urban grid, etc., that you are actually doing for the clients, the citizens. And I think your client is obviously opera house, and you're not thinking about the locals who actually can dash and kill the project immediately. So I was really glad to find, in the end of the day, one point of view of the opera visitor. But I did see very little arguments. Why is it good for them? So I have 3 questions, but I think my one question is that don't you think in order to pull through or push through this kind of a project that is part of the local identity, and you said that we are, this building is not allowing our culture to grow, I think you had some kind of this kind of a sentence, then do you think that this building should be argued from a cultural point of view, from the visitor's point of view, from the inhabitant, or like from the local inhabitants' point of view, rather than the stage arguments, rather than opera house point of view? Kas ma ütlen eesti keeles on äkki lihtsam?
Ma loodan, et ma sain aru.
Yeah.
Nii, selle projekti ikka põhiline argument, miks tehakse juurdeehitus, on üks põhiargumentiks on selleks, et tagada rahvusooperi vajadusi. Seega aktsent oli nende peal. Selleks, et tagada landmarki või teha midagi pigem orienteeritud turistidele ja küllast, et teha vau-efekti. Seega tuleb teha uus ooperimaja. Aga juurdeehituse point on pigem selles, et maksimaalselt lahendada funktsionaalselt, ja selle kasu on selles, et tänu sellele on külaliste tagatud kvaliteetne etendusplatvorm. Ja
see on huvitav, jah, et ma kindlasti ei rääkinud ei turistidest ega külalistest, ma rääkisin ikkagi kohalikest inimestest, kes on selle asja vastu, ja just sellepärast, et me ei pane ennast arhitektina üldse nende positsiooni, mis see tähendab, kui meil ehitatakse park täis, mis see tähendab, kui meil kaovad mingid ajaloolised kihistused, kui meie nagu nähtavusvaadetesse tekivad mingisugused suured klaasmahud, mis peaksid jääma Maakri kvartalisse ja mitte kaugemale saama sealt, see peab aia ümber tegema, et nad sealt liikuda ei saaks. Et iseenesest on nagu huvitav, kui see on meie identiteedi kandja, ja sa ütlesid, et kitsastes tingimustes ei saa areneda, kultuur kaasa arvatud, siis ma mõtlengi, et kas see on praegu, kas sa praegu näed, et kultuur areneb või lihtsalt kasvab ooperimaja suuremaks?
Ei, no kindlasti, kui kasvab ooperimaja suuremaks, siis areneb ka kultuur, ma näen.
Aga see arhitektuur on kultuuri osa?
Jaa.
Aga millist kultuuri välja, või mida su arhitektuur tahab öelda kultuuri seisukohas või kultuuri kontekstis?
No ta on sellisena lahendatud, et rõhutada vanahooned ikka. Et arusaadav, et see maht on suur ja see peab olema nagu vanahoone tagaplaanil, aga see rõhutab seda vanahoonet ja see peab seal olema selles mõttes, et kui räägida juurdeehitus, siis see maht peab just selles kohas olema. Ja mina realiseerin seda lahendust nii, et ta rõhutab vanahoonet ja sellega nagu realiseerub kultuuri kasu.
Aga ma ma veel kord ütlen, et see on üks parimaid lahendusi, mis ma olen näinud siiani, et see on kindlasti väga õnnestunud selles mõttes, et seda tundlikkus siin on nagu märgata, et on proovitud lahendada asju, mis ei jääks liiatigi selliseks täiesti tahuliseks, et seal on hakanud natukene midagi kasvama, aga ma näen ka selles natukene probleemi, et kas linnaehituslikult vaadates seda konditsiooni, see tegelikult oled tekitanud mingisuguse vahetänava sinna 2 hoone mahu vahele, mis on ei kellegi maa, või mingis mõttes siis pigem nagu jällegi, et maa võtab üle siis Estonia. Ja kas sa selle peale mõtlesid, et tegelikult me saaksime seda pargi telge pikendada ja viia selle draamateatri taha välja, et meil saaks tekkida sinna tänav ja meil saaks ikka teistpidised tänavad tekkida. Ehk siis me saaksime ta panna rohkem sellisesse võrgustikku, linnavõrgustikku, kui jätta selle iseseisvaks mahuks, mis lõikab ära ka praegu eksisteeriva tegelikult tänava. Et ma ei saa öelda, et see on hea kvaliteetne tänav, mis seal on, aga see on siiski tänav ja seda kasutatakse.
Te mõtlete Pärnu maantee?
Ei, mõtlen seda, et mis siin Tammsaare pargist tuleb Estonia tagant ja tegelikult võiks jõuda siia.
Ei, see koht on pigem sisehoov, mis dubleerib just see dubleerib seda sisehoovi ja pigem mõeldud valgustuse tagamiseks, kuna siin on kontoriruumid, olid korteriruumid, siis on riietusruumid ja üleval korrusel on siis kostüümitokkoda, mis rangelt vajab valgustust.
Aga see võikski jääda tänavaks, miks ei võiks olla tänav? Nii, et sa saad mõlemast otsast sisse ja see jätkab see Tammsaare telge.
Aga siis ei saa realiseeruda lava sidumisest, just see ots.
Lava saab siduda ka ülevalt poolt.
Tahavad selle vanamaja lava sõita sinna uue lava taha kuidagi umbes mingi selline mõte on sellel.
Ma võin plaani näidata. Nii, see vana lava asub siin. Ja just seda koostumis saab realiseeruda ainult seda külje täisehitusega.
Aga see peab juhtuma juba esimesel korrusel?
Ja see igal korrusel toimib. Aga see lava peab olema 3-korruseline, seega see maht nagu võtab 3 korrust. See ei saa olla läbipääsetav.
Ma mõtlesingi, et sealt alt, et kas sellest ei saa tekitada silla ja selle alt minna. Aga okei, igatahes minu küsimus oli jah see, et kas siin saaks natukene tänava võrgustikuga tegeleda, et meil ei tekiks nii suuri mahte ja mitut sisekvartalit versus see, et me tegelikult tekitame ka uued linnaehituslikud teljed, mis annaks jällegi midagi kohalikele tagasi. Sest et praegu sa tuubeldad seda mahtu, mis praegu Estonia on 2-kordseks, aga sa ei anna mitte midagi tagasi linnarahvale. Et mõtlen linnaehituslikult ja samamoodi ka selles mõttes, et mahuliselt, et ma arvan, et see arhitektuur, või et klaasis seda tehes võib-olla see ei kanna neid väärtusi, mida võiks nagu selline kultuuritempel endas kanda. Aga jah, ikkagi lõpuks ma tahan öelda, et see on vägagi kvaliteetne projekt ja siin on päris palju nagu jõutud staadiumitesse, mis on juba usutavamas konditsioonis, aga ma kardan, et sul muinsuskaitsega läheb veel madinaks selle projekti raames. Ja sa ütlesid, et kui öeldi, et miks ei reageeri selle sisemusele seda välisperimeeter, eks ole, siis nagu vanades hoonetes, vaata, kus on saal ja saal, eks ole, ja see välisperimeeter on kaarjas, siis samamoodi võib ka sinu välisperimeeter selle kandilise asemel olla ka reageerida sellele, et ta näitab, kuidas see siseruum, ehk kui sa paned hobusrauale kasti ümber, siis tegelikult seal on ruumi reageerida siseorganisatoorsetele nendele perimeetritele. See oli vist eelnev küsimus lihtsalt. Ja viimane küsimus on see, et kus invalift on või kust saab sisse tulija ülesse?
Sisse tulija saab läbi, need liftid on siin küllalt ja ma panen -1.
Et ma tulen pea sissepääsu sisse, eks ole?
Ja pea sissepääs, siin pea sissepääs ja liftid on siin mõlemad poolt.
Ja see lift, pane järgmine korrus?
Ei, see on miinus. See on teine korrus juba ja esimene korrus ja siis teine korrus. no ta on selle auditooriumi kastiga integreeritud selle kasti ja seega ta igal korrusel, need liftid korduvad igal korrusel ja lähevad ka siis 7. korrusele.
Tegelikult see on hea küsimus, sellepärast, et seal minnes kontsertile on seal selline silt, et ratastooliga palun tulla Valge saali kaudu ja ma ei ole kunagi aru saanud, kus Valge saal on. Või noh, et kuidas see tee on, et Valge saal, ma tean küll, aga kuidas see on?
Ma lisaks juurde, et ma saalis näen ette siin paar ratastoolidega inimest, et need istmekohad võiksid olla vahetatavad, et need ei ole päris kinnitatud ja seega saab vastavalt piletimüügile siis orienteeruda saali ratastoolide inimestele.
Aga nad peavad ikkagi olema liftiga üles alt, on ju?
No sõltub, mis istumiskoha nad valivad, jah.
Aga -1 ei ole su istumispind, on ju? Sul on ikka +1.
-1 mul ei ole, jah, mul ei ole saali -1 korrusel. Jah, see on -1, see on garderoop.
See on sissepääsukogus.
Jah.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I can't speak Estonian, so I have to speak in English. And I also didn't understand a lot of the presented topics. And I don't want to involve in this kind of discussion how an Estonian opera should look like, but I would be very interested, because I know it's a very difficult topic. But I would be very interested, and it was probably already addressed, I would be interested, because you mentioned in your thesis kind of the opera house as a national symbol, which doesn't allow that kind of a new opera can be built, for example, close to the seaside. What do you see as a national symbol? What is kind of identity, or kind of what is a national opera versus a national symbol in terms of a house of culture versus kind of this political idea of nationalists, or not nationalists, sorry, national symbol? So very tricky, dangerous questions, so excuse me.
Actually, I have this topic in my theoretical part, and I've discussed the 2 points of national symbol, national opera, no, national theater. One is that it presents a country in world arena, and the second point is this present art in the country. So when we have a national theater, both of the points should be integrated. And if we are building a new opera house, they're happening separating of these points. We have one national theater and another national theater. One is with high technology that is representing it in the world's arena, and the second is cultural that have the cultural memory and have an identity in the country by the citizens.
Like a heritage.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I really appreciate your work, as it's huge amount of work creating this functional scheme. It's crazy. How far have you gone with that? Somehow I feel like I'm really glad that you have done it, because it's such a case study that we should have seen when we were presented of these white boxes in the AK news. Somehow a bit I have the fear that your work also told that city is not getting maybe the space or the urban space that they want. And also the theater has to make really a lot of customizations or minimations of their wills. So it's really difficult, and if it will happen somehow, then it would be really interesting to see this process. How does that come out then? And then I have one question, also related to the urban space that it creates. Somehow we all have the feeling that the sense what it takes us, what we lose when the building will come. Maybe I would like to ask what we will get in the sense of, also Sille already mentioned, in the sense of the locals. These grand opera houses during the daytime, they are really shut and isolated places somehow. The doors are shut and there's not much happening on the street level. I mean, do you see the functions here in the opera house that could be the link between the street and the house, that could give also to the locals something that they don't really have maybe on the location right now, or maybe even normal opera house somewhere doesn't offer? Is there, I mean, like a restaurant, maybe the small stage, maybe I don't know. Yeah, it would be interesting to hear. Did you see in the functional scheme something that could be open to the city?
I'm gonna answer in Estonian. Ja esiteks see kohvik, millest te olete rääkinud, see kindlasti, sest see on ka jalakäijate ligipääsetavad, omab väikese vaateplatsi siis pargile ja ma näitan siis visuaalide peal. Omab siis, see on väike terrass, mis on integreeritud ja see on ka madalamaks lastud. Et selle kaudu on see integreeritud ja teiseks on ka vaateplats, mis on ka ligipääsetav siis, ja omab vaadet siis linnale ja see ligipääsetav nii ka turistidele kui tavakülalistele. Ja kindlasti ma tean, et ooperimajas tehakse ekskursioonid. Samad ekskursioonid võiksid olla sama bastioni müüri juurde ja ka ekskursioonid hoones ringi ka. Ja esimesel korras on ka pood. Jah, just.
So thanks for the presentation. I think first thing that popped to my mind was that actually, like, I guess everybody can see that you can clearly design, like you're pretty talented in that sense. But the problem is that the building is kind of like there's open space all around it. So you kind of like started designing from some angle, and then in a way you left the rest kind of like more schematic. Like maybe there could have been something done to make it more. Also, I think that exactly that those like huge boxes that we have seen, especially before discussion of what the government, or not the government, but the country is going to decide to support as in next 5 years as a big project. Those are actually, maybe if we saw this before, maybe it wouldn't be so like such a negative kind of like a starting point for this project. Also, I remember that last year, while I visited Paris, I went to this Parc de la Villette, and there is this Philharmonic house, basically house by Jean Nouvel, and I feel like I remember that I was feeling this like I felt like I really like it, but I feel guilty liking it. So it's with this building, it almost feels kind of the same. That so yeah, those are more like a comments, and maybe the one question that I have is that how set in stone is the program that the Estonia Theatre is kind of asking us? Like they're saying that this is what we need, but do we actually need so much, or is it already reduced, or could it be reduced, or have they made like some business calculations? Will it be like used in full capacity, or what's the kind of situation with that, if you can comment on that?
Esialgu nagu ma rääkisin, minu projektis aktsent on tehtud lava kontseptsioonist ja ma tuletasin, et Estonia publiku jaoks vähendatud lavasüsteem sobib paremini, et tavaliselt ooperimajades, näiteks Oslo Kopenhaagenis tehtud 6 lavasüsteem. Mul on realiseerinud siis 3 täislavasüsteem ja 2 vähendatud lavad. Alguses oli 4 lavasüsteem, nagu ma teooriast tuletasin, aga Rahvusooperi pealavameistriga rääkides tema konsultatsiooni käigus me tuletasime, et teine külglava on vajalik ka. Ja mina sain ka tehtud ruumiprogrammi, analüüsitud ruumiprogrammi ja nende pindala, mis kasutatud lauruumide jaoks, on ka läbi räägitud ooperijuhiga, ka haldusjuhiga ja üldiselt need kriteeriumid, millest ma rääkisin balletitantsijatel ja teistel, ka oli kasutatud meediaallikatest, intervjuudest balleti ja tantsijate ja muusikute ekspertidega.
So you're saying that it's already pretty compact compared to the other like world opera or like houses?
Yes.
So it's kind of already reduced. Okay. So this is what
it's a compromise still.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. $23,000. Ei, see on juurde ehitus, on palju praegu. Vanahoone on vist umbes 10,000 ruutmeetrit ja kokku on siis 30.
Okay. I would like to start with this ongoing or like forever going public debate about this extension or new opera house, and you know, like recent years it has came up like more actual topic, and there's like even like people are approaching me and was like asking like what you think, like are you against this possible extension, or you are supporting it, or do you like this new opera house idea, or you are like that, say like what you think, that you are architect or you are from TalTech, and I say that I cannot say, like I don't know, I have not like think about it, or like I have not worked about it, and all this public debate, what you can read or listen or see from the TV, it has been always very superficial, like just I like or I don't like, or it's impossible or is it possible, it's cheap or is it expensive, there is this heritage problems, or there is some views you cannot in any way close, and so on. But there wasn't like really like very like true going analysis, and I think this master thesis itself, it is very important and also very necessary feasibility study for the opera house as institution, but also for the society or the government or the municipality, or also for the architects. Like now we have one like very carefully developed and designed and also technically solved project, so we can take and analyze it. Like maybe next time Architectural Union of Estonia need to like formula opinion, they can take this this project as one of the case study or feasibility study, and like look and think that is it like feasible, or is it doable? Is it what position they should take, or and so on. I think it's just very useful and beneficial for the society. I also would like to emphasize the enormous work Angelina have done, and how dedicated she was, and really went to the site, was like studying the historical building from the basement to the attic, interviewing people, annoying this director of Opera House, calling him, or even really arguing, because the Ott Martens say that this connected stage system is most important for them. It's existential for them. That if they cannot have it, then we can have a new opera house, or should not do anything, because both stages benefit a lot if they are connected. It's not only about the new or the old one. What else? I even made first time I made even some marks because the topic is so big and important to not forget anything important. And so we should not evaluate this project that are we prefer the new one or the old one, but it's very good feasibility study, or one of the case study. Is it possible, or is it not possible? And she even talked with this heritage department, and then they said that there have to be compromises, and they are ready to make compromises, because the importance of the building is so big for the country. And for the end, I can say that her research part and also the architectural project are really impressive and outstanding, and not because it's just big, but because of the quality. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add that that kind of brings us back to the first discussion today in the morning, presentation with these participatory collaborative approaches, and then this would be quite a good case study for starting these discussions. And yeah.
One comment, maybe not out of the record, but I have, in my experience, the common people, it seems they never like what we are doing. If someone is making box, then they are angry against it. So if someone is making something sculptural, very unique, and then they are against it. And when I started, sometimes after these competitions, I read the comments in in Delphi or Postimees, and it's really frightening. But
so never do that.
Yeah, never do that. But Toivo Tammik was also a co-supervisor. You have maybe also wanted to add something.
Yeah, I was as a practicing architect, I was author of these preliminary boxes. Or just our proposal was just presented as a first shock, and you can go just further after that, and of course our intention was not to block all the activity about it, but just to open it as a matter of fact, and I'm very glad to be part of this process, ongoing process. Thank you.
So, final words are for you. So it's, you have your microphone.
Mina tahaks öelda suur tänud minu juhendajale, kaasjuhendajale toetuse ja tagasiside eest ning ka tänada oma lähedasi ka toetuse eest. Aitäh!
Oled näidanud juba Estoniale ka seda projekti või?
Ei ole. Kui tahavad, siis näidan.
Kindlasti ma arvan, et sa võid ise tahtma näidata.
Ma arvan küll, et sa peaks tegema presentatsiooni sellele Estonia.
Okay.
Aga teie Estonia poolt ka vaade.
Thank you, everyone. We will close the streaming now. Thank you for the online audience as well. And we can continue the discussion with Angelina very soon. But before we close today, I want to remind you that committee and supervisors are cordially welcome to join us in the Moon Restaurant at 7. We have a table reservation over there, and I do hope to see you there. And tomorrow we will start again, 10 sharp. So let's be here on time. And we have 4 projects for today, and then we are done with the job this time. So 4 projects, morning session, and then meeting of the committee after the lunch. Thank you for the day, and hope to see you soon in the Moon Restaurant.